Chapter 51. Yasmin. Yasmin hurriedly made her way into the complex and saw one of the low-ranking soldiers standing guard at the entrance. This was exactly what she needed. The guards all knew her and would let her pass without hesitation. As a lower-ranked soldier, this guard wouldn't have access to Malcolm's personal instructions. He would receive orders from his superior, who would, in turn, receive his own instructions from an even higher authority. It was a chain of commands that extended upward, like a line of falling dominoes. She approached the entrance with confidence, but inside, her stomach churned with fear. Failure was not an option. "Hello, sister." The soldier's face lit up at the sight of her. He didn't seem bothered by her sudden appearance, which was exactly what Yasmin had hoped for. She knew Malcolm all too well. He would never want to disturb his carefully crafted image as the leader and brother of their community. Revealing that Yasmin, their prized human incubator, was missing, could shatter his control and adoration among his followers. He was smarter than that. He knew that without their loyalty, he was just another insignificant little man. "Brother?" Yasmin avoided his gaze as she responded. He stepped aside, and she walked through the metal gates of the complex with confidence and poise. As soon as she was out of sight, she quickened her pace. Menstrual cramps started to bother her in her lower abdomen, but she ignored the pain. She knew that if everything went according to plan, she would have a lifetime to heal. But if not, it wouldn't matter because she would be dead. She strode straight into the building, her senses on high alert as she braced herself for the unknown. It had been days since she had left in search of Hayden, and she couldn't shake the feeling of dread mixed with fear. The sound of her footsteps echoed through the empty hallway, accompanied by the faint hum from the fluorescent lights and distant chatter. Yasmin's eyes darted around, taking in every detail, the sleek white walls and polished floors, and the shining metal doors that lined the corridor. Her heart raced as she wondered what awaited her at the end of this journey. "Malcolm must be going insane," she thought. She looked around, afraid for the first time since she concocted this horrible idea. The full impact of what she had done and what she carried in the bag hitting her with full force. Malcolm would have her killed, of course. She had done the unthinkable. The future heir destroyed. She fought back the tightness in her throat. There was no point in regrets now. It was over, and she couldn't turn back the clock. Besides, she didn't want to. Maybe one day, in the safety of another world, one where the decree no longer existed, maybe then she could be the mother she had hoped. Her hand flew to her mouth, and she bit her knuckles. Tears formed in her dark eyes, and she quickly wiped them away and picked up her pace, determined to reach Malcolm's rooms without being noticed. Pressing herself against the wall, she tried to blend in with the surroundings. The complex appeared deserted, which was strange at this time of day. But as she turned the corner, she collided with Amanda.
"Yasmin, I haven't seen you in days!"
Her face lit up as she greeted her. Yasmin forced a fake smile in response.
"How's the baby coming along?"
The fool beamed, reaching out to touch Yasmin's deflating belly. With a sharp movement, she stopped Amanda's hand in its tracks, causing her to jump with surprise at the suddenness of the action.
"Fine,"
Yasmin barked, her hand trembling from her physical response towards Amanda. She didn't like Amanda. Just another puppet manipulated and brainwashed by Malcolm's false words. But she also didn't want to piss her off and go crying to Tabitha, or worse, Malcolm. She thought of all she'd done to Leah, and how she still held Yasmin's hand and wiped her brow during the darkest time of her life. This idiot before her would never do that for her, let alone Leah. A traitor. That's what Amanda was. A traitor who'd turn against her friend just to belong. She disgusted Yasmin.
"Malcolm needs me at the moment,"
she lied, unable to stomach Amanda any longer.
"Don't want to leave him waiting."
Yasmin avoided looking at Amanda's silly, glazed face. She didn't miss the company here at the Decree one bit. They were all zombies, incapable of original thought. Every single one of them, with their stunned facial expressions they all shared. Amanda being one of the worst. Amanda's face twisted with confusion as she asked, "Oh?" She continued.
I'm heading to the garden. Malcolm has summoned all the top-ranking officers and their families for a meeting.
With her arms folded tightly over her protruding stomach, Amanda raised an eyebrow inquisitively.
Yes,
Yasmin replied, her face blank, sensing Amanda's hostility towards her and cursing herself for smacking her hand away. This was strange. It was like a veil lowered and the real Amanda was being exposed to Yasmin for the first time. Was Amanda more aware of what was going on than she thought? Yasmin stood tall, blood rushing to her face, the fear clawing up her chest and neck, wanting to choke her, bit by bit, until there was no air left for her to breathe.
That's why I'm rushing. Malcolm wants to speak with me before the gathering. I don't understand why it concerns you, Amanda. Your interrogation is rather distressing. I am the chosen one. It's not your place to question my actions.
Amanda's cheeks turned red, her previous smug expression quickly fading. Yasmin flashed a condescending smile, clutching her leather satchel tightly to her side as she felt the weight of its contents and the increasing anxiety settling in her chest.
Now, if you'll excuse me,
Yasmin said, pushing past the humbled Amanda.
Our leader awaits. Of course, I apologize,
Amanda stumbled, moving out of the way.
I meant nothing.
Yasmin paid no attention to her as she walked away. Let her stew in her own juices, she thought. Let Amanda worry about what Yasmin would say to Malcolm, or worse, Ben. She could almost feel Amanda's anxiety growing behind her. Serves her right, Yasmin thought. What had Amanda sacrificed, besides the betrayal of her friend? Yasmin owed her nothing. She hurried down the hall towards Malcolm's rooms. She thought of Leah and little Adam, and closed her eyes, trying to block out their images. Was Yasmin any different from Amanda? She resisted the urge to glance back at her, fearful of seeing her own expression mirrored on the other woman's face. She focused on the information Amanda had given her, and quickened her steps. If Amanda was correct, and a meeting was taking place, Malcolm and Tabitha would likely be occupied elsewhere with Ben and the rest of the Decree leadership, preparing for his upcoming speech. She made her way to Malcolm's quarters, and was relieved to find no guards stationed outside. Whatever the meeting was about, it had to be important. She took a deep breath before entering, scanning the room. It appeared to be empty. Letting out a sigh of relief, she closed the door behind her. Chapter 52. Ben. Malcolm paced back and forth, frustrated. Ben remained still, watching, his expression devoid of any emotion. Where the hell was she? He thought, his brain ready to explode. Where the hell did Yasmin take off to? She'd been missing for days now, and as much as Ben tried to reassure Malcolm that everything was okay, it didn't look good. If we inform the higher members of the Decree about the Chosen One being taken, I believe the search for her will be expedited. Malcolm's voice was as smooth as silk when he spoke, masking the panic that Ben knew was there. Tabitha entered the room. She looked terrible, her hands constantly moving and twisting together, driving him crazy. She irritated Ben to no end with her excessive fidgeting. He saw through Tabitha's facade. She couldn't care less what happened to Yasmin. All she cared about was the brat she carried. Ben exhaled through his nose, trying to hold back his building anger. He could kill Yasmin for doing this. He realized she was pissed about being tricked into the pregnancy, but Christ, they made her the chosen one. What else did the bitch want? You have heard nothing of her, Ben? Malcolm stopped his pacing directly in front of him. Ben's eyes refocused and met Malcolm's gaze, taking in the light color of his irises. Despite Malcolm's attempts to hide it, Ben could see the anxiety in his eyes. It was the first time he had seen Malcolm so vulnerable and off balance. No, Malcolm, I'm sorry, Ben replied, hating how inadequate he felt. Unlike Leah, Yasmin had completely thrown Ben for a loop. No matter how hard he looked, Yasmin seemed to have disappeared without a trace, leaving him feeling helpless. He had poured all of his time and energy into finding her, neglecting his check-ins with Leah and the boy. Now, it seemed, his efforts were all for nothing. Interesting. Malcolm stroked his small chin. How was that? Ben stood straight, trying to appear taller. Despite his best efforts to appear strong, his legs felt weak, betraying how much Malcolm's words affected him. Did Malcolm know Ben knew where Leah was? No, it wasn't possible. Or was it? Well, it seems the two women who eluded me are yours. Malcolm spoke, his voice never raising. Ben's mouth twitched. What are you implying, Malcolm? Malcolm's long fingers absently traced the stubble on his chin, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Tabitha watched the two men with trepidation, her hands fidgeting with nerves. Why is it that both your wife and mistress keep interfering with my path to success? Ben didn't flinch. He saw it coming. That's a little dramatic, don't you think? Ben's tone remained steady as he answered, holding Malcolm's gaze, refusing to be intimidated by him. I think it's simpler than that. They just don't like you, Malcolm. Malcolm's eyes narrowed, but he didn't blink. The room fell silent before a wide grin spread across his face. He released a small laugh before resuming his methodical pacing back and forth. Women! He hooted, raising his hands high. What do we do with these alluring creatures? He casually placed his hands behind the back of his head, interlocking his fingers. More importantly, what should we do about your women, Ben? Ben opened his mouth to reply when John came in, interrupting them. The people are waiting, John said, his face flushed, presumably from the excitement of the crowd waiting outside. Good. Thank you, John. We will only be a moment, Malcolm replied, still standing with his hands clasped behind his head. John nodded, leaving the room. Well, it seems we will have to finish this conversation at a later date, Malcolm said, dropping his hands to his side before turning away from them. He strode across the room to his desk, picking up a paper that rested on its surface. His eyes scanned the words carefully, reviewing the speech he had prepared for the members' meeting. Ben approached him, resting a hand on his shoulder. Malcolm's body jerked as he spun around, his eyes wide with caution. Ben promptly pulled his hand back, knowing he was treading on thin ice. I can handle this, Malcolm. I take full responsibility for their actions, and I will make things right, Ben said, a hint of pleading in his voice. He was not just saying it either. He intended to do just that, and more. All he needed was to locate Yasmin and expose Chris Onweir as Malik's killer. And that was the plan, but Yasmin's disappearance threw a wrench into the wheels. Now he had to find her and speed up things to bring Leah and Adam to the decree. Malcolm lightly tapped Ben's chest with his index finger, maintaining a fake smile, pressing his lips together. Just bring them here. Bring both, including your son. A sinister glint appeared in his eyes as he spoke, but then he abruptly turned away and held out his arm for Tabitha to take. She didn't hesitate, linking her arm with his. Ben watched as they left the room together, their arms intertwined. His heart raced as he followed behind obediently. Chapter 53. Amanda. The garden teemed with the elite members of the decree. Despite the cool air, the body heat of all the people crammed together made it suffocating. As she looked out at the sea of devoted followers surrounding Malcolm, Amanda couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the thought of one man creating such loyal admirers, a nation that would do anything for their leader. She couldn't shake off Leah's words and the conflicting emotions swirling inside her. Surrounded by the enormous crowd of people, she felt both overwhelmed and a part of something greater than herself. She struggled with what to believe. Should she trust what Leah had told her? It was a constant battle in her mind. Dressed in billowy white pants and a flowing shirt, Malcolm emerged. The murmurs of the people gathered in the garden fell silent. The impact of Malcolm Gobbo on Amanda was immense. She felt a sense of significance, like she was part of something greater than herself, something she had never experienced before. She would do anything to hold on to this feeling. Being a member of the decree was a transformative experience for her. Though it meant losing touch with her family temporarily, she knew they would understand once everything settled and the new ways of the decree became the norm. She placed her hand on her swollen stomach, feeling the little one inside. John stood by her side, A loving man whom her parents would be thrilled to see her with, ecstatic to be grandparents. It would all work out. Amanda refused to entertain any other possibility. Leah's words cut through the powerful aura that Malcolm emanated, bringing Amanda back to reality. The bubbling heat of anticipation and excitement that she was doing something worthy, saving the world one member at a time, faded away like a mirage in the desert. Malcolm's throat emitted a small cough, and Amanda, along with the others gathered in the lush garden, stood still in anticipation for their leader's speech. She marveled at how such an unassuming man could command such reverence, yet he did, effortlessly. He was a hypnotic presence, a powerful drug that was impossible to resist. "My people." Malcolm's voice was steady as he looked across the crowd. "I bring you all together on this lovely sunny day for a specific purpose. To ask for your assistance." With his hand stretched towards the sky, the members stood in silence. The only sounds were the gentle rustling of leaves. Malcolm paused, his hands dropping to his sides as he filled his lungs with a deep breath, readying himself to speak once more. "As you all know, Tabitha and I have been blessed with the chosen one who carries our future in her womb." Tabitha stepped forward to stand next to Malcolm. "Unfortunately, something has happened. The chosen one is missing. I suspect foul play, and there is evidence pointing to Leah Hollen as the culprit." Amanda's jaw dropped in shock. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Yasmin had gone missing, but she had just seen her moments ago. Leah was the one responsible for her disappearance? That was impossible. "People of the Decree, I call on you to venture outside of our complex and find the chosen one. Your mission is to bring her back unharmed to me. In addition, I kindly request your help in capturing the perpetrators responsible for this crime and ensuring they are handed over to me." Malcolm made it clear that Yasmin and her captors were to be brought directly to him, underscoring his demand. "Those who succeed will receive special recognition and rewards." "But I just saw her," Amanda muttered under her breath. Her mind was reeling, refusing to accept the possibility that Malcolm could be lying. Goosebumps rose on her skin. Was everything she believed in suddenly false? Could Leah be right? The thought was too overwhelming to comprehend. "I just saw her," she said a little louder. "Who?" John's voice startled Amanda. Her eyes flickered to his. "Yasmin. I just saw her inside, going to Malcolm's rooms."
"Are you serious?"
John's stunned face replied. "I saw her. She said Malcolm was waiting for her." Amanda felt numb. Why would Malcolm say she is missing? John's voice rose above the crowd, loud and clear.
"She's here! The chosen one is here!"
He cupped his hands around his mouth and stood up on his toes, ensuring that his words carried over the crowd of members. All heads turned towards Amanda and John. Amanda stood frozen, not expecting such a reaction from John. Betrayal crept into her mind, wrinkling her brow, confused. "What the hell are you doing?" She hissed at her husband, her words lost in the sounds erupting around her. Malcolm looked over at Ben, confused by the sudden commotion. Malcolm's voice rang out from the small microphone he had attached to his shirt.
"What is happening?"
he shouted, his voice strained as he tried to understand the commotion unfolding before him. Amid the chaos, he had neglected to switch off the microphone, and everyone heard his question.
"I don't know."
Ben's eyes darted around anxiously. The crowd was focused on the center, where Amanda and John stood like two startled deer, frozen in the headlights. He leaped off the makeshift stage and weaved his way through the throng of people towards them, focused on discovering whatever interrupted Malcolm's speech. As he approached, Amanda noticed a flicker of recognition on his face. He hesitated for a moment before rushing towards them, grabbing Amanda's arm, his expression turning from surprise to annoyance.
"What are you up to?"
His voice was sharp, more of a demand than a question. John intervened, yanking Ben away from Amanda.
"Let go of my wife,"
he commanded with authority. Ben's eyes bore into John, a hard glint in his gaze. His voice was low and accusing as he asked, "Do you really know who your wife is? Because I do." John's face turned red with fury. Gritting his teeth, he responded,
"She's my partner, and a member of the Decree Sisterhood."
He glared at Ben, his fist clenched and ready to strike. Ben managed to break free from John's grip, chuckling. "She's not a sister. She's Leah's closest friend." John stepped between Ben and Amanda, challenging Ben to make a move.
"Wrong, brother,"
John said firmly.
"She was Leah's closest friend, until she escaped from her past and became a member of the Decree. She is also the mother of a pure-blood Decree child."
John leaned close to Ben, his piercing light eyes locking into him.
"My pure-blood child."
He stepped back, pulling Amanda close to his side protectively. She stood there in shock, her mouth hanging open, struggling to process everything that was happening.
"You need to worry about your own wife and child and stay the hell away from mine."
Ben's face burned with anger, and he lunged at John, ready to throw a punch. But before his fists could connect, a hand grasped his wrist and held him back. Turning in surprise, Ben came face to face with Malcolm's stern expression. In an instant, all of Ben's rage dissipated, and his face paled in fear. Amanda's breath caught in her throat as she saw the expressions exposed on their faces. She'd never seen Malcolm so angry, or Ben's clear signs of fear. "What is this commotion?" Malcolm asked. His voice was calm as always, yet Amanda could not erase the look of malice she glimpsed in his eyes.
My wife,
John stuttered, gently pushing the bewildered Amanda forward, squeezing her hand.
She saw Yasmin, saw the Chosen One."
Malcolm's hands flew to Amanda's shoulders, his face contorting into an unrecognizable state as he shook her hard, causing her head to bobble back and forth uncontrollably.
When? Where did you see her?"
he demanded, searching Amanda's rattled expression for answers.
Today?
Her jaw clenched, and she stumbled over her words, struggling to keep her head from jerking back. Malcolm's grip on her shoulders grew tighter, his fingers digging in with more force.
"Today? Impossible. Where did you see her?"
John yanked Amanda out of Malcolm's grasp, his expression turning instantly to one of disappointment. He positioned himself between Amanda and Malcolm, creating a barrier to protect her from any further contact. Fury and rage boiled in his eyes as he stared down at Malcolm. Malcolm took a step back, suddenly aware of all the eyes fixed on him. The stunned expressions of the onlookers seemed to intensify the weight of this moment. He ran his fingers through his curly hair. The tension in his body seemed to uncoil like a spring. He tilted his head from side to side as he rotated his shoulders, focusing on regaining his balance and composure. Amanda clung to John, her mind reeling with uncertainty and instability. Everything she believed in was crashing down around them. Malcolm remained motionless, attempting to quiet his labored breathing that was coming out against his will. She saw it for what it was now. Malcolm lost control and exposed a side of himself that none of them had seen before. Or was that true? Have others seen it before? Or was it only her and John who hadn't?
She was going to your rooms?
Amanda's voice was barely above a whisper as she cowered behind John's large, muscular arms. She needed to divert Malcolm's attention away from her and John, as well as the other members closed in around them.
"My rooms? When?"
Malcolm regained his composure as he pressed for more information, putting on a false grin as he spoke. Tabitha stood on stage, unable to hear their conversation. She tried to move closer, but one of the guards restrained her. Annoyed, she jerked away and made her way down from the stage, blending into the crowd.
Just moments ago, I bumped into her on my way here.
Amanda looked up, feeling a weak breeze brushing against her face. Without a word, Malcolm left. He didn't even bother to listen to the end of Amanda's reply. She watched as Ben scurried after him like an obedient dog. She began to follow them, her feet moving of their own accord. John hurriedly caught up to her side.
"Amanda, what are you doing?"
he asked, keeping pace.
"We weren't given instructions to follow."
"I have to see what is going on,"
she said, not slowing down. Tabitha's voice could be heard addressing the congregation, reassuring them that everything was under control and that Malcolm would address them shortly.
Amanda, this could cause serious problems for us. It could put everything we've achieved at risk.
She stopped in her tracks, her chest rising and dropping, taking in John's concerned expression. A mix of emotions flooded her at the sight of him. This wonderful man assigned as her partner by Malcolm had evolved into something deeper and genuine. Love.
John,
She sighed, her eyes unable to look at his big, pleading ones.
something isn't right, and I need to know what it is.
It isn't our concern.
He tried to reason with her, knowing it was falling on deaf ears. He knew Amanda, the journalist, would not let the matter go.
As soon as I saw Yasmin earlier, it became my concern,
Amanda exclaimed. She looked at John, trying to make him understand, before rushing off towards Malcolm and Tabitha's quarters, leaving John standing alone, unsure what to do next.
Damn it, Amanda!
His voice shouted from behind. Amanda's heart surged with love as she heard his footsteps approaching, growing louder with each step. Chapter 54. Ben. Malcolm's face lit up with a smile as he strode quickly towards his rooms. She must have gotten away from the rebels, he exclaimed, and came straight away to assure me that the child was safe. Ben rolled his eyes, matching Malcolm's quick pace with ease. I doubt it, he breathed under his breath, thinking of how much Yasmin despised Malcolm. And what rebels? What the hell was Malcolm talking about? There were no rebels, no opposition, nothing but scared citizens hiding away from them. They hurried through the hallways, passing many guards who all wore the same smile. Malcolm's drones. Ben couldn't help but feel a surge of disgust, his mouth twisting in distaste. It was still unbelievable to him. After all these months, how easily people could be manipulated into blindly following any jerk who spouted what they wanted to hear. Hell, he had fallen for it too, practically worshipping Malcolm's feet and blindly obeying his every command, even after knowing the truth about whom Malcolm really was. It will be a relief when it is time for the child to be born. Malcolm smiled, already the proud father. All in good time, all in good time, Ben echoed, reciting one of Malcolm's favorite phrases. The words hung in the air, a subtle indication of the shift in power dynamics between Malcolm and Ben. But he seemed oblivious to the changing roles, too focused on his own thoughts of Yasmin and getting to his rooms. Malcolm flashed a bright, confident smile, revealing his perfectly straight white teeth. Ben couldn't help but wonder about the dentist who had done the bonding. Was he still alive? A member of the Decree organization? Or had he met the same fate as many others in Lex? Death at the hands of Malcolm Gobbo. As they reached the rooms, Malcolm's hand trembled with anticipation as he reached for the doorknob. Without a moment of hesitation, he pushed open the door and strode inside. The room was empty. Yasmin? There was a hint of desperation clinging to Malcolm's voice. His frantic footsteps echoed through each room as he searched for her. Yasmin, are you here? The silence that greeted them was deafening, broken only by the sound of Malcolm's breathing. He continued to call out her name, his panic growing with each empty response. Ben wandered from one room to the next, methodically opening doors and peeking into closets. He couldn't help but notice how meticulously organized the clothing was, with shirts arranged by color and pants neatly folded in designated categories. It was unnaturally perfect, bordering on obsessive. Was Ben really surprised? These were Malcolm and Tabitha's rooms after all. Malcolm's hands clenched into fists as he paced back and forth in his bedroom, frustration building inside of him. He kicked at an empty drawer left open at the bottom of a neatly organized dresser, in the otherwise impeccable bedroom. Where is she? He stammered, slamming his fists on top of the furniture. Ben watched as an envelope on the dresser tipped over from the force of Malcolm's blow. He saw Yasmin's distinctive handwriting on the front of it. Reaching out, he grabbed the letter, noticing its slimness. Whatever was inside the envelope wasn't much. He flipped it over and saw Yasmin's handwriting on the envelope, neatly spelling out his and Malcolm's names.
What is this?
Malcolm reached out to grab the paper. He quickly scanned the names printed in bold black ink before tearing open the envelope. His gaze darted across the page, but then paused. Malcolm thrust the yellow stationery at Ben, his face contorted with frustration.
Explain, Ben.
He shook the letter as if it was a foreign object rather than just a simple piece of paper. Just then, Tabitha entered the room. Great, Ben thought. Just what I need. Tabitha. Could it get much worse?
Is she here?
Tabitha asked, her hands twitching as always. Malcolm and Ben ignored her as Ben scanned the letter. He began to read it aloud, the words not registering in his mind. Maybe if he heard them spoken, they would make more sense.
Ben, Malcolm, all I wanted was to marry you, Ben, and have a baby together. You both shattered that dream, taking everything I was and destroying it. I stood by your side, Ben, watching the horrors done at the hand of Malcolm Gobbo, and did nothing. I have done horrific things. Things I can't take back. No more. I am now clean, rid of the sour you have both forced into my life, clean to start again. I am no sister. I sure as hell refuse to be the chosen one. Here's your gift back. Rot in hell, you bastards.
Ben raised his head from the letter, giving Malcolm a puzzled look. What the hell was Yasmin talking about? Her letter was a muddled mess of random words thrown together. At that moment, a shrill scream echoed through the room. Tabitha stood over the bed with the brown leather satchel gripped in her hands, her eyes fixed on its contents.
No! No, no, no!
Shaking her head in disbelief, Tabitha wailed as she pulled out a white bundle from a bag they'd overlooked at the edge of the bed. Tabitha let out a gut-wrenching cry and let go of the blanket, revealing what Yasmin had hidden inside. Ben stood outside of himself, unable to turn away from the unfolding scene. Malcolm clutched the blanket to his chest, his face overcome with sorrow. Tabitha fell to her knees beside the bed, her mouth silently forming the word, "No." Malcolm's sharp, penetrating gaze shattered Ben's foggy mind, jolting him back to the present with a sudden burst of noise and chaos, as soldiers responded to the cries and stormed into the room. Ben stood frozen in place, his body paralyzed as men jostled past him. His gaze remained fixed on Malcolm's, their eyes locked in a fierce stare. Malcolm sat down on the bed, still clasping the white bundle to his chest, his intense stare never wavering, burning into Ben's soul. Pain was in those eyes, but it was overshadowed by something else lurking behind them, something darker and more dangerous. It was pure hatred. Not the average kind of hate, but deep-seated, one that sent shivers of terror through Ben's entire core. An eerie feeling washed over him, as if someone had just walked over his grave. Fear took over him and wouldn't let go. "My God, Yasmin," he whispered. "What have you done?" Chapter 55. Yasmin and Amanda. Yasmin's feet pounded against the earth. The strain of her backpack pulling on her as she took each step sent a sharp jolt of pain through her lower abdomen. She could feel warm blood gush with every stride, but fear kept her from slowing down. Her heart raced, matching the rhythm of her footsteps as she pushed herself to keep going. Each inhalation seared her lungs, but she didn't dare stop, afraid that if she did, it would all be over. The world blurred around her as she focused solely on one thing: getting back to Hayden. There was no going back. She did it. She delivered the ultimate revenge. Her feet skidded to a stop, sending sprays of dirt and gravel flying in all directions. A sudden gasp escaped her lips, and she clasped her hands over her mouth, trying to trap the sound inside. Despite her best efforts, a moan still broke through, echoing through the silence of the forest. She sank to her knees and buried her face in her hands, shoulders heaving with each gut-wrenching wail. Sadness and anger flowed out of her. a deep, raw pain that emanated from every inch of her being. A cry that was physical, as if her very being was being torn apart. Yasmin struggled to contain her sobs, fearing they would consume her entirely. Her body shook with each convulsive cry, and she could feel her heart breaking piece by piece. Her world crumbled around her, and all that remained was the crushing weight of grief. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she mourned the child she had hoped to have with Ben. She wept for the love she still felt for him. She sobbed for the pain of what she had just done to her own flesh, and she shed tears over the uncertainty of what would come next because of it all. Never had she felt so low. Her entire body cried out with sorrow, and she finally understood what the term broken-hearted meant, because her heart was broken, and it hurt more than she had ever believed possible. She struggled to stand, knowing she was not yet out of danger. The yellow van she had taken from Lonnie was hidden a short distance ahead, behind a small turn that led to a dirt road. Reaching the rusty van, she threw her backpack inside and collapsed into the front seat, grateful to be off her feet. Every part of her ached for rest and recovery, but she knew it would have to wait until she was far away from the Decree compound. She inserted the key into the ignition, feeling the sting of tears welling up in her eyes. Closing them, she let out a guttural cry, pounding her fists against the steering wheel in frustration. Why did I look? The gravity of her actions crashed down on her like a heavy weight she couldn't escape from. Why? She leaned her head against the steering wheel and allowed herself to cry. The events of hours ago kept replaying in her mind, like a broken record, always skipping back to the same painful moment when she moved the bundle from the satchel and set it on the edge of the bed, feeling something solid inside. Despite knowing she shouldn't, she opened the blanket and revealed its contents. He was perfect. A tiny baby doll with 10 fingers and 10 toes. She touched the soft down that covered his tiny body and felt something die inside of her. She hastily pulled the edges of the blanket together, but it was too late. The sight of her son swaddled in the white cloth would be forever ingrained in her memory, tormenting her for eternity. She would never buy white again. Never. Yasmin sat up and wiped her nose with the back of her hand. She breathed deep, allowing the air to come raggedly into her lungs. She started the van, took another deep breath, and drove off, not daring to look behind her. Amanda paced back and forth, nervously biting her lower lip. John sat motionless in front of her, lost and dazed. They had just returned to their rooms, still reeling from what they had witnessed. Malcolm and Ben had led them down a path of secrets and lies, exposing the tangled web of deceit that lay behind the closed doors of the Gobbo rooms. The shock of it all still hung heavy in the air, leaving them horrified and unsettled. As they closed their own doors and retreated into the safety of their rooms, their thoughts were consumed by the disturbing revelations they had just uncovered. "John?" she said, coming to a stop and kneeling to face him, but his eyes remained fixed in the distance. "John? John!" Amanda pleaded, placing her hands on his lap. "Please, talk to me." She saw the sorrow in his gaze as he looked at her.
What did we just see? Was it even real?
John's voice trembled with disbelief. Amanda bit her lip again and lowered her eyes, nodding, unable to speak. John's question seemed to hang in the air with no one to answer it.
Why would she do something like that? Why?
He rested his head in his hands in disbelief.
"The letter she left, it was so cold and full of anger," she said. "She despised Malcolm, never wanting to be the chosen one."
Amanda shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. Tabitha's horrified cry, discovering the still body of the baby on the bed, pierced Amanda's ears with its sharpness. She felt the urge to flee, but instead she cautiously peered through the small openings in the door. Every instinct in her body screamed for her to run and escape the decree as quickly and far away as possible. But she didn't. Both she and John stood frozen, witnessing the complete shock on Ben and Malcolm's faces. And now, they found themselves here, sitting in their rooms both stunned and disillusioned by the events that had transpired. Malcolm wasted no time in calling for a thorough search of the building, gathering everyone together once again. He was visibly shaken and angry as he announced that Leah Hollen had captured Yasmin, and both, along with her son Adam, needed to be found immediately. Next, he announced that Leah and the rebels were guilty of committing infanticide on their future leader, and that justice must be served. He would not let his son's death go unpunished. Amanda and John stood still, listening to the chaos unfolding around them. They knew the truth, but the lies Malcolm was spreading were eliciting cries of horror and disgust from the crowd. As they sat there, stunned and trying to comprehend what was happening, their whole belief system crumbled beneath them. Amanda placed a gentle hand on John's face, turning his head to look at her. His eyes flickered, but he remained unresponsive.
"He lied, John," she whispered. "What if everything he told us was a lie, too?"
Unable to believe what he was hearing, John stood up, nearly knocking Amanda to the ground.
"No!"
he stuttered, desperately searching for an explanation.
"There has to be a reason for this. Someone has manipulated or influenced Yasmin. Leah and that man she was with must have done something to her."
John spun around, gripping Amanda's shoulders in desperation.
"They must have!"
Amanda nodded, unable to bear seeing how much pain John was in. He idolized Malcolm and everything he represented, willing to sacrifice his life for him. The events of the day, along with unexpectedly running into Leah and Kai in the woods, were overwhelming for Amanda. But for John, it was almost unimaginable. She cradled John in her arms, his large body shaking as tears streamed down his face. She ran her fingers down his back, thinking of the tall and insecure woman who used to be her friend. Leah. Amanda's world was upside down after everything that had happened in the last few days. But one thing she was certain of, Leah would never harm Yasmin's baby. There was no doubt in her mind that Malcolm was lying about it. Leah was not a dangerous person. In fact, she risked a lot trying to warn Amanda about the decree, whispering instructions where she was. Why would Leah do that when she was in such danger, risking herself for Amanda and, in that moment, dawning realization washing over her? Her baby. Leah was trying to save them both. She shuddered as a paralyzing wave of fear coursed through her body, starting from her tailbone and climbing up to the base of her neck. In that moment, Adam's innocent and serious expression was clear as day in her mind. Malcolm was after him, and Amanda didn't believe that he no longer posed a threat. Chapter 56. Ben. Rain pattered on the window, the dim light from outside casting a shadow over Malcolm's office. The room smelled of old leather and fresh ink. Every surface was clean, with papers meticulously organized in stacks and books arranged by size. Malcolm's large wooden desk was the only thing standing between him and his loyal right hand, Ben. "Ben," Malcolm began, his voice smooth as velvet, the tone that always caught one off guard due to his power. His deep-set eyes never left Ben's, ensuring he held his attention. He showed no emotion whatsoever after all that had happened earlier. "You know, I've always admired your tenacity. You have a knack for finding what others can't." An uneasy feeling settled in the pit of Ben's stomach as he anticipated the consequences of Yasmin's actions. He could feel the tension in the room, thick and heavy. Malcolm appeared calm, but Ben knew better. He was struggling to keep it together, and that terrified Ben to the core. "Thank you, Malcolm. It's my position, after all." A hint of a smile played on Malcolm's lips. "Indeed. And, speaking of that, it's time. No more excuses. You need to bring me your wife and son." Ben raised an eyebrow, a feeling of unease coming over him. "Excuses, sir?" The rain's rhythm was the only sound in the room. Malcolm continued. "I understand the challenges, Ben, But I need you to understand something too. While I may speak lightly of it, this isn't a request. It's a demand. I need you to bring your wife in now.
You can't possibly believe she's involved with Malik's death.
Ben took a deep breath, attempting to calm the anxiety that was bubbling up inside of him. Beads of perspiration started forming on his skin.
And you know Leah had nothing to do with what Yasmin did.
Malcolm's gaze softened momentarily. Malik, my baby brother. A flicker of pain crossed Malcolm's face, revealing a raw and unguarded expression before vanishing. I've reason to believe she knows more than you think. We need to get to the bottom of this. He turned towards Ben. Is this a problem? Ben swallowed, Malcolm's words hanging in the air.
Understood, he finally responded. But Malcolm, you know how this will look for me, right? Bringing in my own wife for questioning?
There was a pause. Malcolm tilted his head, his calm and composed demeanor hiding the storm within. It's not about appearances, Ben. It's about justice for Malik.
Ben nodded slowly. All right, I'll do my best to bring her in, discreetly.
Malcolm leaned forward. The weight of his gaze was unrelenting. I've been patient, but my patience, like all things, has limits. His voice, while cool and seemingly light, carried a depth that left no room for doubt about the gravity of the situation. You're out of time, Ben. Bring her to me, or else don't come back at all. Ben straightened up, shaken by Malcolm's words. He didn't mean it, did he?
Malcolm?
His eyes pierced through Ben's, full of malice and unwavering conviction. Bring me your wife and your mistress.
Yasmin, why would I know where she was?
He held his tongue, not wanting to reveal that he knew exactly where Leah was. Malcolm turned his back to Ben and walked towards the window, gazing out at the rain that was steadily falling. Placing his hand against the glass, he rested his forehead on it. Where Leah is, Yasmin is never far behind, he remarked before turning back to face Ben. I want them both brought here. Immediately. Ben nodded and bent his head down low, acknowledging Malcolm's unspoken dismissal. He turned and walked out of the office without saying a word, knowing that words would have no impact or meaning at this point. Malcolm wanted action, demanded it. The task's weight pressed down on Ben's shoulders. Malcolm's trust in him was waning. There was an underlying warning that was not subtle. It made him think that maybe he'd not been so clever after all. Perhaps Malcolm had always been aware that Ben knew the whereabouts of Leah and the boy. It was a high-stakes game he played, keeping Leah hidden away without bringing her in. Could Malcolm have known all along Ben was keeping an eye on her? But how? Could it be that Ben had underestimated Malcolm? The possibility crossed his mind. After all, Malcolm Gobbo was the head of the decree, and he held the ultimate responsibility for every decision that had led them to this moment. Ben cursed out loud. Frustration and anger boiled inside of him. His feet pounded against the tiled floor as he stormed down the hallway towards his rooms. Doubt gnawed at him, wondering if he had made a fatal mistake. The weight of potential failure hung heavy in the air, suffocating him with every step he took. He could feel the cold sweat forming on his brow and the rapid thumping of his heart. Everything was on the line, and he had played the wrong card, and he was about to lose it all. Taking a deep breath through his nose, he stormed into his empty rooms. Enough was enough. It was time for action. First Leah, now Yasmin. These bitches were going to ruin everything he'd built with Malcolm. He clenched his jaw, trying to control the rising fury that simmered within him. Ben offered them everything, and they spit in his face for it, turning on him, determining to destroy him. He hurried to his room he shared with the ungrateful Yasmin. His gaze flicked around, half expecting to see Leah and Yasmin already there, waiting for him.
No more!
He would no longer allow these women to continue to sabotage his chances of success any longer. It was time to act and put an end to it. Stupid bitches, he grunted through gritted teeth. You just had to do it. You couldn't resist pushing me over the edge. He started filling a duffel bag, tossing in a pair of dark jeans and a black shirt. Well, now you've done it. You have no one to blame but yourselves. With a sharp zip, he sealed the bag closed and flung it over his shoulder in frustration. He caught a glimpse of himself in a nearby mirror. His sandy hair fell in front of his face, and he absent-mindedly brushed it back with his hand. He took a moment to smooth down any stray strands and collect himself. He knew exactly what he had to do. Only the slight twitch of his upper lip betrayed the organized calculations going on in his mind. Stupid bitches, he said once more to his reflection. Thought you'd fuck with me, did ya? He smirked, with a clear understanding of what he had to do. Chapter 57. Yasmin. Entering Hayden, Yasmin let out a long breath and switched off the van's engine. She closed her eyes for a moment, feeling relief wash over her. The never-ending fear and fatigue she had been carrying all day attempted to fade away upon seeing the familiar trailers. From the corner of her eye, Leah caught her attention. As soon as Leah saw the van, her face became a mixture of relief and anger. "Stay here, Adam," she said to the little boy standing beside her. Adam obeyed and sat down to play with his cars in the sand. Leah's feet crunched on the gravel as she made her way to the van parked haphazardly beside one of the trailers. The bright yellow paint was chipping and rust had spread, creating a sharp contrast with the leaves slowly transforming into vibrant autumn hues. Leah peered into the open window at Yasmin's ghostly form, tightly gripping the steering wheel as if her life depended on it. In a way, it did. Everything was crashing down on her. Yasmin stared straight ahead, her eyes focused on the towering trees that seemed to loom over the van, their bent branches reaching out like accusatory fingers, making her feel insignificant. "Did you finish what you needed to do?" Leah asked directly. A chill wind rustled through the leaves, echoing Yasmin's inner turmoil. She turned her pale face towards Leah. Crying had caused her eyes to swell, leaving her feeling numb and ready to faint. Yasmin nodded silently, unable to find the strength to speak. The words were lost, trapped in the dark parts of her, maybe gone forever. Leah swung the door open and extended her hand for Yasmin to take. Trembling, she allowed Leah to help her step down from the van. Her strength was gone, and she leaned heavily against Leah for support. Leah slammed the van door shut, and they walked slowly towards Adam. Yasmin clung to Leah's arm, afraid to let go for fear she would crumble to the ground and never get up again. She would just lay there on the dirty grass among the bugs and worms and sink into the soil deeper and deeper until eventually the earth swallowed her whole, leaving only the yellowed grass that would never grow in that spot again. They walked past Adam. She gazed at the young boy playing in the makeshift sandbox. His hazel eyes met hers, and her heart fluttered. He was the replica of Ben, down to every detail. He was beautiful. The boy bent his head back to his playing. She turned to Leah as she guided her to one of the trailers up ahead. Yasmin's voice was icy and lifeless as she strained to push the words out of her constricted throat. "He looks like Ben," she said, her words dropping like stones into the silence between them. Leah remained focused on the motorhome in front of them. "I know," she replied, "but that is where the similarities stop." Yasmin's tone was composed and lacking in any emotion as she spoke, her words losing strength soon to be gone. "You did the right thing coming here. Your son is fortunate to have you. No, I'm the lucky one to have Adam." Leah's face remained expressionless. Yasmin nodded, understanding. She almost had a son. Maybe he would have been like Adam. A sudden burst of emotion overwhelmed her, causing a sob to escape her lips without warning. She covered her mouth with her shaking hand, trying to hold back the sobs that were threatening to break free. "But you're wrong. I'm not a good mother." Leah kept her eyes fixed ahead as they approached the mobile home she shared with Adam. "I have to do better. He needs me to do a hell of a lot more than I've done so far." "I'm sorry," Yasmin said, trying desperately to hold back her tears. Leah tightened her grip on Yasmin's arm as she allowed her to cry. They reached the trailer, and Yasmin stopped.
I'm confused. Isn't this your place?
Her heart raced.
Oh God, please don't make this a joke.
Yasmin thought. I can't handle any more.
You'll be staying with us until you're back on your feet. Once you're well, we'll find you a place of your own. But for now, you'll be staying with Adam and me.
Leah met Yasmin's gaze, the first time since she had helped her out of the van. Yasmin could feel the vice-like grip of Leah's hand on her arm, grounding her and making it impossible for her to stumble or fall. The strength in Leah's grasp was unwavering. There was no discussion about it. Yasmin had no say in the matter. She was staying with Leah, and, to her surprise, she felt immense relief. Yasmin took a sharp intake of breath, feeling the sensation of something heavy lodged in her throat. She turned to Leah and asked the question that had been on her mind since the chaos began.
Why are you helping me? After everything...
She hesitated, not wanting to push her luck. With a quiet determination, Leah led Yasmin towards the front door. She reached for the knob, her hand steady, and turned it with a firm grip, revealing a bright, inviting room inside.
I once loved him too.
Leah turned to face Yasmin.
I know what Ben does to people who love him.
Tears welled up in Yasmin's eyes, causing her vision to blur. Her lower lip trembled as she nodded, barely able to hold back a sob. Leah wrapped an arm around her, and they walked together, like soldiers returning from war, into the trailer that would now be their home. Chapter 58. Ben. Ben knelt behind a thicket of overgrown bushes, peering through the tangled branches at the group of trailers nestled in the hidden grove. He admired their cunning choice of location, but they were still not quite cunning enough to evade his watchful eye. Well, and Leah led him right to them. His wife was predictable. Ben would give her that. Good old Leah, oblivious as always to the ramifications of her actions. Yasmin, on the other hand, was a different story. Seeing her emerge from the trailer, Ben's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't believe his eyes. There was Yasmin, standing right in front of him. Questions swirled in his mind as he struggled to keep his breathing even. Yasmin was everything opposite of Leah. There was nothing predictable about her. Ben would have never imagined she'd end up here at Hayden, let alone staying with Leah. Then again, he would have never guessed Yasmin would do what she did. The piercing, gut-wrenching wails of Tabitha as she collapsed to the floor, her fingers clawing and twisting, the fabric of the white blanket laying open on the bed. He couldn't escape the sound. The sheer intensity of her emotions was suffocating, and he struggled to push them out of his mind. The mere thought of it made his hackles rise up his spine. He disliked Tabitha immensely, but the sound that came from her, and the way she fell to the floor, showed Ben a side of her he never wanted to see again. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Yasmin to do what she'd done. The calculated coldness of her actions shocked him to the core. He had underestimated her cunning, and it had cost him dearly. Every move she made was like a swift strike from a cobra, leaving Malcolm, Tabitha, and Ben reeling. He realized the true depth of the ramifications of his betrayal. This was not just an act of revenge for Yasmin, but a carefully crafted plan to destroy him. It might have worked too, but he still had some tricks up his sleeve that not even Yasmin could mess up. Plans he'd been waiting patiently to put into place and get this sorry-ass crap behind him, and his place beside Malcolm's side secured. He was done with all this bullshit. It was ending, once and for all. Now, the time had come. Crouching deeper into the prickly bushes, he peered through a gap in the leaves and watched Leah walking with a teenage girl. The girl's belly was swollen, peeking out from underneath a baggy sweatshirt. She could have been mistaken for a pint-sized grunge groupie. She looked strangely familiar, like he'd seen her before. But how the hell would Ben know a pregnant punk kid? He shook his head, thinking about the native man, Kai, who had left about an hour ago with Chris on Weir, that sneaky weasel. Ben watched as they departed together, sensing that there was tension between them. Well, well, what is this? Ben thought. He couldn't help but find it intriguing as he observed the two men vanish into dense forest, with Chris trailing behind Kai like a reprimanded puppy. Throughout the morning, a native woman slipped in and out of Leah's trailer, her arms loaded with fresh water and blankets each time. Ben could hear soft murmurs coming from inside. Yasmin was in there, recovering. His anger grew. "Calm down," a voice said inside his head. "Don't act rash." He hunkered down in the shrubbery, brushing away a few stray leaves and twigs to make himself comfortable. He took a deep breath, trying to drown out the noise of his racing thoughts, and focused on the sounds of nature surrounding him, clearing his head of everything. Malcolm, Leah, Yasmin. All of them needed to get out of his brain for a bit so he could breathe and get his thoughts in order. He was so pissed everything had turned against him after all he'd done to get this far. He was almost there, and then boom, Yasmin goes and blows it all up. Ben heard a sound and sat up, peering through the leaves already beginning to change. Then he saw him. Adam. He looked a little older than the last time Ben saw him. His hair was longer, and his skin had the healthy glow of someone who spent most of his time outdoors. For a moment, Ben's heart stirred, twitching at the sight of his son playing by himself. His voice carried on the wind as he pushed his toys around, unaware of all the chaos surrounding him. But Ben brushed it aside. This wasn't his fault. This was Leah's. He warned her, and she didn't listen. In fact, Leah had made things worse when she went and helped Yasmin in destroying the one thing that mattered the most to Malcolm. She only had herself to blame for the consequences. Adam had the freedom to roam around the grounds. Everyone felt safe in their little hideaway, exactly what Ben needed to execute his plan. He leaned back, placing his hands behind his head to relax. His eyes stayed glued to the boy's every move, waiting for just the right time. Chapter 59. Leah. "Lonnie's coming," Summer said, turning to Leah, her words short and to the point. Leah looked up as Lonnie stepped out of the trailer alone. Summer barely looked at Leah, but that was progress for her. She was slowly coming around. Baby steps, but Leah would take it. After witnessing Summer's revelations when Yasmin first arrived, shocking everyone to the core, Leah reached out more to Summer. There was something so vulnerable and lost about the girl. She couldn't help but want to get to know her. She was alone in the world. Leah, more than anyone, knew what it was like to be alone, with no family. Well, until she had Adam. Everything changed once she had her son. Was Leah drawn to the young girl with her little dog for that reason? Was it because she reminded Leah a bit of herself? What she did know is she wanted to be in Summer's life, even if for some crazy break of luck the world turned back to normal. She wanted to be there for her and her baby. But right now, she had to gain the girl's trust. Baby steps. "I wonder how she's doing," Leah asked, shielding her eyes from the sun as Lonnie stepped down the stairs. "Lonnie or Yasmin?" Summer's voice hinted at accusation. It was no secret Summer didn't like Yasmin and Hayden. Not one bit. And she made no qualms about sharing those feelings. Leah understood completely. But wasn't she also a threat to Hayden? Her and Adam? Yasmin wasn't that different from Leah when it came down to the nitty-gritty. She, like Leah, fell for the wrong man. The same wrong man. Besides, she saw with her own eyes the impact left on the woman from all that she'd gone through and all she'd done. Leah couldn't turn her back on her. Not after what they'd done. What they witnessed in that room together. What Yasmin went through, withering on the bed in pain as she delivered the stillborn conceived from rape. It was horrible. There were no words for it. Leah, who'd always been pro-life, struggled with Lonnie's decision to help Yasmin end her pregnancy. In the end, she said she would assist Lonnie, not because she wanted to, but because she owed so much to the woman who'd stood up for Leah and Adam staying in Hayden. It was a terrible trade, one that wasn't asked for, but she did it. She helped Lonnie and had first-hand experience of what transpired in that room. changing Leah forever. Then later, when Yasmin returned, a broken shell of what she was before, Leah couldn't turn her back on her, even though she regretted helping Yasmin end her pregnancy, or maybe it was because she helped. It was she who saw the shaking woman in the van, paralyzed from all the trauma she'd gone through. It was her who helped Yasmin from the van to the trailer. Each step they took, a reminder that what had happened was something that neither of them would ever forget or forgive themselves for. They were linked now together, Leah, Yasmin, and Lonnie, after what happened in that room and what happened later when Yasmin left with the evidence of their crime. For better or worse, they were connected, and it was Leah's duty to follow through with helping Yasmin, hoping with all her might that the three of them could heal and move on from that dark day and put it behind them, and that no repercussions would follow. Lonnie walked towards Leah and Summer, her face expressionless. Leah knew that face because she wore it too. Regret, shame, responsibility, all of the above. Many people were responsible for Yasmin lying inside trying to heal more than just her body, and Lonnie and Leah were two who helped put her in there. Summer leaned in and wrapped her arms around Lonnie in a brief hug, but Lonnie clung onto her, hugging her back for a little longer and with more intensity.
God, Lonnie.
Summer pulled back, her face flushed yet soft, making Summer look younger than she already was.
I wasn't gone long, man. Take a chill pill.
Lonnie playfully slapped Summer's shoulder, her previously blank expression disappearing. In its place was a warm, radiant smile that seemed to radiate from the simple act of hugging Summer. It dawned on Leah, watching the woman and the girl banter back and forth. They loved each other, like family. In this crazy upside-down world, Leah couldn't even think of the future. Yet, against all odds, these two people had come together and formed a family, a real bond of love. It made Leah shiver and reawakened a longing she had tried to erase from her life long ago.
Gotta go,
Summer declared, her face alight. Lonnie squeezed Summer's arm, patting it with affection.
Where are you off to?
She asked.
Think I might grab my fishing rod and take Meggie Muggs down to the lake for a bit. Enjoy this fall weather. Never knew how pretty it could be outside the cities.
So true,
Lonnie said. At that moment, the wind picked up and swept over them, tossing their hair into the sky with it. It felt refreshing and smelled of everything autumn.
It might be my favorite time of year now,
Summer said, beginning to walk away. She talked without looking at Leah or Lonnie, but waved back at them, moving with ease, each step with a bit of a skip in them, despite the heavy burden of Summer's advancing pregnancy. The girl radiated youth and health and all the benefits that came from being young. They watched Summer go, both unable to express how much the younger girl had grown to mean to them. Summer was clueless about the impact she had made.
How's Yasmin?
Leah said, still watching as Summer disappeared around a bend of trees.
Better. The rest is helping,
Lonnie replied.
Good.
The two women walked together, allowing Yasmin to be alone.
Is she talking yet?
Lonnie shook her head no. Her brow creased with concern and guilt.
Lonnie?
Yes?
The older woman replied, her hands casually clasped behind her back.
What we did.
Malcolm... Leah stopped in her tracks, unable to hold back all the pent-up emotions just below the surface, waiting to break through.
I know. He will want revenge,
Lonnie said, looking up into the clear blue sky. Leah looked up too, amazed at how nature thrived despite the struggles of its people.
I'm afraid something bad is going to happen. I'm afraid for Adam. For all of us.
Lonnie nodded.
I feel it too,
she said, her voice revealing she knew only too well how cruel life could be.
Have we made a mistake? Taking Yasmin in and helping her?
Leah said in a low voice, hating that she felt the way she did, knowing it was too late to even speculate. Lonnie sighed as though reading Leah's thoughts.
What is done is done.
She walked again, eyes scanning every detail and taking in everything that surrounded Hayden. Frowning, she halted once more, nearly causing Leah to collide with her.
Something feels wrong. Missing.
Her voice came out heavy, drowning out any other noises in the camp. Like the world suddenly went silent. Leah felt a frigid chill engulf her as she slowly turned around, her feet rooted to the ground as she propelled herself in a circle. The trees, the trailers, and all that was in view swirled dizzyingly before her.
Something feels wrong here.
Lonnie's voice seemed to come from far away as goosebumps raised up on Leah's arms. She felt it too. Something wasn't right in Hayden.
Someone...
What was it? What was it that hung in the air, thick and frightening? Then it hit Leah.
Where's Adam?
She turned in circles, eyes aimlessly scanning the campground.
Where's Adam?
Her voice becoming more urgent as her feet jump into action, running towards the sand pit Adam had been playing in. That was it. That's what felt missing to Lonnie. Adam! Both women ran towards where Adam was last seen, fear in their eyes. Leah's feet moved on their own as she erupted into a yell.
Adam? Adam!
A weightless feeling spread throughout her body, as if she were floating. The sun disappeared behind dark storm clouds as she came to an abrupt stop. Lonnie's footsteps were right behind her. The air grew heavy with the scent of rain, and she could feel the energy crackling in the atmosphere. She turned to face Lonnie, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. The sandbox was empty, except for the orange toy truck lying abandoned in the sand. Chapter 60. Leah.
Adam!
The sound of Leah's own voice rang out through the dense forest, but there was no answer. She pushed aside branches and twigs as she trudged deeper into the woods, sweat beating on her forehead. Her heart raced as she tried to suppress the overwhelming panic bubbling inside. She stopped to catch her breath and heard a faint rustling in the distance, but it was just some others from Hayden, also searching for Adam. He may have wandered off in search of Kai. Adam loved spending time with him. Leah couldn't believe how deeply Adam idolized Kai. She had never seen him respond to anyone like it before. But why wouldn't he let her know? Adam knew the rules. He couldn't go anywhere or be with anyone without first telling her. She took a deep breath and attempted to calm her racing thoughts. Adam could already be back at Hayden, and she would have been freaking out for no reason. But she knew he wasn't there. She wiped her sweaty brow with the back of her hand and tried to think where a 3-year-old boy could have wandered off to. Leah. A man's voice shattered the stillness of the forest, slicing through the silence like a sharp blade. Startled, Leah spun around, her heart racing in her throat. She knew that voice. Dressed from head to toe in black, Ben stood in front of her with his hair slicked back from his expressionless face.
Ben?
She gasped, taken aback. How did he manage to sneak up behind her without making a sound? The ground was covered with dry leaves, and each step she took resulted in a loud crunching noise. It was like he materialized out of thin air. Fear caused the tiny hairs on her neck to stand on end. "Why are you here?" she asked, trying to keep her composure. "Well, let's see." His fingers stroked his chin as he advanced toward her. Unconsciously, Leah backed away. "What could possibly bring me here?" He raised his hands, looking around at the vast expanse of trees losing their leaves. "Stay where you are!" Her hand went out in front of her, warning him to stay back. He chuckled, amused. "Or what, Leah?" He moved closer. "I don't find you the least bit threatening, but I guess that's what happens when you marry someone. You get to know them pretty well."
Did I ever know you, Ben?
Leah asked, her throat tightening. She tried to shift her gaze to the left, searching for any way to escape or someone she could call out to for help. He stopped and cocked his eyebrow. "Didn't you know? I think you did. I think you knew exactly who I was. You were just too weak to admit it. That would require you to take action." Leah's face burned deep red. Ben's words seared into her brain. Was it true? Had she known all along just what type of man Ben was? No. She knew he was a lot of things, but not the man that stood in front of her.
I would never imagine you capable of all you did to Yasmin.
Leah felt herself burning with the anger that had been building for several months.
Or the murder of innocent people! Children, Ben! You're a father, for goodness sake!
Her voice shook with emotion as she uttered the word father.
That's messed up, Ben. So freaking messed up,
she said, feeling the defeat taking over her. Speaking of children, it seems like you misplaced one. Ben inspected his nails as he spoke, paying no mind to the accusations being thrown at him. A sudden understanding washed over Leah as her head snapped up, the realization coursing through her entire being.
You have him! You have Adam?
She lunged forward, grabbing Ben's shirt in her hands, twisting it tight. His fingers dug into Leah's wrists, his grip firm and unyielding as he yanked them away from his body. He glared at her with a fiery rage, his eyes locking onto her pale face.
Where is he?
She demanded, trying in vain to break free of his hold on her. Wouldn't you like to know? He shoved her back, releasing her wrists and throwing her off balance. She stumbled but didn't fall. Steadying herself, Leah moved forward again.
Where is he, Ben? Where is Adam?
Turning his back, Ben walked away, aware she would follow. Come along, Mama. Try to keep up.
You better not have hurt him.
Leah ran up beside Ben, stepping in front of him, bringing him to a halt. He pushed her aside like she was an annoying pet and continued walking.
Ben!
She said, running beside him, trying to keep up.
Please, Ben, please give him back to me.
She begged, gripping his arms and digging her nails into him. Ben pulled his arm away, looking at her with disgust. The problem with women like you and Yasmin is that you don't consider the consequences of your actions, he remarked, ignoring Leah's mortified expression as he kept walking, pushing aside any branches that dared to slow him down.
Ben,
Leah pleaded, fear building inside her as his words rang true in her ears. They did think about it, didn't they? But she never expected her actions would lead to Ben taking Adam from her. Shut up, Leah, and walk. I'm doing the talking now. Ben kept walking fast as Leah stumbled, trying to keep up beside him. You and Yasmin, my women. You have about ruined me with your antics. This latest one is really going to cost you, Leah. You! He swung around, grabbing her by the shoulders. You stupid woman! Did you think that there would be no repercussions for what you and Yasmin did? Why on earth would you help the woman you caught me in bed fucking? Are you just a sucker for punishment? Leah tried to speak, but she stumbled over her words.
Ben, I need you to tell me. Where is Adam?
She pleaded. I don't even want an explanation. It's too late. He released her with a look of disgust and continued his stride towards a clearing emerging on the side of the highway.
Where are you taking me?
Leah asked, noticing a van just up ahead, parked on the side of the road against the highway railing. You? I'm not taking you anywhere. He started down the paved road toward the waiting van.
Then why did you want me to follow you?
She asked, confused, with a sense of unease taking over once again. Ben approached the van and reached into his front pocket for his keys. With a quick turn of his hand, he unlocked the door and climbed inside. The door slammed shut behind him, leaving Leah standing outside. She pounded her fists against the window and yanked on the door handle, but Ben had already locked it.
Ben? Where is he? What are you doing?
Leah yelled, on the verge of hysteria, as Ben started the engine. She grasped the door handle once more, jiggling it with all her might to make it magically open.
Ben!
She screamed, pounding on the window once more with her fists. The dark window rolled down at a snail's pace, revealing Ben's cold eyes peeking out from behind the glass. My darling wife, I'm here to give you one last chance to see your son for the last time, he said, with a controlled expression and a small smile playing on his lips.
What?
Her heart raced as she leaned in, gripping the window ledge as if her life depended on it. Because it did.
What are you talking about?
Ben cocked his head towards the rear of the van. Leah pressed down on the window, trying to lower it, stretching her neck to look at what was inside the back seat. Adam was fast asleep, sprawled across the seat with his thumb in his mouth. His lips, smooth and plump, moved in a gentle sucking motion around his thumb, looking just like he did when he was a baby.
Adam!
Leah yelled through the window, feeling the pain in the palms of her hands as she smacked them repeatedly against the glass.
Adam!
The little boy didn't move. Frantically, Leah reached through the window, her fingers trying to grasp hold of Ben.
What have you done to him?
She cried out in a panic, the sound of her own voice vibrating in her ears. The window started to roll up, trapping Leah's wrist and hand. Panic surged through her body. The gap between the glass and frame narrowed. She looked at Ben wide-eyed, feeling the sharp edge of the window pressing into her flesh.
Ben, what did you do to him?
Leah's voice rose in hysteria, her mind blinded by the sight of Adam unconscious in the back of the van and her inability to reach him.
Just gave him a little something to help him sleep. He doesn't seem to trust good old Dad anymore. Now, Leah, say goodbye,
he hollered above Leah's screams.
No! Please give him back!
Ben wrenched Leah's hand and painfully pushed it out the window.
You did this, Leah! I warned you! You have only yourself to blame!
He rolled the window all the way up and kicked the van into gear, spitting out dust and pebbles in its wake.
No!
Leah's feet hammered against the pavement as she raced behind the van, her arms outstretched and fingers grasping in vain as the van continued to speed away and disappear out of sight.
Adam!
Chapter 61. Adam. Adam struggled to open his heavy eyelids, but they didn't want to listen. He remained still, feeling every bump and turn as the van drove down the winding road. Where was Mama? He felt scared. He didn't know where he was or where Mama was. Then he remembered. Daddy. Adam crouched on the ground, his legs folded beneath him. He held onto his vibrant orange toy truck, moving it back and forth in the gritty sand, carving out tracks and trails while watching the busy happenings of the campsite. The sun blazed behind him, but he didn't even notice as he made engine noises and pushed through the dirt, feeling the sand get trapped under his fingernails. He liked it here at Hayden. Mama seemed so much happier. The warmth of the sun's rays seeped into his skin, starting at the crown of his head and cascading down his spine. He ran his dirty fingers through his hair, enjoying the sensation of heated strands. The crisp scent of dew and fallen leaves filled the air. For Adam, there was no other smell that made him think of home more. He made roads in the sand as he played. Mama passed by with Lonnie, a worried look on her face. That made Adam's tummy hurt. He didn't like it when Mama had that worried face. It scared him, made him feel like something bad was going to happen. And fast. Maybe it was because of that woman Mama said was going to stay with us for a bit. He couldn't remember her name, but he remembered her face. Adam was really good at remembering people's faces. He remembered seeing her at the old home with... He shoved his truck through the dirt, trying to push away the memories he didn't want to remember. He didn't want to think about that time. Here was better. Without warning, the sun disappeared from sight, and darkness engulfed Adam. He gazed upward with wide, innocent eyes that blinked rapidly in confusion. "Hello, Adam," the shadow greeted. Adam squinted, trying to focus. He raised his hands to shield his eyes. His father stood over him. Adam jumped to his feet, the orange truck Kai gave him slipping from his grasp.
Daddy?
Daddy had his crooked smile on, the one where the side of his mouth arched up funny, only on one side. The kind of smile that made Adam think he was laughing, but not in a funny way. "Hey, big guy. How you been?" Adam tilted his head down, unable to block the sun's unforgiving rays piercing through the gaps around Daddy. He closed his eyes tightly, hoping that by shutting out the world, he could make his father disappear.
"You're not supposed to be here."
With a sigh, Adam rubbed his eyes with his hands, smudging dirt across his face. "Who says?" Daddy motioned around himself, like he was looking for someone. "Your mother? Her Indian boyfriend?" Daddy moved the strap from his backpack off his shoulder. The weight of the bag began to fall until he caught it in time before it hit the ground.
"You're not supposed to say Indian. Kai told me so,"
Adam said, not looking up at his father. Oh yeah? Why? Does it hurt his tender feelings? Daddy laughed like he thought it was funny, but Adam didn't think it was. He wished Kai would come up and punch Daddy right in the face. Is that what your mother is into now? Long-haired pansies who get all broken up with words? Adam ignored his father and sat back down in the dirt. He made motor noises with his mouth, hoping if he was loud enough, it would bug Daddy and he would go away. Listen, buddy, I need you to come with me for a bit. Daddy opened his backpack and rummaged around, looking for something. Adam's head shook back and forth. He would not listen to his father. He avoided eye contact, hoping that Mama would return with Lonnie, maybe even Summer. They could beat Daddy up and get rid of him. Summer said she was part dragon. She could turn into a dragon girl and scare away Daddy for sure.
Where were they? Why is it taking them so long to come back?
I'm not exactly asking your permission, buddy boy. Daddy smiled as he pulled out a clear bottle with liquid in it and a rag from his pack. He soaked the cloth and leaned over Adam's bent head. Adam's mouth flew open in protest, his eyes bulging as he tried to push the cloth away with his hands. His hair flailed around wildly as he shook his head, but all that escaped from his lips was a feeble no. With the cloth covering his mouth and nose, Adam fought against his father's grip, but Daddy held him tightly, whispering in his ear, Mama's been a bad girl. Now Daddy has to punish her. And everything went black. He remembered it all now. Daddy was going to punish Mama. Adam struggled to keep his eyes open, glimpsing the sky through the dark window. A sleek raven glided overhead, its wings outstretched as if it were watching him inside the van. It swooped closer, hovering just within Adam's line of vision. His eyes grew heavier and heavier until he couldn't keep them open any longer and fell back into a deep sleep. But before he did, he wondered where Daddy was taking him and if he would ever see his Mama again. Chapter 62. Leah. She moved at a sluggish pace, her feet dragging as she trudged forward. The sun's intense rays beat down on the pavement, creating an illusion of melted asphalt. Leah's vision blurred as she focused on the road ahead, desperately scanning for any sign of Ben's van. But it was gone, along with Adam. She chased after the van with every ounce of energy she had until, eventually, her body gave out and she collapsed onto the pavement. Her sides screamed out with pain, and her legs refused to carry her any further. Eventually, she forced herself up and continued. A bridge appeared in the distance, and she trudged forward like a zombie, numb to the world around her, stumbling on the abandoned highway. The loud trills of birds in the nearby trees broke the facade that life, as Leah knew it, had stopped. It continued to go on, indifferent to her struggles. As she passed under the bridge, the sun vanished and took with it the oppressive heat, sending a wave of relief over her. She leaned against the side of the bridge, sliding down exhausted until she was sitting on the ground. A deep sigh escaped her lips as she felt the coarse rocks and pebbles pressing against her body. She didn't care. She felt nothing. A cool breeze rustled the loose strands of her damp hair, still pulled back in a ponytail. Without thought, she pushed the strands from her sunburned face and rested her head back against the cool surface of the bridge. Her skin felt sensitive and thin, just like her soul. She'd been walking for hours, and the sun was still high in the air. It was getting late, and here she was on a deserted highway, surrounded by nothingness. Nowhere nearer to Adam than when she last saw him, drugged, in the back seat of the van. She closed her eyes, feeling defeat seeping into her burnt flesh. She'd lost him, and it was her own fault. There was no way Leah was going to catch up with Ben like this. Besides, she would have no strength left to deal with getting Adam back if she forced her already degrading body forward. She needed help. Getting Adam back would not be easy, maybe impossible. Alone, she was almost sure to fail. With help, maybe there was a chance. Maybe. Either way, Leah needed to face the facts. She couldn't do it alone. She would need to return to Hayden and regroup. How would she manage that? How could she possibly go backwards from Adam? What would happen to him in the time between then and now? The very thought of giving up and going back was unthinkable. What kind of mother would she be if she just turned away from the path her son had gone? She pulled her bent legs up to her chest and buried her face in them, allowing the sobs trapped inside her to be free. She was doing Adam no good, stumbling, lost, along an empty highway in this stifling heat. She sighed, placing her hands on the gritty road. Trembling, she stood up on weak legs. Everything swarmed before her as she grasped the side of the bridge for support. She closed her eyes to steady herself, her mind set on a decision. She would turn back alone, without Adam.
"I won't leave you, baby,"
she said through cracked lips, her tongue thick and coated from lack of water.
"I'm coming to get you. I'm coming."
She turned back from where she came, pushing one foot in front of the other, determined as ever to get Adam back. Time was lost. The road and the sky merged, creating a hazy blur, leaving her clueless about the hours or even the day. All she knew was to keep moving forward and to not even think about stopping, because if she did, it would be over. The sun's heat still burned down, relentless in its pursuit of her, punishing Leah for not being more careful, for doing things she had no right to get involved with, and now she'd lost Adam. Her heart would not stop hurting. She thought she'd felt pain before. Her parents' death, Ben's disappointment as a husband and father, the destruction of the world she lived in. She thought she'd experienced it all, but none of it compared to this. This raw, feral thing inside her, squeezing the essence that was her out. It hurt just to move forward, and she wondered if she would survive. Dehydration and exhaustion had driven her to the brink of delirium as she trudged for hours under the unforgiving sun, consumed by sorrow. The blistering road seemed to sizzle under the intense heat, creating the illusion of rippling waves, making the horizon appear to waver like water in the air. A small, black object soared through the sky, jolting Leah back to reality. She snapped her head upwards, blinking, struggling to regain her focus and identify what was approaching her. A raven cawed loudly, breaking through the hazy fog in her mind, bringing her back to reality. Leah's parched lips parted as she weakly raised her hand towards the sky. The tune of Adam's favorite song from a movie about immigrant mice played on repeat in her thoughts. He used to sing it all the time, and knew the lyrics by heart. She struggled to sing, her voice cracking under the weight of thoughts about Adam being alone without her, frightened. The raven swooped down close, and she should have felt scared, but she didn't. She centered her focus on it, like it was a beacon of light guiding her way. Leah pressed her tongue against the dry roof of her mouth, searching for any trace of moisture. She moved it around, feeling the rough texture of her tongue against her chapped lips, and tried to make spit. Swallowing a few times, she kept her eyes on the bird as Adam's voice sung the song playing in her head. The raven, so close now she could see his eyes, turned, flying in the same direction she was going, just a few feet from her, and cawed out like he was calling her to follow. Leah did, still rolling her tongue around, trying to make saliva. Her gaze followed the movements of the raven before landing on something else ahead. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, and her eyes narrowed in confusion as the song grew louder in her mind. Was the singing coming from ahead? She quickened her step, her mind focused on what she thought she was seeing far in front of her. A boy, not much older than Adam, stood in the distance. His long, light brown hair whipped in the wind as a raven circled above him, almost as if it was beckoning Leah to come closer to them both. The raven flapped his wings as the boy gestured towards her with his hand. Leah waved back, hearing the tinkling of his laughter burst into her ears, waking her up and clearing her mind. Everything became brighter and more alive, and her body surged with adrenaline as she tried to catch up to the boy with the raven, his light brown hair flowing around his tan face.
"Who are you?"
she asked, not sure if she'd said it out loud or in her head. The young boy stood on the edge of the road, his hand raised high in the air as he called out to her. He turned and followed the raven as it circled above them, the sky quickly darkening around them. She could hear the boy singing, his voice traveling across the air as the sky changed, letting go of the heat as the sun fell behind the horizon. Soon the moon would come, and the coolness of the night. Leah quickened her step, feeling her mouth fill with spit, and sang along with the boy and the raven ahead. Somewhere out there, beneath the pale blue moon. Chapter 63. Kai. Kai stared out into the forest. It was uninviting and harsh, a stark contrast to his usual feelings of familiarity and comfort. Then again, he was losing his mind. Adam had disappeared, and Leah had gone after him, and no one had seen her since. He didn't know what to do. He could feel his heart beating in his chest, as though it might burst out at any moment. Of all the days for this to happen, why did it have to be the one day when he was gone? With Chris no less attempting to repair the damaged trust between them. As they approached Hayden, Lonnie stood waiting for them. Kai's stomach tightened at the look on Lonnie's face. He was feeling hopeful about moving forward with Chris, but all of that took a back seat when he received the news of Adam's abduction and Leah's disappearance. A deep sense of despair replaced all his optimism and energy, leaving him feeling hollow and helpless. He'd been a mess ever since. A roaring flame of anger burned within him, directed at himself for not being there when Adam needed him the most. He could feel the heat rising in his chest, fueled by guilt and regret. He was supposed to be Adam's Indian warrior, and then there was Leah, out there alone and vulnerable with no one to protect her. He didn't like to admit it, but he knew what Leah must be feeling, because he was feeling it too. And he knew he shouldn't. He wasn't the boy's father, but there was something about Adam and the unexplainable connection between him and Chrissy. It wasn't logical, but he couldn't shake the belief deep within himself that Chrissy had brought him to the boy. And in the process, Kai developed a strong fondness for Adam. More than fond. Frustrated and out of breath, he returned to the compound after another fruitless search through the woods. Earlier, he'd driven down the highway and scoured every inch of the surrounding area, but Leah was nowhere to be seen. He found himself back at the edge of the woods, the same place where Leah had vanished. He stood there in silence, staring into the stillness of the forest. From behind, he could hear Lonnie making her way towards him. "Did you see anything?" "Nothing," he whispered. A sharp pain tugged at his heart, a feeling he had almost forgotten, when once it was constant. He noticed a black raven soaring in the sky and narrowed his eyes as an unexpected sense of serenity washed over him. He turned his attention to the nearby woods, where the bird had emerged, calling out into the air. His eyes followed the frantic movements of the raven, its sharp cries cutting through the stillness of the forest. Before he knew it, his feet were carrying him towards the woods, drawn forward from some unknown force. He could hear Lonnie calling out to him. "Where are you going?"
"There's something out there. I have to go."
Without a second thought, he took off running towards it. And then, like magic, there she was, stumbling through the underbrush, towards him. Leah's knees buckled when she saw Kai approaching. She fell into his arms, and he lifted her with ease. Above them, the raven let out a piercing squawk and dove towards them before soaring back into the sky.
"I've got her!"
Kai's voice reverberated through the forest as he looked down at Leah's limp body cradled against his chest. In a blur of movement, Chris and several others appeared, racing towards them.
"Oh my God, is she okay?"
Summer's worried voice floated behind them, her movement slowed by the weight of her growing pregnancy.
"Leah! Leah! You all right?"
Kai's face was so close, Leah's breath tickled his lips. It took all his willpower not to press them against hers. There was never anyone he had been more relieved and overjoyed to see in his entire life. His eyes flickered towards Lonnie, feeling a wave of fear and gratitude rushing through him, all his feelings for Leah exposed for his sister to see. "We have to bring her inside and get some water into her," Lonnie spoke, resting her hand on Kai's arm, understanding. His chin lifted in a subtle nod as he held Leah close, her head tucked into his chest. The scent of her sweat mixed with the dampness of the woods filled his nostrils as she draped her arms around his neck, clinging to him, her body heavy and weak against his. Lonnie leaned in closer, straining to hear Leah's words as she struggled to speak through her dry mouth. she said, her voice a faint whisper.
I'm coming, Chrissy. I'm coming.
Kai and Lonnie froze, their eyes connected in a wordless exchange of astonishment and surprise.
Adam,
Leah whimpered, her face crumbling in torment.
Adam.
They leaned in, one on each side of Leah's feverish head, and rested their foreheads against hers. With their eyes closed, they spoke as one.
We've got you, Leah. We've got you.
Chapter 64. Lonnie. Lonnie stared across the vacant table at Leah, crumpled in despair. Her tangled hair and sunburnt skin only added to the worry on her face, but she was regaining her focus and composure. Well, as much as one could have in this situation. Adam was gone. Despite all their efforts to keep him safe, Adam's father had managed to get his hands on him, right under their noses, without effort, with no one the wiser. Now, here was Leah, sun-baked, dehydrated, broken down to the core. Lonnie knew only too well this devastation. The way in which a mother can be broken. It was always through her children. Always. Through Leah's sobs, Lonnie heard a creak and noticed someone standing outside the half-open door to the sterile mess hall. Long, dark hair peeked through, and her heart swelled with hope and pride. It was Kai. His worried face appeared strong, and yet not as confident as he always tried to be. She acknowledged his presence with a nod. Her brother had been leaning against the wall, ready to run towards Leah in case she collapsed again. Now he stood, tense, his eyes trained on her with a mix of longing and concern. A look Lonnie understood and felt for her brother. He was in love with Leah, and didn't even know it. Or, worse, he knew and refused to acknowledge it. But now, seeing Leah this way, torn to pieces and helpless, it was hard for Kai to hide his true feelings. He, like the rest of them, felt shaken. And there was Adam. Kai had a strong connection with the boy. He'd given his most prized possession to him. The little orange truck that Chrissy loved so much. Lonnie, of all people, knew how much the truck meant to her brother. It was no ordinary toy. It was all he had left to hold solid in his hands that was Chrissy. She sighed, thinking of Chrissy, feeling the goosebumps rise on her arms, remembering the words Leah said as she collapsed into Kai's embrace. Later, when she had some water and warm broth, through broken lips, she retold the story of Adam in the back seat of Ben's van, drugged and unconscious. How she begged Ben to give Adam back, and then the horror as he drove away, leaving her abandoned in the middle of the highway, alone. She recounted her journey of running after the van, even after it had long disappeared over the horizon, and she knew she would never catch up. Her struggle to return to Hayden and the anguish of turning away from where Adam had gone. It was a dark journey of the soul. What happened after, following the raven and the boy, well, Lonnie didn't have answers for that. All she knew was it couldn't be a coincidence. Leah pushed back from the table and paced the room, clutching the little orange truck that Adam loved so much, holding it tight, like Kai used to hold it after Chrissy. Lonnie closed her eyes. She felt a hand touch her knee and looked up into Chris's concerned blue eyes. He squeezed her knee in comfort, and she felt not for the first time how much she loved this man before her. Thank goodness she'd nearly run him over all those months ago. Chris brought her back to life. He knew all the deep darkness within her, the shame she would carry forever, and the sorrow she could never erase. He knew all her ugly spots, along with the good, and yet he still loved her. She knew his, too, and together they would spend a lifetime trying to do better than what they did in the past.
How do we get him back?
Her voice hushed as she spoke to him. Hearing Lonnie speak, Leah turned around in terror. She reached up and grabbed at her hair, but resisted the urge to pull it out as she continued to move, whimpering.
Lonnie!
She cried out, wanting for someone to make this all not real, to take away the horror building inside her.
My baby, Lonnie! My innocent little boy!
A moan escaped Leah's lips, raising the hairs on Lonnie's arm. She knew this moan of a mother, and she never wanted to hear it ever again. Without hesitation, Kai rushed to Leah's side and held her fragile body in his powerful embrace.
Shh now. We will get him back. I won't stop until Adam is in your arms where he belongs.
Kai held Leah's head to his chest, his hand removing her finger's tight grip on her hair. Overcome, Leah began to wail. The reality of Adam gone was too much.
I can't bear the thought that he isn't in the other room, safely asleep in bed. I just want to walk in and kiss his damp forehead and feel his chest rise and fall with his breathing.
A cry of agony escaped out of Leah's mouth as Kai held her, allowing all her strength to be held up by him.
How could I have lost him? I can't live without Adam, I can't.
Kai smoothed back the sweaty hair plastered to Leah's forehead. His face revealed all too familiar feelings rushing to the surface, knowing only too well what Leah felt. Lonnie watched as her little brother clutched the devastated mother to him. She knew Kai was a tower of strength and was always there when needed. How many times as a small boy did he wrap his lanky arms around Lonnie's waist when he thought she needed him? And how many times did he make everything all right with just that warm embrace and comforting words? Too many times for her to count. Kai stood tall as he held on to Leah with an unbreakable grip. Somehow, some way, Lonnie knew he was going to get Adam back in Leah's arms where he belonged. Kai was going to give one mother back her son if it killed him. She took one more look at the two figures entwined, both unaware that they were supporting each other. Their hidden feelings flowed between them, despite their attempts to conceal them from one another. Taking a deep breath, she leaned into Chris, planting a quick kiss on his cheek, and pulled herself up from the table. Leah saw her standing just a few feet away and pulled herself away from Kai's lingering embrace, the warmth of his body replaced by a sudden chill that made her shiver. It took all of her strength to stand upright as she tried to compose herself. The older woman's hand lifted Leah's pale, quivering chin. There was no strength in her jaw, but that was okay. Lonnie had enough for both of them.
"Listen to me, Leah,"
she said in a soft, calm voice.
"You need to search inside yourself to find the strength to fight. Your guides will help you. You just need to listen to them."
Leah rolled her eyes through swollen eyelids.
Following a raven and an imaginary boy will not bring my son back to me.
She wiped her red nose with the back of her hand, leaving a wet streak behind. Lonnie breathed in with her lips pressed together, feeling the energy flowing back into Leah.
"I feel you there,"
she silently said in her head, thinking of the raven and the young boy with the long hair. The name Leah called him when she collapsed escaped her memory. The only thing she could recall was his singing voice and his light brown hair fluttering in the wind, and Adam alone in the world as the other boy gestured for Leah to follow him. Leah might not believe in guides, but that didn't matter. She had them anyway. Lonnie looked directly into Leah's eyes, her own unwavering.
"You'll need every ounce of strength and courage for your next journey," she told her.
Leah held back a sniffle, trying to control her panic beginning to bubble up to the surface once again, this time threatening to overflow.
"You are like a coffee mug that sits alone on the table."
Lonnie directed Leah's gaze to the lone cup sitting on the gray metallic folding table.
"That mug looks empty and isolated, but beside it is the coffee spot that it once held within it. It lies beside it. Even though the cup looks alone, it is not. The coffee is still there."
Leah appeared sluggish and drunk, struggling to comprehend Lonnie's incoherent rambling. She took a deep breath, feeling the heaviness in her chest lessen slightly. Lonnie placed a firm hand on Leah's slumped shoulder.
"You, my girl, are not alone. Your coffee spots are there. You just cannot see them,"
Lonnie continued, her voice soothing, as she looked at Chris and Kai, who had retreated towards the entrance.
"We are the sturdy table that supports your cup, and we will not let you fall. Our strength will keep you standing tall until you are replenished once more."
Lonnie watched as Kai disappeared, leaving the space between the door empty. An aura stood in his absence, bright with Kai's energy. If anyone could get Adam back, it was him. One thing she knew was when her brother put his mind to something, nothing would stop him from succeeding. Chapter 65. Summer and Leah. Dragging her feet, Leah trailed behind Kai as he effortlessly ascended each step with his long, lean figure. They entered the supply room, a makeshift wooden structure that Kai had built before the Decree invasion ravaged their world. He moved effortlessly from task to task, packing up all the necessary items for their upcoming journey. Summer stood in the doorway, watching in silence as the two in front of her prepared for the journey they were about to take. She couldn't hold it any longer.
I want to come too,
she blurted out, her hand instinctively resting on her aching lower back as she arched slightly to ease the throbbing pain. Kai and Leah's heads turned in unison, their expressions mirroring shock, their gaze fixed on her protruding belly.
No.
Kai's voice was abrupt. He turned back to his task, signaling that the conversation was over.
Why not? I could be help.
Summer's heart pounded in her chest as she thought of what faced Leah and Kai ahead.
I could be your lookout. Watch your back.
A puzzled expression crept across Kai's face, his features contorting in confusion as he turned to Summer.
Have you lost your complete mind? Have you looked at yourself lately? You have got to be kidding me.
Summer felt her face flush with embarrassment as she averted her gaze, humiliated to appear weak in front of Kai.
I am still capable. I can still kill.
Kai let out a loud, disgusted sound and turned away. With rough, impatient movements, he continued to pack up his backpack, shoving water bottles inside. His back was tense with frustration as he angrily zipped up the bag, trying to calm himself down. Summer tensed, unable to say a word. She felt so many emotions running through her and didn't know how to process any of them. What would she do if something happened to Kai, even Leah? She wanted Adam to be safe, of course she did. She liked the little dude, even if he was a bit strange. He was a kid after all. An innocent little kid. But she didn't want them to go. She was afraid. Bad things happened to those She paused, trying to push away the words that wanted to come. She didn't want to have feelings for Kai or Lonnie, for anyone. Of course, Chris's actions flooded her mind, and her heart wanted to shatter it by his betrayal. She clenched her jaw and ran her hand over her forehead, trying to suppress the lump in her throat when she thought of Chris. She had no idea she had such intense feelings for him until he admitted his betrayal to them all, making the pain even sharper.
Instead of fixating on murder, perhaps you should focus on the well-being of the child.
Kai swung his head around, causing his dark hair to fall over his shoulder.
Besides,
he said, noticing Summer's volatile expression,
we have no idea how long we will be away, and it's important for you to stay near Lonnie now.
He looked at Leah moving aimlessly around the room. Summer thought, he is thinking one unstable woman is enough.
Fine,
she said, resigned, knowing he was right. The ache in her back only proved it. As hard as it was to wrap her brain around it, her body was becoming an entire entity of its own, with each passing day, slowing her down in ways she could have never imagined. The bigger she got, the less she could move with ease, and the more she grew anxious about what was to come.
What are you going to do? How are you going to get Adam back?
Summer asked, changing the direction of the conversation. Leah's swollen face snapped back to life as she whirled around with sudden energy.
Don't know. Guess we will see when we get there,
Kai replied, resuming his packing.
I am going to kill Ben,
she said, clutching her fist in front of Summer.
I'm going to kill him for taking my baby.
Her lips curled down, exposing her teeth and gums, making her look mean and ugly. Summer pulled back, appalled at Leah's uncharacteristic behavior. Without thinking, she instinctively placed a hand over her stomach and gently massaged it. What was she so shocked about? Summer already knew she'd kill for her own child. What made her think Leah wouldn't too? Leah spun away, her movements filled with desperate urgency. She rummaged through the shelves of supplies, her fingers flying over the objects, searching for what would be suitable for the journey ahead. The sounds of rustling and clanging echoed in the room as she continued to search with fierce determination, ignoring Summer, focusing only on getting what they needed so they could leave.
Enough of the killing already,
Kai said, exasperated.
Sheesh.
He shook his head and reached for a tent stored on a top shelf against the wall.
We have to hurry before we're too late,
Leah rambled, ignoring Kai's words.
Ben is out for revenge. We shouldn't have done it. We should have just left well enough alone.
She turned quickly and came face to face with a surprised Summer.
You were right.
Her lips trembled as her bloodshot eyes filled again with tears.
We should have listened to you and never helped her. Never! Now they have my baby.
Her hand flew to her mouth as she held back a silent sob, biting down on the dirty flesh of the back of her hand.
Why? Why did I help her? Why?
Summer shook her head, desperately trying to push back the fear that threatened to consume her. Leah's raw emotions were too much for Summer to handle. Her pain was too fresh and familiar. She couldn't handle looking into Leah's distraught face any longer, or hear her desperate pleas.
I can't,
She tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. Summer pivoted abruptly and stepped out into the pouring rain. She quickened her steps to keep up with the pounding rain beating against her. She didn't want to run, but she couldn't help it. Her emotions were getting the best of her. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Were they from her eyes or the sky? She didn't know, but she quickly wiped them away with her sleeve, only for them to fall again. Her eyes squinted, scanning the area, not wanting anyone to catch sight of her vulnerability. Amidst the sound of the storm, Leah's wail could be heard once more in the background. Summer clutched her ears with her fists and ran as fast as her weighted-down body would allow. Leah stood in the open doorway, her eyes following Summer's frantic movements as she clutched her stomach, trying to sprint through the relentless downpour, already soaked to the bone. The rain beat against the windows and roof, creating a deafening void in the pit of hell Leah was in. Gripping the edge of the door, she leaned out, releasing a gut-wrenching scream from a place deep within her she never knew existed. Her heart was broken. How on earth was she ever going to get Adam back, if it wasn't too late already?
No, no, no!
She shook her head back and forth, her drenched hair whipping wildly in the never-ending torrent outside. It came at her from all directions, like angry fists pounding against her face, for her stupid choices and reckless disregard for her son's safety. Strong hands grabbed her shoulders from behind, pulling her into the room. She turned her limp head to see Kai's solid chest behind her, letting herself collapse into his support. "We are going to get him." Pressed tight against him, Kai's deep and powerful voice penetrated within her, sending vibrations throughout her body. With each exhale, Leah could feel his warm breath in her damp hair, causing a tickling sensation near the tips of her ears. She could feel herself standing taller and straighter under his steady grip.
How, Kai? How are you and I going to go up against Malcolm and the decree?
Dripping wet, she met his gaze, her eyes drawn to his strong and angular features.
"I have faith."
He leaned in, lowering his head to meet her upturned face. They stood mere inches apart, close enough for her to see the particles in their breath mingling together in the air between them. Leah's mouth opened up as she pushed a wet strand of hair off her forehead with the back of her hand.
Faith? You've got to be kidding me.
She stood back, bringing her hand to her mouth, trying to hold back the hysteria rising in her once again.
For real? Faith? That's the plan to get Adam back?
She let out a strangled laugh.
"Don't make fun of me,"
Kai said, visibly offended.
Make fun of you? How on earth do I have time right now to make fun of you? My son is gone, Kai. He's gone. Do you understand that? Does anyone understand that? Do you possibly know how I'm feeling right now?
Without warning, she pivoted on her heels to walk away, only to turn back around once more. She grabbed Kai roughly by the shirt, twisting it right in her palm as she pulled savagely.
This mumbo-jumbo talk won't bring Adam back. Do you hear me?
Without flinching, he grabbed Leah's wrists and wrenched them free from his shirt.
"You are not the only one who has lost a son."
Leah yanked her arms free. Glaring, she rubbed her wrists.
What is that supposed to mean?
Leah said, cringing at the venom that came with her words. Kai turned away from her, going back to arrange their gear. Everything was ready. The rain outside came down harder, as though the universe opened up and let loose all the tears for every child ever lost.
What do you mean, Kai? Tell me now.
He looked up from his bag and fixed his sight on the wooden boards of the wall, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Leah.
It means I couldn't save Lonnie's son from death's clutches. But there is no way in hell I will let it happen again. We will bring Adam home.
He stood, picking up the 2 large backpacks, and turned to Leah. She stared at him in shock and confusion as he handed her one of the bags.
This I have faith in.
And he walked out the door and into the pouring rain, waiting for her to follow. Chapter 66. Kai. They walked in silence, their footsteps making soft splashes as the rain continued to fall in a steady drizzle, still clinging to their clothes and skin like a damp shroud. They didn't say a word, allowing the steady patter of rain falling around them to be the only sound to penetrate their already numb brains. Besides, Kai knew what Leah was thinking. What was the point of repeating it all? Saying it over and over again didn't change the facts. So they continued. Kai in front of Leah, holding back just a little. Enough that he knew she was there, but yet far enough to know he wasn't ready to talk just yet. They were making their way towards the clearing of parked vehicles. The plan was to drive to Leah's cabin as a home base, and from there, they would assess the situation at the Decree compound and devise a plan to rescue Adam. It wasn't a fully developed goal, but it was all they had for the moment. And anything was better than standing still with no plan at all. Kai's leather jacket was soaked, his dark hair matted to his skull. He looked and felt miserable. Acting on impulse, he glanced back at Leah. She appeared no better. 2 drowned rats. She met his gaze, her face set. It made Kai uncomfortable, and he turned away, focusing his attention on his footsteps and not tripping over any of the wet roots exposed from all the rain. He could hear her behind him, her footsteps quickening, and was taken aback when she grabbed his arm and brought him to a sudden halt. Kai spun around, his face dripping wet, his features stern and determined.
What did you mean back there?
Leah stood still in front of him, blocking his path and preventing him from moving forward.
We have to go. There is no time to talk.
Knocking her with his shoulder, Kai pushed on. She rushed forward, catching up to him, trying to keep pace with his long strides.
We have a lot ahead of us, Kai. And I want to know what you meant when you said you couldn't save Lonnie's son. Did she have a son? Why doesn't she talk about him?
Kai stood still without turning, his face contorted with emotion.
Yeah, Lonnie. Why don't you talk about him? Lonnie had a son.
But... Leah stuttered, surprised, her hand raised with something in it that Kai hadn't noticed. She cupped it, confused, then dropped her hand, not exposing what it was. Of course, Leah didn't know. How could she? This was news she hadn't expected. He turned to her, his eyes focused and clear. The animosity he felt for her steamed off as the rain fell, sizzling it out with each drop that touched his angry flesh.
Lonnie's son was killed, Leah. He was the only child she was able to carry to term, and he died days after his 4th birthday.
He turned away, Chrissy's small, dark face surfacing in his mind.
Oh, Chrissy, how I failed you. How I failed Lonnie.
How Lonnie failed her son. Kai swallowed, the anger building again. He couldn't think like that. He couldn't blame Lonnie for what happened to Chrissy. But he did. He blamed her most of all. Leah's mouth gaped open, unable to digest this new information.
How? When?
She sputtered out.
It was a long time ago.
Kai walked once more, his head bent low.
But Kai, tell me, you can't just spring this on me and not tell me.
I don't have to tell you anything. Do you hear me?
He said, looking ahead at the vehicles they were getting close to.
Just know that Lonnie understands.
Kai sighed, feeling his anger burning out. Why was he acting angry at her? How could she possibly know about what happened 6 years ago? He came to an abrupt halt and turned around, causing her to almost collide with him as she walked with her head down. He placed his large hands on Leah's shoulders and squeezed. She looked up, her tears mingling with the rain. Kai swallowed back the ball forming in the back of his throat and wished for the tightness there to go away.
Come on. The vehicles are up ahead. Let's get out of this rain and on the road, and I'll tell you it all.
Leah nodded, shivering, her hands held in fists by her side. They reached the vehicles parked in rows in the clearing, surrounded by trees. The very spot Leah had found Yasmin after she'd returned to Hedon. Relieved, Kai went to one of the closest cars, opening the door. He took her backpack from her and ushered Leah into the front seat and out of the rain. She huddled in the passenger seat, shivering. Kai circled the car, setting down their equipment before climbing in and starting the engine. The heater blasted hot air into the car as he switched it on, quickly warming up the interior. Without saying a word, he got back out, slamming the door behind him as he went to pack up their wet equipment into the trunk. Once he finished, he opened the door and settled back into the now heated car, handing Leah a dry towel and sweater from a plastic bag he held.
"Thank you,"
she said, bringing the towel to her face. Kai nodded, removing another towel along with a hoodie from the bag. He shook out of his soaking wet leather jacket and tossed it into the back seat. Stripping his wet shirt off, he did the exact same thing, tossing the wet shirt into the back, then pulling the warm, dry sweater over his head. Leah sat there staring at him as he stripped half naked in front of her, her own sweater still held in her hand.
It's the best I can do,
Kai said, turning to the steaming windshield. With the side of his hand, he wiped away the condensation and rolled down the window to get a better view of his surroundings so he could back out of the parking lot and get on their way. Leah quickly stripped off her wet coat and sweater as Kai turned away. He waited until her movements were silent and then pulled his head back inside, keeping his eyes towards the road. They drove out of Hedon, and for a while, neither of them said a word, lost in their own thoughts in the warmth of the heater.
Many years ago, when I was a boy,
he began as though it had not been nearly an hour since they started driving. Lee didn't move or say a thing. She sat and watched the windshield wipers sway back and forth, the rhythmic sound of the rubber against the glass soothing and constant.
Lonnie married her first husband. They were young. Lonnie was 17 and her husband, Oscar, was 19. My father was disappointed because Lonnie was smart and planned to go to university, make something of herself. She assured him she would still go, but my father remained unconvinced. That's how we saw all of this, like a tale, a dark fairy tale. Lonnie was pregnant, and our father assumed she would be overwhelmed and never end up in school. She attended nursing school and flourished. Her husband, Oscar, well, he was no gem. He didn't like Lonnie going to university. He was jealous and began hitting her. She, of course, said it was nothing, a one-time occurrence. The stories women tell themselves, but that is all it is, a make-believe story. It got worse, and the last time it landed Lonnie in the hospital. She lost that baby.
Kai stopped, remembering seeing his sister lying in a hospital bed, her face black and blue. He was only a helpless boy then, who had no power to do anything. Lonnie had urged Kai to sit beside her on the hospital bed. His tears ran down his face, but he did not say a word as he stood at her side.
"What are these?"
she said, wiping his face with a Kleenex.
"Don't cry for me, little ocean. I'm okay."
"But your baby is gone."
His voice had cracked. Kai remembered standing at the edge of her bed, already taller than most boys his age, with long, thin limbs and knobby knees. He was a boy, trapped in a growing body. Lonnie's chin trembled as she tilted her head down, willing herself to stay strong. She sat still for a moment, trying to push back the tears that threatened to fall.
"Yes, it's true. But there will be other chances. It just wasn't time for this soul to come."
Kai took a moment, allowing the silence to fill a space between him and Leah. She remained quiet, eyes fixed on the road ahead as they drove closer and closer to their destination, and Adam.
Remarkably, Lonnie believed it, even after losing 2 more babies with Oscar. Soon, she divorced him, and after nursing school decided she wanted to become a midwife. While she was in school, she met her second husband, who wasn't much different from Oscar. Had several more miscarriages and divorced him. For a while, Lonnie was so busy with growing her midwife practice she didn't have time for anything else. But fate had other plans.
He gripped the steering wheel, reliving the days of the past.
Between her midwife practice and hospital shifts, Lonnie hardly had a moment to spare. Despite her busy life, she crossed paths with Amon, an intern doctor from Ireland. They fell in love, and once again, Lonnie got married. She was happy. Amon was a good guy. When she became pregnant with Christopher, it was a happy time. She finally had the baby she had always wanted, a strong marriage and a thriving career. Christopher was the pride and joy of the entire family. We all doted on him. He was perfect.
Kai's lip quivered, thinking back to the night. It hurt to think about how happy Lonnie had been. And it was all because of Amon, a devoted husband and father. He bent his head and sighed. He'd been jealous of Amon, felt replaced by him.
The night it happened, Lonnie was unexpectedly called for a delivery. I was over for Chrissy's birthday party. Amon had a few drinks throughout the day and was a little tipsy. Lonnie was concerned if he could handle Chrissy alone. I told her not to worry, and that I would stay and help Amon out. Amon laughed at the idea that Lonnie didn't trust him with their own son. She told him she didn't mean it that way. She just wanted to make sure Chrissy would be all right, and 2 sets of eyes were better than 1. He pulled Chrissy to him and told us both to go, and that they would be fine. They would pop in a movie and watch till it was time for bed. Christopher clung to his father as though he were a sinking ship. The boy adored him. They were inseparable, really. 2 peas in a pod.
Kai is a young man. He doesn't need to stay and babysit his brother-in-law and nephew,
Amon joked, leaning back into the sofa. Chrissy snuggled under his arm, his blankie already pulled up around him.
Daddy and son movie night!
He squealed. Kai's voice broke.
Those were the last words I ever heard him say again. Lonnie nodded her head, smiled, kissed Chrissy's cheek, and then did the same to Amon, mumbling. Sorry for running out on Chrissy's birthday before telling me I could leave. So, I did. There were places I planned to go to, and I was relieved because I didn't want to spend the night alone with Amon watching a kid movie.
Kai held his breath, trying to summon the courage to speak out loud about the horrible truth that happened next. He'd left at the same time as Lonnie, walking her to her car and waiting as she got in.
I should probably stay. I'm not even on call,
Lonnie said, staring up at the house, the lights now dimmed. Kai's gaze followed Lonnie's, where a flickering image from the television could be seen through the window.
It's Chrissy's birthday. I should have said no,
she said with the guilt of a working mom thick in her voice.
Looks like they are settling for the night. They will be out cold in less than an hour.
Kai smirked, patting his sister's hand.
Go help bring a life into the world.
He pulled his coat tight around his neck, feeling the cold of the winter chilling his bones.
Be careful tonight. It's supposed to storm,
Kai said, turning to go to his car.
You too,
she called out, starting her engine and leaving. Kai followed right behind. Leah was looking at him now, staring at him with a numb expression.
Did it storm that night?
She asked, her voice barely above a whisper.
Yes. Almost immediately once I was inside my car, it began.
Kai's chest tightened as his heart raced.
It came down in sheets of white, wet snow, blurring everything in front of me. I nearly pulled over and turned back. It was that bad.
Kai pursed his lips, swallowing the pain and the words ready to come out.
If only I had turned around and went back to them. I would have seen him. But I didn't. I kept driving. I never would have thought he would leave the house. Never. I never thought Amon would get in his car and...
Leah grasped Kai by the shoulders for support.
Christopher was killed by his father's drunk driving?
Kai shook his head no, his eyes welling with tears, the horror of it all flashing before him and bringing with it the pain, regret, and anger of it all.
No. Amon never made it out of the driveway.
Kai?
He turned to look at her, his features contorted into a frown that seemed to consume every inch of his face and inner being. He shook his head again, wishing, As always, he'd turned around and stayed with Chrissy and Iman. If he'd only stayed, if Lonnie only said no to the call. If. But they didn't, and all hell broke loose because of it. He inhaled through his nose, letting go of the grip in his throat, ready to release the truth.
When we left, Chrissy complained about wanting us to come back. Iman said we'd be back later and to come watch the movie. He did as his dad said, and they curled back up on the couch and fell asleep. When Iman woke up, Chrissy was missing. He thought he'd gone to bed or the bathroom or to their room, but when he got back up to check, he could feel the cold coming in from the open front door. He ran outside, still in his slippers, but stopped to grab Chrissy's jacket hanging from a hook on the wall by the door. His boots were gone. Iman called out to Chrissy in the storm, but he was nowhere to be seen. The blizzard raged on with the blinding winds that felt like they would freeze you to the core. He ran up the road and saw nothing, and he knew he had to do something. So he did. He went back to his car and got in, pressed on the gas, and pulled out of the front driveway. That's when he felt the thump as his car drove over something.
Kai let out a strangled cry as he bent his head, unable to focus on the road.
Kai, pull over! Pull over!
Leah said, grabbing onto the wheel and turning it towards the side of the road. It squealed as Kai slammed on the brakes, leaving behind the smell of burnt rubber. Leah turned the ignition off. She leaned over, clasping Kai's head to her chest as he wept. Deep sobs, which he had trapped inside him for 6 years now, escaped. She held him tight, rocking until the sobs softened, and Kai's grip on her arms loosened. He sat up, his breath ragged and shaken, wiping his eyes with the back of his sleeve, unable to look Leah in the eyes. He turned and started the car, needing to feel the vibration of the vehicle beneath him. Desperate more than ever to move forward towards Adam and away from the memories of the past. The lines of the highway zipped past them as Kai pressed on the gas, driving faster and faster towards Leah's cabin.
Chrissy lived for a few days, but he was already brain dead. They didn't even stop the movie. It was still on pause, waiting for Iman and Chrissy to finish watching. Iman wouldn't press play, wouldn't take the tape out. It just stayed that way on pause in the middle of the movie every single day, until Chrissy died.
A sob escaped Leah's lips. She sniffed back her emotions as she pinched her dripping nose, trying hard not to burst into tears once more.
I didn't know, Kai. I didn't know Lonnie had a son. I was so senseless today. I should have...
We don't talk about it.
He could barely utter the words, his mind consumed with images of Chrissy's little body, lying in the sterile hospital room, hooked up to numerous monitors that constantly beeped and blared. The agonizing decision made to turn off life support so that Chrissy could be free. And Lonnie's face was so calm, holding her child in her arms as she rocked back and forth, singing to him until he died. Only once did Kai see Lonnie cry. When the doctors came to take Christopher's body, she couldn't let go. She had been rocking him for hours after he had already passed. Kai and Iman held her as the doctors took Chris's limp body. Lonnie had clung to him, wailing, her heart searing in two. She clutched Kai for hours, burying her face in his chest, moaning Christopher's name over and over, unable to be consoled. The sound of her cries still haunted him. Iman. Damn broken Iman. He couldn't handle any of it. So riddled with grief and guilt, he held Lonnie as she cried for their son, and he cracked. He couldn't take it. It was too much for him. He couldn't take hearing his wife's heart breaking over their son's death, a death that he caused. Kai shook his head. He would never forget Lonnie's cries of anguish or the look on Iman's face. He would never forgive himself for not staying with Iman and Chrissy. If he had just stayed, if Lonnie had just insisted Kai stay with them, both her husband and son would still be here today. Iman? Leah asked.
He killed himself shortly after Chrissy died. He couldn't live with himself,
Kai said, not wanting to think of the days that followed.
With a glazed expression, Iman would watch the movie, constantly rewinding it back to the beginning and playing it for hours and days on end, always stopping at the same spot he had paused it at that night. Over and over and over again.
Leah lifted her hand, still holding on to the objects she had in the rain. She opened her hand, revealing the orange truck.
This was his. You gave Adam your nephew's truck?
Kai nodded, looking at the toy held in Leah's shaking hand.
Yes, it was Chrissy's.
Chrissy.
She looked confused, like she was remembering something.
The little boy singing in The Raven on the Highway.
She paused. Kai could feel the goosebumps rising on his flesh as he remembered her words stumbling from the forest.
An American Tail movie. The song,
Leah said, her voice coming as though she were singing.
That's what I heard. The song. The boy on the highway was singing the song from the movie An American Tail. It's one of Adam's favorite movies.
The road wavered before Kai's eyes, the tingling feeling overlapping the goosebumps. He pressed his lips together and pressed his foot on the gas a little harder, wanting to get to Leah's cabin as quickly as they could.
It was the movie they watched that night. A birthday gift from me. It had just come out, and he'd asked for it.
Kai?
Leah clutched his arm, still holding tight to the steering wheel.
Chrissy, did he have long, light brown hair?
He nodded, determined more than ever.
We need to hurry.
You really are going to get my boy back for me, aren't you?
Damn right I am.
Chapter 67. Kai.
There it is,
Leah said, pointing straight ahead. Driving up to the cabin, Leah's heart fluttered as she laid her eyes on the home she had cherished since childhood. Despite being abandoned for months, it remained unchanged, just as she remembered it when she and Adam ventured into the woods alone. Kai maneuvered the vehicle into the driveway, which was scattered with dying wildflowers and various plants leading up to the cabin nestled in the woods. He switched off the engine, and the sound faded away. They sat there, unmoving, unsure what to do next.
Nice place,
Kai said, reaching for the door handle. She followed his lead as they gathered their equipment in a daze, their movements robotic as they trudged up the steps to the cabin. The air inside was chilly and stagnant, the musty smell of being locked up and abandoned for months.
You can put your stuff in there.
She gestured towards the spare room, the one that was always kept ready for guests, even though it rarely ever got used.
The sheets are clean, but they may smell a bit musty. I could grab some fresh ones from the cupboard, although they probably smell the same after all this time.
I'm not worried about that, Leah,
he said.
Where's your bedroom? I'll bring your stuff in.
She gestured towards the room across from them and opened the door. Kai brought her bag inside and set it on the floor before heading to the spare room. After a few minutes, they emerged, dressed in warm and dry clothes. The rain had finally stopped, leaving behind a calm stillness in the daylight sky.
I left some things in the vehicle, like the tent and camping cooking supplies, just in case we need to spend the night in the woods,
Kai said, trying not to stare at Leah as she struggled to pull a sweatshirt over her head. She was dressed in low-hanging track pants, and the hem of her shirt revealed a hint of her midriff. Leah gave a nod of approval as she gathered her hair into a ponytail. Without uttering another word, she collected the food that Lonnie had prepared for them, and they left the cabin, making their way back to the vehicle. They still had a long way to drive, and there was no way that either of them was going to wait any longer. There was only one place Ben could be, and that was the Decree compound. They were one more step closer to Adam. They parked their car in a secluded grove of trees several miles from the Decree premises. They trekked through the forest, careful not to snap any twigs or rustle any leaves as they made their way towards the building. When they finally arrived at the edge of the complex, they bent low behind a thicket of bushes, peering out at the looming, heavily guarded building with wary eyes. Leah's shoulders slumped, defeated.
What are we going to do?
She spoke. Kai pressed his index finger against his lips, signaling for silence, and surveyed his surroundings with a practiced eye, scanning for any potential threats. Soldiers were everywhere. He noticed a tall, dark man standing in the corner. He towered over the rest of the men, his bald head gleaming in the sunlight. Kai recognized him as the husband of Leah's best friend, the short redhead whose voice was too high-pitched for his ears.
"I see your friend's man,"
he spoke with a guarded tone, trying to keep any emotions from slipping out. He could feel Leah's presence behind him. She wanted nothing more than to charge into the compound without a second thought. He rested his flat hand on her chest, causing her to glance at him with surprise. A twinge of embarrassment crept onto her face as she realized he could read her thoughts like an open book.
"He's in there, Kai. I can feel him."
"This is not the way."
He felt her body tremble under his palm. His heart involuntarily quickened its pace as he watched her head bend, causing silky blonde strands of hair to fall over her face like a curtain. Every fiber of his being ached to reach out and tuck the hair behind her ear, but he didn't. He didn't dare.
"Stop it,"
he said in his head. Stop looking at her that way. For crying out loud, we're here for her son. He tried to shake off the warmth creeping up in his body, causing his cheeks to redden. She continued to fidget, lost in her anxiety and the need to move into action now.
"We need to scout out the surroundings. See where there is an opening before we can move forward, and find out where Adam is being kept."
He watched as Leah took the orange truck from the pocket of her jacket and twisted it nervously in her hands, like he used to do. He found it surprising that he didn't have the urge to reach for his own pocket and feel the emptiness within. A sudden gust of wind rose, seemingly from the earth below. They both turned toward it as their hair whipped around their faces. Leah clutched the toy close to her chest, as if it could anchor her against the strong winds. It made Kai feel afraid and protective, all in one. He didn't want Leah to need that truck like he had for so long. He would do anything to make sure that never happened.
"We're definitely going to need to have a plan."
With a swift gesture, he beckoned for her to follow him. Crouching, they moved, skirting the perimeter of the compound. The grass was damp beneath their feet as they made their way through the underbrush, scanning the darkened building for any sign of an entrance. As the sound of children's voices reached their ears, their faces lit up with hope. They made their way to the rear of the building, where they could see a barren playground surrounded by a towering iron fence that appeared to be electrified. Crouching low in the bushes, they kept a safe distance from the tall metal barrier, aware that if Adam was inside the building, it was just a matter of time before he would come outside to join the rest of the children. They watched as the children played, barely making any sounds, hoping to glimpse Adam among them. But after what felt like hours, there was still no sign of him. Kai's heart sank with disappointment and fear. Was Adam even here? Or were they on a wild goose chase? Feeling a tug on his sleeve, Kai turned to Leah. Without hesitation, he embraced her in a comforting hug.
"We'll find him,"
he whispered, his voice barely audible. Leah nodded, taking a deep breath, steeling herself for whatever came next.
"Amanda!"
she whispered, touching Kai's arm. Emerging from the building, Amanda made her way over to where the women and children gathered in the yard. Leah pushed herself up from the ground, but Kai's firm hand on her shoulder held her firmly in place. She tried to speak, but his other hand quickly covered her mouth and pulled her towards him. He could feel her quick gasps rising and falling against his hand. She tried to pry it away, but he held them firmly in place, leaning in closer to her, his warm breath tickling her ear as he whispered, "Look!" He pointed towards a tall, willowy woman coming from the building's entrance. As if on cue, the children stopped what they were doing and turned to face the approaching figure with hushed obedience. With graceful steps, the woman made her way towards Amanda. The surrounding air seemed still as the woman drew near, her presence demanding attention and respect. Leah's fingers unclenched from Kai's hand as her body relaxed and he let go of her. They watched in silence as Amanda made her way towards the woman. One hand rested protectively on her belly. The thin woman made a comment to Amanda.
"Did she just say Adam?"
Leah spoke in a hushed tone, restraining herself from getting up. Kai nodded, his ears straining to catch every word that fell from the strange woman's mouth. And then it happened. He was certain he heard her utter Adam's name. They stopped moving, leaning in to listen quietly to what the two women were saying.
"Tabitha, this is wrong! Where is Leah?"
Amanda exclaimed, her face twisted in distress and worry. Her eyes darted around the yard and the tall iron fence, searching for any signs of something or someone, before turning back to face the other woman. Tabitha's expression was one of clear disdain for Amanda as she pursed her lips and locked eyes with her.
"Are you questioning our leader?"
the woman asked. Amanda was instantly silenced, the look on her face suddenly frightened.
"The boy is secure within the compound, far from his mother and the harsh conditions of living in the forest."
Amanda opened her mouth in protest, but quickly closed it.
"I will be helping the boy get ready to join the other children to play. I'd like you to take charge of helping him adjust to the decree way of life and integrate him with the other kids. You obviously know him, and he is familiar with you. You have the ability to soothe his distress from losing his mother and adjusting to living here as one of the children of the decree."
Amanda, visibly stunned, tried to compose herself.
"You want me to take care of Adam?"
Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, her tone betraying her nerves. The stern woman turned her gaze towards her with an expression of frustration and impatience for Amanda's lack of understanding.
"That's what I said, isn't it?"
"But I don't understand,"
Amanda said, visibly shaken by the words of the other woman spoke.
"For crying out loud, Amanda, what is it that you don't understand? You know him and his mother. He trusts you."
Amanda didn't reply.
"Is that clear enough for you, or do I need to repeat myself and say it slower?"
"No,"
Amanda stuttered.
"I'll gladly watch Adam, but Leah..."
She paused.
"Adam Hollen is now a member of the decree. His mother is not."
"Tabitha, wait, how?"
"He's been very upset since he arrived, and he won't stop crying."
Tabitha continued, ignoring Amanda's questions.
"I'm going to give him a little more time out to compose himself before allowing him to come see you."
"Time out?"
Amanda reached for Tabitha's arm as she turned away to leave. She yanked her arm away with surprising strength and in a cool voice said,
"Children of the decree have to behave in a certain manner. It's protocol, and Adam has, shall we say, been allowed to run wild. He will spend some time alone in isolation until he can compose himself and behave. Then, and only then, he can come outside and play with the other children, as long as he follows the rules. And that's on you, Amanda. You will make sure he does."
"You can't leave him alone. He's only 3 years old."
Amanda's voice was rising, becoming panicked.
"A child must learn early who is the boss and who is not. Do I need to find someone else to help Adam? There are plenty of women here who would gladly take on this important role."
No, I'll do it. He'll respond better to me. Can I see him?"
Amanda asked, covering her hands with her mouth. Tabitha turned once again to leave, but paused without looking back.
"I will inform Adam that if he is quiet and he behaves, he can come out and see you."
Amanda's eyes shot up, relieved.
"Thank you, Tabitha. I think that would be a great idea. You're right, he will respond better knowing there is somebody else familiar to him here, besides Ben."
"Ben's going to be very busy with Malcolm. He will not have time to be watching after a boy. You will be Adam's caregiver."
Tabitha's eyes trailed down to Amanda's stomach, straining against her shirt.
"You'll need the practice anyway."
Turning, she left without speaking another word, leaving Amanda alone in the compound. She stood there as the children played, oddly quiet, in the desolate playground. Amanda turned and walked towards the fence, wrapping her fingers around the metal links and looking out longingly into the woods. Kai and Leah burrowed down, concealing themselves further in the foliage to avoid being seen.
"She's our way in,"
Kai whispered, keeping his view locked on Leah's friend.
"Amanda?"
"Look how she responded to the woman, Tabitha. They don't like each other."
Amanda clasped her hands over her eyes, her shoulders rising and falling with silent sobs.
"I have to go get her."
Leah began to stand, but Kai pulled her down, glaring at her.
"Then what? You expose us? You need to stop and think, Leah,"
he hissed, trying to keep his voice low enough so that Amanda wouldn't hear.
"We need to go about this smart and not just jump in, guns blazing.
Tears gathered in Leah's eyes, and she quickly brushed them away with the back of her hand. She nodded in understanding, but all Kai saw was how helpless she looked, her hands tied from doing nothing. The door to the compound flew open, slamming against the wall as Adam burst out, calling out for Amanda. With a look of disbelief, she spun around at the sound of Adam's voice.
Adam!
She yelled out in reply, bending low to scoop the little boy up as he ran into her waiting arms. Leah gasped, and Kai felt the flood of emotions he hadn't expected to feel as he watched the little boy get scooped up into Amanda's open arms. Without thinking, he wrapped his arm around Leah's shoulders and pulled her tight in his embrace, his throat tightening with a wave of relief he'd never experienced before. Leah's body shook against his, silent sobs trying to escape between the cracks of her fingers covering her mouth. In the doorway, Tabitha watched as Amanda tightened her arms around Adam. Her hand gently stroked his hair, while the other hand held him snug against her as she whispered words of comfort into his ear.
"Remember what I said, Amanda. Don't fail, or the boy will be placed with somebody else."
Tabitha's voice pierced the air sharp and shrill before she turned and closed the heavy industrial door with a resounding thud. Amanda didn't turn around, but continued to hold Adam close to her. She wrapped his small legs securely around her waist as he buried his head in her shoulder, tears streaming down his cheeks.
"Where's Mama? I want Mama."
His voice rang out, his words cutting into both Leah and Kai as they clung to each other, silent. The fence stood looming high, a wall keeping Adam from them. There was no opening, and it would be impossible to climb with a 3-year-old in tow.
"Shh, Adam. It's okay. It's okay, sweetheart,"
Amanda soothed, stroking his hair as he hiccuped, his cries becoming hoarse.
"Daddy took me from Mama. He made me sleep and put me in his car. My eyes kept sleeping, even when I tried to make them stay awake. And I couldn't see Mama, only the ravens following me."
"Adam, don't worry. Shh. Don't worry, buddy,"
Amanda crooned, tears coming down her face as she spoke.
"Where is she, Amanda? Where's Mama?"
Leah broke then. The words she wanted to call out strangled at the back of her throat. She wrapped her arms around Kai like he was the only thing that could keep her from sinking right into the ground. He clung to her, feeling useless with his own overwhelming emotions. How could they be so close, yet so far away from bringing the boy back to them? They stayed hidden, watching as Amanda rocked Adam in her arms until his hiccups subsided and his tears stopped. She whispered comforting words that Leah and Kai were unable to hear.
"She loves him."
Leah's tear-streaked face looked up into Kai's.
"I know she loves him. As long as she's watching him, we know we'll be safe."
Kai nodded, still holding her in his arms, not wanting to ever let her go.
"Now what?"
she said, looking back at Amanda and Adam.
"Where do we go from here?"
Kai didn't know what to say. He felt helpless and unsure what the hell to do. Leah placed her hand over his chest. He covered her hand with his, holding it as he felt the pulse of his heartbeat against her palm, sending vibrations through his shirt and into her grasp. Her hand on his heart made him feel stronger, more determined, and not alone. But it also made him want to cry, and he didn't know why. He was not one to shed tears, ever. Yet here he was with Leah, who had seen him cry more than anyone else in his life. They stayed unmoving as they watched in silence until Amanda, with Leah's son cradled securely in her arms, turned and strode back into the depths of the Decree compound, the shadows swallowing them whole as they disappeared from view. Chapter 68. Amanda. Amanda hugged Adam close, feeling his small, warm body against hers. She could feel his chest rise and fall with each uneven breath he took. She rushed back to her shared rooms with John, her thoughts racing from everything that had happened in the courtyard. How the hell did Ben get a hold of Adam? And where was Leah? She thought of what Adam said, how Daddy made him go to sleep and felt rage. Amanda couldn't imagine what Leah was going through. Leah had done so many things in the past she questioned, like marrying Ben, but her love for her son was something Amanda never doubted. She reached for the door and maneuvered herself, using one hand to open it while keeping a tight grip on Adam, his little rump resting on her protruding belly. She fumbled with the doorknob and took a step back as the door swung open. John's eyes widened in shock as he stood frozen before her, caught off guard. She sighed, her body relaxing, relieved to see him.
Amanda?
John looked at her, his hand coming to support her back, leading her into their rooms.
You need to put the boy down. You shouldn't be carrying him in your condition.
She pressed a finger against her lips, releasing a soft shh sound. Her eyes gestured to Adam's sleeping head resting on her shoulder.
What's going on?
He asked in his low, deep voice.
Let me put him down and we'll talk.
Oh boy, do we need to talk. John reached out for Adam, but she shook her head. She knew that if John startled Adam awake, it would scare and upset him. The boy was already traumatized, and John was a complete stranger to him. A stranger? Her husband was a stranger to her best friend's child. She had become so detached from her previous life that Adam, a significant part of her life, didn't even know her husband. There was something very wrong with that. Something that made her realize how isolated she was from everyone and everything in her life before the decree. She swallowed, feeling such a fool. Everything she believed was deteriorating right in front of her. It was becoming increasingly clear that what Leah and Kai had warned her about was proving to be true. She was becoming convinced she was a victim of deception, lured like a brainwashed groupie into the dangerous arms of Malcolm Gobbo and his psychotic wife. Ugh, how could she have been so blind? She thought of how cold Tabitha was in the courtyard, how she locked Adam in isolation. A 3-year-old little boy locked up like a criminal. What kind of monster did that? And how did it take her this long to notice? John stood, his brow furrowed in concern as he gazed at her. One hand remained planted on the small of her back, providing a steady source of support. His piercing blue eyes searched hers for any sign of distress or discomfort. My God, she adored him. How could she have made one of the worst mistakes of her life, and yet have it result in the best thing to ever happen to her? She entered their bedroom, noticing that the bed was still neatly made, just as she left it this morning. She untangled the sleeping child from her tight embrace. Adam resisted, clinging to her neck.
No, Mama, no.
He called out, still asleep, even in his dreams afraid to let go of his mother.
Shh, Adam, you're okay. You're safe here. You're safe here with me and John.
She lowered him onto the bed and leaned over to grab the comforter from the other side, laying it over Adam's body. He molded into the sheets, his little hands reaching out for comfort as he buried his head under the covers, still fast asleep.
Mama?
Shh. Go to sleep, buddy. It's okay.
Amanda stroked his hair from his forehead and leaned down to kiss his cheek, tucking him in. His breath became raspy and fast. She sat down on the edge of the bed and rubbed his back in a circular motion until his breathing calmed to an even, rhythmic breath of deep sleep. Leaning down, she kissed him once again on the cheek and stood to go, leaving the door open in case he woke up. She turned the light off and stared for a moment in the doorway at Adam, sleeping soundly.
The poor little darling.
She closed her eyes, thinking of her friend, and how on earth she was dealing with not knowing where Adam was and if he was okay. Amanda's hand instinctively touched her stomach. Mothers protected their babies. That's what mothers did. She had to protect Leah's baby. She had to at all costs. John came up from behind her, looking in at the sleeping Adam.
You settled?
She looked up at him, nodding.
I need to know what's going on.
He reached for her hand and led her into the living room towards the couch, and helped her ease into the cushions he'd arranged for her. Sighing, she relaxed back, not realizing how much her back was killing her from carrying Adam for so long. John fiddled with the pillows surrounding Amanda until she placed a comforting hand on his arm, indicating that she was good. The baby moved, little limbs moving across her stomach.
That's right, little one, that's right. Kick me. Kick me good and hard. Let me know that you're there.
Her voice trailed away as her mind scrambled to make sense of what was happening and how the hell she was going to get Adam back to Leah. Because that was exactly what she planned to do. There was no way Amanda could ever look herself in the mirror again, or look at her child in the face if she didn't get Adam back to his mother. Now she just had to tell John. The problem was, despite witnessing what went on with Yasmin, John remained steadfastly loyal to the decree. He still couldn't grasp that all he knew wasn't true. But then again, she'd been the same way, until she wasn't. It happened so quickly. like the yanking of the curtain from her eyes. John came back into the room carrying a glass of icy water and handed it to her. She thanked him and drank it down, allowing the cool water to slide down her parched throat, not realizing she was this thirsty. She downed the entire glass. The baby responded, flipping and flopping, making her stomach jerk around. A gasp escaped her lips as she lifted her shirt, exposing her taunt, round stomach. Their faces lit up with joy. Both stared in awe as their child's movement rolled across her stomach. Laughing, John couldn't resist the urge to bend down and press his cheek against her stomach, feeling the baby inside move against his skin. Amanda's heart soared and crushed all at once.
John?
Cupping her stomach, John kissed it, feeling the child settling within. He lowered her shirt back over her stomach, smoothing it out, and clasped her hands in his.
"Who's the boy?"
he began, noticing Amanda's reluctance to speak.
Adam, Leah's son.
"Adam? But how? How on earth did he end up here?"
Amanda shook her head and leaned forward, placing her forehead in the palms of her hand.
Ben took him.
"Took him?"
He stole him from Leah, drugged him, and kidnapped his own child from his mother.
John stared at her with a mixture of disbelief and confusion, struggling to process the words she was speaking.
"Why do you have him?"
Amanda sat up straight, taking a deep breath, trying to prepare herself for what was coming next.
Tabitha gave him to me. She said it's my job to care for him and help him adapt into the decree.
"You? What about Ben?"
The look on John's face was one of bewilderment, lost for words.
"What the hell? This can't be right. His mother must be sick with worry."
Adam's her whole life.
Amanda was surprised how easy it was for her motherhood to become the most important thing that mattered. Her baby wasn't even born yet, and she understood that need to protect her child. She couldn't get Leah out of her head, and what she must be going through at this very moment. She turned to John, hoping he would understand, hoping he would help. Either way, she had no choice.
I need to get Adam back to Leah.
John didn't say a word as he placed his hand over hers again. They stayed that way for a few moments. John's head bent down, unable to look at Amanda.
"What are you suggesting?"
His voice was low, yet clear.
Something's not right here. Something is really wrong, John.
He sighed, yet his shoulders did not sag or shake. He was still solid and strong, mulling over what Amanda said, as he always did, even if they disagreed. She prayed he would agree this time.
"But how could we have been
fooled?"
Amanda finished his sentence before he could. John looked at her.
"We need to find out more. There must be a reason Ben took Adam. There has to be more to the story than we know."
Amanda nodded her head, her eyes watering, her throat threatening to close.
"We can't just up and leave with Ben's son."
He patted her lap, trying to comfort her.
"We need more information. Something solid about what is going on before we jump to conclusions."
Amanda didn't lift her head, tears forming in the corner of her eyes.
Why?
She blurted out.
Why can't we leave? Why can't we get Adam and get the hell out of here right now?
"Amanda."
John rolled his eyes, tilting his head back, exasperated.
We could stay with Leah and Hayden. They have a midwife.
John ran his hands over his smooth, bald scalp, agitated.
"You're getting ahead of yourself. I'm not ready for that. I need to know more about what is going on. Talk to Malcolm."
John, no!
Panic rose inside of Amanda, harsh and unexpected, taking John by surprise.
You can't talk to Malcolm. If you love me, John, if you hold anything that we have together is real, then you must promise me you do not speak to Malcolm about this.
She pleaded, cupping one of his hands between hers as if in prayer.
I just feel it in my heart, in my soul, that it would be the end.
"The end of what? That's insane! You're talking crazy. I've been with Malcolm for a long time, Amanda. A really long time."
He lowered his voice, trying to keep the volume of it down so as to not wake up Adam and for anyone outside their rooms to overhear them.
Wonder if it's true, John? Wonder if what Leah said that day in the forest was true?
John leaned back against the couch, feeling himself becoming frustrated and not knowing what to do.
"You know what you're saying, right, Amanda? You know what you're suggesting we do?"
Yes.
She leaned back beside him, both looking straight ahead.
"Give me some time to see for myself what is going on. Please. I ask just for a little time."
Amanda's shoulders dropped, defeated, and she slid sideways into John, curling up into his waiting arms.
Can you do that, my sweet girl? Can you give me just some time to look into things? See what is going on?
I think we should leave now, John. Right now. I don't like it here anymore. I don't feel safe.
He hugged her, kissing the top of her head. Her body wanted to relax in his warm embrace, but she couldn't. Everything inside her wanted to run.
I feel like everything we know is a lie,
Amanda said, squeezing her lips tight, trying to push down the growing anxiety alerting her to danger.
Let me tell you this, and you choose to believe it or not. What is real? You and me, and our family. That's real, and nothing is going to change that. Nothing.
She tilted her head, looking into his startling blue eyes that always took her breath away. He leaned down and pressed a warm, lingering kiss on her lips.
You and me, Amanda Wilder. We are real.
She felt it. She did. Knew with every fiber of her body that she and John were real. But all she could think of was Tabitha, giving her some cold, hard facts that sounded like a warning or, even worse, a threat. It caused chills to run up her arms again, making her afraid. She snuggled deeper into John's side, wishing that she could just forget everything for a moment. Just for one moment. But Tabitha's words pecked at her brain over and over and over again, much like the emergency broadcasting system that blared out its warning signal late at night. The deafening sound ringing through her eardrums and reverberated into her mind.
I'm afraid, John. I'm afraid.
I'm here. I've got you. I've got us.
She heard his words and wanted to believe them, but something had changed in her. A new feeling took root the moment she caught sight of Leah in the woods, with the tall, dark stranger who looked like a male supermodel stepping out of a nature magazine. Kai. The man who looked at Amanda like she was the enemy. The bad guy. Was she the bad guy? Was John? Leah's son lay in the next room, traumatized after being drugged and kidnapped by his own father. His father, who was part of the decree. Like them. Leah. Leah was always good. She was nothing but innocent, kind, and sweet to everyone, even when they weren't always the same back. She was an excellent mother. From the day Adam was born, Leah showed unwavering devotion to her son. Leah was good.
Are we the bad ones?
The words slipped from Amanda's mouth.
What's that?
John replied, his thoughts distant.
The bad guys, John. Are we the bad guys?
Chapter 69. Kai. Retracing their steps back to where they had come, they made their way through the dimming forest without speaking. Lost in thought and unsure of what else to do, they trudged forward, numb from all that had happened. Behind Kai, Leah muttered her thoughts out loud, repeating the same sentences over and over again.
He's okay. Amanda has him. She'll watch out for Adam. She will. I know she will.
Kai listened, not saying a word, allowing Leah to think out loud, knowing she needed to gather her strength any way she could to justify walking away and leaving Adam behind. He understood this more than she would know, because he felt the same way. He could feel the tension in the tone of her voice, trying so hard to hold herself together. It went against every grain in Kai's body to leave Adam behind. Unlike Leah, he didn't have the same trust in Amanda Wilder as she did. Why would he? How could you trust a woman who blindly followed someone without even questioning the unquestionable, giving up everything she was in the process? Amanda couldn't even see what was right in front of her. So blind she was to reality. She couldn't even protect herself with a clear head, let alone a child. But they had no choice but to head back to the cabin, gather their thoughts and decide what steps to take next. Regardless of Kai's apprehensions, Amanda was the key to getting Adam back. The familiar squeaking of the toy truck in Leah's hand reached his ears. It was the sound that came from a well-worn toy. He remembered only too well how it was his lifeline, keeping him moving forward in a world that seemed to be constantly speeding up. Now the truck had new meaning, new reasons to keep Kai going. He wasn't about to let go of another little boy he cared for. He pursed his lips, frustration embedded in his face as the storm clouds above burst open again. The relentless rain pelted down on them, drenching their clothes and hair, matching the darkness of their moods. Leah stopped in her tracks, tilting her head back, her arms spread wide in surrender to the punishing heavens above. She opened her mouth, allowing the unforgiving rain to fall, and wailed, the sounds lost in the downpour. Without thinking, Kai was beside her, pulling her drenched body close to his. Startled, she whipped her head up at him, her face drenched with a mixture of rain and tears. It glistened on her cheeks, despite the darkness of the sky. The sound of heavy drops hitting the ground matched the rhythm of her chest rising and falling. She shivered from the cold dampness that clung to her skin, yet she couldn't tear her gaze away from his intense stare.
I can't, Kai. I can't.
His fingers, guided by some unknown force, stroked her forehead, brushing back tendrils of damp hair. He stared into her eyes with a hunger and desire he had never known, a deep ache that seemed to consume him whole. The world fell away, leaving only the two of them standing amidst the towering trees of the forest, the relentless rain beating down against them. Was it because she was Adam's mother? Was it because he needed to save Adam? Because he couldn't save Chrissy? He didn't know. But suddenly their lips met, pressing together as he held her to him, breathing in the essence of all that was Leah. His hands cupped to the sides of her face as he kissed her, his mouth trailing down to her neck and across her shoulder blades. His lips savored every inch of her skin as she let out a low moan in response, melting into his arms as if she was always meant to be right there with him. Because she was. She fit into him like no one ever had. The warmth of their entwined bodies enveloped them as time slowed down. Nothing else existed except for the two of them succumbing to each other as the rain poured down around them. He couldn't get enough of her. She kissed him like she was starving, holding on to him as if he was her lifeline and she would drown without his touch. Breathless, he tried to pull away, their lips unlocking. Leah gazed up at him with a look of longing, as if she'd finally discovered the edge she had been seeking, but now was hesitant to take the leap into the unknown depths below.
I can't, he thought. Not you. Of all the women out there, please, not you.
Kai's chest rose and fell, her body still pressed tight against him. Bolts of lightning surged through him, drawing him to her lips once more. Soaking her up into his embrace like there was no tomorrow, only that moment and that day, forever. He couldn't resist her any longer as his hands traced every curve and dip of her body, her soft lips moving against his with a ravenous desire that mirrored his own, leaving them lightheaded and craving more. All other thoughts vanished with each taste of her lips and the touch of her skin rising under his hands as he cupped her breasts, clinging onto her wet clothing. He lifted her with ease, carrying her to a nearby tree, pressing her against it. Leah tugged at his pants, and he paused as he reached for her, untying the rope that held her track pants up. As her pants dropped to the ground, he searched her eyes for assurance. Her hand grazed his cheek, and she nodded as he lifted her thigh upward with gentle force. Her legs wrapped around his waist, holding on to him as if he was the only thing keeping her grounded. The rain soaked through their clothes, but neither of them cared. All that mattered was the raw desire that consumed them both. They blended into one, fitting together like they had never been apart. She leaned back against the rough bark of the tree and gasped as he entered her, pulling his head to her chest. Kai lost himself in her. Panting and drenched, they stayed there under the pouring rain, holding on to each other, afraid to let go. They dressed in their wet clothing, much harder to put back on than it was to remove. They didn't speak, but held hands, fingers intertwined, united. Kai shook his head, thinking of the first time he saw Adam crying, lost in the grocery store. How strange that here he was beside Leah, holding her hand in the pouring rain, linked to one another by the love of her son. Adam was the last boy Kai had ever imagined would change his life forever, in more ways than one. He never imagined he could love another little boy the way he did his nephew. Kai never saw it coming. But Chrissy did. The spirit of his nephew led Kai to the last boy in the world he thought he would save. That when the world crumbled, his heart would begin to heal. Drenched and chilled, they made their way back to the car and, hand in hand, drove back to the cabin in the woods without exchanging a word. Feeling the cold deep in their bones, they hurried indoors while Kai sparked a fire in the hearth. Leah returned with dry blankets, smelling musty from not being used for months. He removed his wet clothing, not bothering to turn from her. He covered his naked body with the blanket, relishing in its warmth and freshness, despite the musty scent. Leah, standing exposed before him, did the same. She stood bare, her skin tingling in the cool air, the blanket draped over her shoulders. The soft glow from the fire illuminated her features, making Kai weak with want of her. He spread his blanket open, beckoning her in. She couldn't resist his call, drawn towards him like a moth to a flame. He wrapped his arms around her, feeling her warmth as Leah let go of the blanket and their last barrier between them. Kai leaned over Leah, holding her tight beneath him.
We'll bring him home. I promise you with everything in me. We will bring Adam home.
He looked into her eyes as they watered with tears. She pulled him to her, wrapping her long, lean legs around him as the fire sizzled and spat, sending tiny sparks flying onto the cement platform. Outside, the dark clouds rolled in, the sky turned to night, and the rain fell like tears for all mothers of lost children. Chapter 70. John. John drove down the long, winding road heading towards the city of Lex. The trees on the sides loomed ominously, almost as though they were trying to grab him and hold him from moving forward towards the truth. He thought of that morning before he left. He lay in bed, looking across at his wife. The boy Adam was between them, sleeping content, wrapped up close in Amanda's arms. They looked so peaceful and sweet. It tugged at John's heart, imagining that in just a few weeks it would be like this with their child asleep between them. His throat tightened with love for her. Everything in life paled compared to the life they were building together. Amanda's words replayed in his mind once again. They hadn't stopped since the night before. Laying in bed was doing nothing to solve the problem. If he really meant what he said to Amanda, John needed to go see for himself what was out there. Filled with determination, he got out of bed and scribbled a note to Amanda, letting her know he would return later in the evening. He knew her day was already jam-packed with duties planned in advance. She was to meet with Tabitha and the other wives to go over some school plans and activities for the small number of children of the community. There was more to it than that, but Ben wasn't one to pay attention to the goings-on with different committees of the decree. He'd always just stuck to his lane and left the rest for the other members to their own duties. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe he should have been more involved in what was going on with Malcolm Gobbo and the decree. No more. He promised Amanda he needed to find out more information before he could just move forward with any decisions they would make as a family. John prided himself as a man of honor, and he planned to keep that promise to his wife, even if it meant finding out something he didn't want to know. So, here he was, driving alone on a mission toward the city of Lex. Before he left, he met with a couple of soldiers who stood on guard over the vehicles in the decree parking lot, men who, surprisingly, John wasn't familiar with. That bothered him. Since when did John not know one of the soldiers? He thought he knew every member of the decree, especially soldiers. Feeling uncomfortable, he spoke to them as he signed out a car to use. He didn't need to come up with an excuse. Unlike John, these men knew who he was. They talked casually, not even questioning John as he hopped into the vehicle. They just waved him out, standing tall at attention as he drove away. It was mind-boggling, and yet eye-opening at the same time. John was well-liked. No one would question his loyalty or motives, and so he drove off out of the compound, his gun seated near him. Destination, the city of Lex. Once and for all, he was going to find out what the hell was going on. Not for the first time, he questioned why he waited so long. Why had he blindly agreed to go along with everything Malcolm said? When they first met, Malcolm Gobbo was beyond thrilled with John's military background and training. He set John right to work, rounding up men to join the decree to be soldiers. Life felt good again. He was needed and doing something right for the world, changing it for the better. John had skills, and he whipped those men into shape and created a pretty damn good army. Amazing army. Malcolm praised him, moving him up the ladder and making him head of the decree military, along with Malik Gobbo. It was a good life, and even better when he married Amanda. John wasn't keen on an arranged marriage at first, but he was so far into the decree organization that he went along with it. Besides, he wanted to be married, and this was just speeding things up a bit. He hadn't realized he would fall in love and fall hard. He sighed, his hand resting on the steering wheel as the trees loomed, still wanting to reach down and stop the vehicle from moving any closer to the truth. And then there it was, the city limits rolling quickly before him. The car's tires hummed against the pavement as he drove down the lonely stretch of road. A feeling of unease crept up his back and prickled at his neck as he entered the city of Lex. It didn't take long before he saw the first body rotting on the side of the road, discarded like garbage, and it wouldn't be the last. It was impossible to determine if the person was male or female, young or old, just that it was a body left like roadkill on the side of the highway, waiting to be picked apart by scavenger birds. Repulsed, he turned away as seagulls and crows yanked at pieces of flesh from the decaying corpse. He rolled up his window from the putrid smell that was emanating from the road ahead.
"What the hell? What have I done?"
John said, his voice sounding loud and alarming in the quiet car. His stomach churned and bile rose in his throat. He quickly pulled off onto the shoulder of the road, barely making it out of the car before he vomited on the grass. He could hear the screeching caw of seagulls fighting over scraps of rotten flesh nearby as he leaned against the car, feeling weak and nauseous. John wiped his mouth, fighting the urge to gag, and climbed back into the vehicle, praying the stench wouldn't linger inside. He had to make it to the center of the city. He didn't want to, but he had to. It wasn't a choice, it was a necessity. He stepped on the gas, prepared to learn the truth. It was like a scene straight out of hell. The ruined city stretched out before him, a desolate sight that matched Leah's description perfectly. Everything she said was true. But could it really have been the devastating power of the decree soldiers? Could John have been so wrong about Malcolm Gobbo and the decree? He stood surrounded by crumbling buildings and shattered windows, a bleak testimony to the merciless destruction that had taken place. The streets were littered with debris and ash, a sense of emptiness hung heavy in the air. John's knees bent, and he landed hard on the filthy road. This city, his city he'd grown up in, that was once bustling with the people who lived, worked, and died here. Now it was broken, dotted with the remnants of what it used to be. He bent his head and wept, appalled. Everywhere he looked were corpses of citizens, young, old, black, white. It didn't matter. They were all dead, united in death. The smell was so bad he couldn't help himself. He leaned over a garbage bin and vomited while rats skirted away. He bent his head once again and began to retch until his stomach was empty and only bile would come up, the burning acid lingering in his mouth and throat. He looked around, hearing shuffles, knowing there were survivors here hiding from him, thinking he was one of the soldiers, and they would be right. He was a soldier of the decree. Malcolm had lied to John, and so did everyone he knew, except for Amanda. She was just as clueless as him until they bumped into Leah. As much as Amanda didn't want to believe anything Leah said, she did. She tried to dismiss it, but she couldn't because she knew her friend wouldn't lie about something so big. Images of Amanda curled up next to Adam in the morning light flooded John's mind. He could almost hear the desperation in her voice as she pleaded with him to leave the decree immediately. He should have listened to her. John's heart clenched at the thought, and he pushed it away, focusing instead on the task at hand. He needed to think of what to do next. They couldn't stay at the decree. He had to get his family to Hayden. Leah had told Amanda to come to Hayden, and they would be safe there. But was it safe? How safe could it be if Leah's son was taken with no one noticing? John rubbed his head, feeling the smooth surface of his skull, and swore in frustration. Was there any other option? What about beyond the city of Lex? Why didn't the outside world take any action to prevent this travesty from happening? Maybe he should bring Amanda and Adam to Hayden, and he could search past the district lines, see what lay beyond it. It was something, if not much. It would have to do until he could figure out another plan. Protecting Amanda and the baby was top priority, and that meant getting them as far away from the decree as possible. and there was no way in hell he was leaving Adam in the grips of his monster of a father. No way. One thing John was sure of was he had no doubts Ben was aware of all that the decree was up to. Something nagged at him as he ran back to his car, leaving the corroded city behind him. It was there in his memories, trying to dig itself out. Then he remembered Malcolm talking about how the government was on his side, and the city of Lex was just the first. Could this invasion of Lex be what Malcolm meant? This destruction of civilization? How could Malcolm Gobbo have that power? And why did John blindly think the movement was one of peace, one meant to build back a better life from one headed towards disaster? He hadn't seen one soldier since he left that was not part of the decree. Not one. And that made him think. He had no way to reach anyone by phone. They were all disconnected, or at least he assumed so. He couldn't remember the last time he had used one. No. He had been too distracted, lost in his honeymoon of love with Amanda, making a baby. His baby. He questioned nothing. He just blindly followed like a sheep.
Damn it!
He punched down on the steering wheel, and the horn rang out across the empty road, causing birds to fly from the tall grass on the side of the road.
I'm an idiot!
He cursed, wondering how the hell he was going to get Amanda and the boy out of the compound.
John, are we the bad guys?
Amanda's words echoed in his mind, her voice full of concern. No, he was not. He was not one of the bad guys. He wasn't one of the good guys either. Being naive was no excuse for turning a blind eye to what was happening around him. John needed to get help to save all of them. The people hiding in the decaying city of Lex, the other blind members of the decree, the survivors in the forest, all of them. His mind became clear. John knew what he had to do. He looked around at the city he loved and got up off the ground, shaking the dust from his knees. He was a soldier. His duty was to protect his home and the people in it, and that was exactly what he was going to do. But first, he needed to see what was beyond the district of Lex, and if they were really alone in the world. As John approached the highway, leaving the boundaries of Lex behind, John's heart raced with confusion and fear. Ahead of him loomed a tall, electrified fence topped with spiraling barbed wire. Beyond it stood rows of menacing tanks and soldiers armed with guns. He parked the car a safe distance away and reached into the glove compartment for the binoculars. As he scanned the area, a sense of hopelessness washed over him. The impenetrable metal wire wall surrounded the entire perimeter, while soldiers stood guard. There was no way anyone could get in or out. These soldiers were different. They were not decree. John wanted to spring into action, to call out for help or wave his arms frantically. But his training kicked in, reminding him to stay calm and assess the situation. Do anything but stand in the middle of this road with a gun in his hand beside a decree vehicle. He spun on the balls of his feet and bolted towards his car, fumbling for his keys. He slid into the driver's seat and drove off as fast as he could without bringing attention to himself. But where would he go? Who was he driving back to? He thought of Leah and the man she'd been with. That's where he needed to be. Hayden. First, he needed to go back to Amanda and tell her everything he saw. Then, he needed to rack his brain and try to come up with a way for them to escape undetected with Adam. Once they were out, they would head to Hayden and tell the people there what John saw at the city limits. With any luck, maybe together they could save everyone from Malcolm Gobbo and the decree. He had to try, at least. Chapter 71. Tabitha. Tabitha stood hidden with her back pressed against the narrow wall that separated the hallway from Malcolm's office. She could hear muffled voices coming from within, and she strained to make out what they were saying. The rough texture of the wall scraped against her skin, and she shifted slightly to relieve the discomfort. Her breathing was calm and even, as she waited, still as a statue, for the right opportunity to emerge from her hiding spot. She peeked around the edge, trying to catch a glimpse of Malcolm inside his office. It was a habit of hers to eavesdrop on all of Malcolm's conversations. It didn't matter who he was talking to. Every bit of information was crucial. These details were like puzzle pieces that needed to be collected and put together to form the bigger picture. She leaned in, committing everything to memory. Later on, she would bring up the topic casually with her husband, steering the conversation towards a solution that would benefit her without him even noticing. Malcolm was smart, but Tabitha was smarter. She still had a deep admiration for Malcolm. His charisma was incredibly alluring, and his skill in using subtle charm to manipulate others was something she found herself mimicking. Like a chameleon, she would adapt and take on different personas as the situation demanded. That was the essence of Tabitha, a master of disguise, changing into whoever she needed to be, blending in seamlessly wherever she went. She was Tabitha Gobbo now, Tabby only to Malcolm. That was a woman of strength, a conservative voice, a docile wife to her powerful husband. They were Malcolm and Tabitha Gobbo, the leaders of the Decree organization. She loved how it rolled off her tongue. There was power in words, and she'd always known it. People took language for granted, ignoring how they spoke it, but not Tabitha. Oh no, not her. She knew that when you change a person's language, you chip away at the freedom they think they have. When you chip away at their freedom, they don't realize that they're losing it until it's too late. That's how it began with the Decree. Tabitha had been there almost from the beginning with Malcolm, telling him he needed to reword how he said things. He already had the tone of language and, for the most part, his use of words was almost perfect. But with Tabitha by his side, it was magic. His goal was to gather members for his organization, and Tabitha assisted him in adjusting his language to inspire a sense of purpose by joining him. Like the word decree. At first, it seemed like the word decree was just an order for people to follow. It didn't sound like a purpose or a way of life chosen by individuals. However, when manipulating it, breaking it into 2 words, and focusing on specific aspects of its definition, it took on a much deeper meaning. It became more than just a rule. It became a calling, and thus, the Decree was formed, not as a means of ruling, but as a way of life guided by a higher purpose. And yet, it still was a means of ruling, wasn't it? She reflected on the countless evenings they had spent together. Malcolm would talk, and she would listen, interjecting with small tidbits of advice. She had a knack for twisting words in just the right way to alter their meaning and plant subtle messages in people's minds without them realizing it was happening. And that included Malcolm, who believed it was his words that he spoke, and his alone, not the words of his wife. Doublethink. The concept of doublethink from the novel 1984 by George Orwell held a mesmerizing allure for Tabitha, for its power and simplicity. She marveled at how easily one could manipulate others' thoughts and beliefs, bending them to fit any desired narrative. It was like holding a key to unlock any door and control any outcome, each more intoxicating than the last. She reveled in this power, understanding that it gave her an advantage over those who were still bound by the constraints of single-minded thinking. She understood the power of language and its ability to shape perception. With skillful manipulation, she showed Malcolm how to shift words and phrases to create a new version of truth. It was a practice of forgetting, letting go of preconceived notions, dismissing commonly accepted beliefs, and releasing the hold on reality. How do you chip away at people's ideas and thoughts? Easily. Point of proof, the conversation happening in Malcolm's office. Tabitha took a deep breath, holding it in so she could listen with her razor-sharp hearing the words of Malcolm and the little weasel Ben, who thought he was Malcolm's right-hand man. Foolish idiot. Ben Hollen was a prime example of manipulating a person's ideas and thoughts. Take a man who concealed his insecurities and elevate him to a position of influence. Give him the belief that he earned this role through his actions and that he has the freedom to shape and enact change. Instill in him a sense of power over others so that his loyalty becomes compliance, even if he is unaware of it. How to create cult followers 101. And yet none of them had seen it coming. That included Ben Hollen. It all worked out exactly as planned, except Ben's bitch slut murdered her child. And now she needed someone new to be the vessel of the chosen one. She shut her eyes, allowing her thoughts to swirl in her mind, connecting the dots and branching out to other ideas. She would have to think about that. But right now, she needed to focus on what was going on inside the next room with Ben and Malcolm. Something happened that she didn't know about, and she did not like being in the dark. No, she could not be in the dark. So, she pressed her ear close to the cool wall, allowing the voices within to vibrate against her cheek and her eardrum. Despite the muffled voices, she was able to understand what they were saying. Malcolm's voice was composed and collected as always. She had taught him well. The more calm his tone, the more authority he exuded, as most people are rarely ever calm. With nervousness evident in his voice, Ben recounted the events he had witnessed earlier that day. He described how there were unknown soldiers that had surrounded the city, creating an impenetrable fence using iron and electricity. "The magnitude of this invasion is indescribable," he declared, his voice full of blame. "How is it even possible for something like this to occur?" Malcolm looked at Ben, unmoved by his words. "I have reason to suspect that some of our connections may have been compromised, or possibly taken into custody. We haven't been able to reach many of the politicians we have ties to." "Yeah, well, what should we do?" Ben asked, panicked. "At the moment, nothing," Malcolm replied. "What? Are you serious? That's unacceptable, Malcolm. We need to get the hell out of Dodge now. It's all falling." Malcolm's expression was resolute as he shook his head, determined not to give up on their mission. Frustrated, Ben ran his hands through his hair, not expecting what came next. "Have you found your wife yet?" "Are you serious? We have bigger fish to fry here, Malcolm." Tabitha could feel her temperature rising with each word that Ben spoke to Malcolm. It wasn't fear that was causing this reaction, but anger at being blindsided by this new information. She let this new knowledge sink into her brain, allowing them to marinate there. As she listened to the two men talk incessantly, it became apparent that Malcolm was not in touch with reality. His own narcissism had consumed him. Now what? "Think, Tabby. Come on, think. Think, Tabitha," she corrected. She had to think like Tabitha, not Tabby. Or maybe I should think like Tabby. The words were turning and twisting in her mind, a tangled mess of thoughts and emotions. She could feel the weight of them pressing down on her, suffocating. But as the chaos swirled around her, she formulated a plan of escape. Each thought fell into place like carefully constructed shelves, lining up neatly in the compartments of her brain. The jumbled-up mess of chaos suddenly transformed into order, clicking together, revealing a clear path. It was time to shed her current skin and don a new one. Time to switch gears and take another road, leaving behind the old and embarking on something new. She listened closely, hearing Malcolm's voice, and felt a surge of something she decided was feelings for him. Yes, because that's what it was. She cared for Malcolm, but he had fallen too far in his own self-entitled leadership. "Damn it, Malcolm! Damn it!" She breathed through her tightly pressed lips. As Ben continued his insufferable rambling, she quickly devised ways to persuade Malcolm to leave and present him with alternative ideas that occurred to her while waiting for Ben to shut up. One of those ideas did something to her that rarely happened. It made her stomach flip-flop with expectation and excitement. But first, she had to return to her rooms. She was up to date now with what was going on. Ben and Malcolm's conversations had become repetitive and boring. She needed to get to the bedroom and retrieve the blueprints Malcolm had thrown into the trash months ago. She'd taken them and put them safely in their bedroom, hidden in the bottom drawer of the dresser, a safe place in case they needed them. It's always important to have a backup plan or two, as an intelligent person would know. And Tabitha was no dummy. There were old abandoned tunnels under the city that no one knew about. Well, not anyone she was aware of, except for one person, but he was dead. Chris Onweir. Chris had confided in Malcolm about the hidden tunnels, revealing to him the blueprints he'd taken from the archives. The aged documents revealed an intricate system of subterranean tunnels, long forgotten by the outside world. But the most fascinating feature of these tunnels was the labyrinth that connected to the district of Lex, serving as an entrance and an exit route. Those blueprints and tunnels were Tabitha's plan now. She just needed to get Malcolm to think it was his idea. The boy Adam came to mind, with his serious demeanor and soft-spoken nature, tucked away with Amanda. Well, that would have to end. First, she had to persuade Malcolm to let go of the misfit group they had gathered. Most of them were completely oblivious to the truth of what was happening beyond the walls of the decree. People were so dumb, so pliable like clay. It was time for her to transform again, but for now, she had to remain as Tabitha. She needed Malcolm to agree that her solution was the best one: escape through the tunnels and blend in as a regular couple in the outside world, a normal family, and start over again. She smoothed down her dress, knowing that this outfit, this costume she wore, was about to change again. She was glad about it. Being the plain Jane was never her style. This plan was exactly what she needed. But first, she had to convince Malcolm, and then, when the time was right, she would get the boy from Little Miss Nobody, Amanda. Chapter 72. Leah. They walked through the bushes, like they did every morning, careful not to leave a trail behind them as each step crunched under their feet. They parked the car in its usual place, safely concealed as long as no one was trying hard to look for it. Leah trekked along the path leading to the decree compound. With each breath, her mind raced back to yesterday, and the day before that, and the day before that. For weeks, she had been making the same journey, hoping to glimpse Adam and Amanda. Some days they were there, and it filled Leah with hope. But on other days, when their familiar faces were nowhere in sight, Leah couldn't help but think the worst. Something was going on at the decree. A sense of unease hung in the air, surrounding the compound. Kai felt it too. It made Leah feel powerless, like they were missing out on something important happening right under their noses. They still hadn't found a way to get inside the walls and rescue Adam, even with fewer soldiers around. Every day there seemed to be fewer and fewer of them. It was frustrating, maddening even, and Leah couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out. And so, the days dragged on, scouring every corner for potential entry points into the decree and catching fleeting glimpses of Adam, then tumbling into each other's arms at night. Each night, as Leah lay in Kai's embrace, her face nestled against his bare chest, she would weep, clinging to him as if her life hung in the balance. He was her lifeline, a source of solace in the midst of her turmoil. But Kai was more than just a man to hold on to. She'd never in her life felt the intensity of feelings like she did for Kai. It was unlike anything she had experienced before. Not even Ben. But then again, had she ever felt anything real with Ben? She didn't want to think of him. She shook her head, trying to shake out the image of him driving off with Adam. Leah would never forgive him. But she couldn't think about that now. She fell behind Kai, desperately wanting to reach out and hold his hand. They had discussed returning to Hayden. They knew they needed more help, but wanted to have a clear layout of the area before bringing anyone else and endangering their lives. Because that's exactly what they were doing. Risking their lives. There was no point in pretending it was something else. Amanda was the key to getting inside. The problem was, when they saw her, she was never alone. It was rare to catch Amanda without Tabitha by her side. She was always there, shadowing Amanda like some type of schoolyard nun, ready to smack knuckles with a ruler if she got out of line. Amanda, nearing the end of her pregnancy, looked exhausted and tense. Leah's mind struggled to come to terms with the harsh reality that perhaps Amanda wasn't capable of helping them. She was, however, taking good care of Adam. He looked well-fed and clean. Quiet, but not neglected. Leah was grateful to have Amanda for it. No matter what, Amanda was her friend, and she loved Adam. She refused to believe Amanda willingly was keeping Adam from her. Whatever was going on behind the iron fence, Leah had to trust their friendship, or else she would go insane thinking of Adam alone in there. She had no choice. Kai halted and signaled for her to do the same, placing a finger over his lips to be quiet. Her body responded instinctively to his command, her heart fluttering as she caught a sight of the muscles in his arm. They were taut and defined, pulsing with tension and readiness. God, he was gorgeous. She shocked herself with how much she wanted him, right there and then. What on earth was her body doing to her? Responding like a feral creature, wanting to ravage him at the most inappropriate moments. And let's get real, Every moment, everywhere, Leah wanted to press herself tight against Kai's body, melting deep into the core of his soul. That's where she felt she belonged. Even when she tried to pull away, he was a magnet, pulling her right back into him. Every night since Adam was taken, she sought refuge in Kai's comforting embrace, his touch easing the ache deep in her soul. She buried herself in the smoothness of his skin under her fingertips, and in those fleeting moments, she forgot about everything else, finding solace and comfort in the safety of his embrace. She stood, rooted to the ground. Every muscle in her body was tense and still, paralyzed by fear. She dared not even take a single breath, afraid that it might give away her presence. The sound of a twig snapping under someone's foot broke through the stillness.
"Who's there? I hear you and I have a gun! Show yourself!"
Kai's words boomed through the sky, startling a nearby bird to take flight. Trembling, she felt she would pass out with fear. Was this it? Were they discovered? The bush rustled as a deep, authoritative voice rang out with a sense of determination.
"Hold your fire! It's me, John Wilder!"
An imposing figure stepped forward, his chiseled features highlighted by the scattered beams of sunlight breaking through the trees. He held his hands up in surrender, his gun slung over his shoulder. There was a glint of urgency in his piercing blue eyes as he stepped into view. Leah gasped.
Did you have Adam?
She covered her mouth with her hands, realizing she had spoken without meaning to. Kai raised his gun, aiming it directly at John without uttering a single word.
"I'm not here as an enemy. I'm here on behalf of my wife and your son, Adam."
Where are they?
"They're back at the compound."
John kept his hands up in the air, unwavering.
"Listen, you were right. I was wrong. I went to the city."
Leah took a step forward, but Kai positioned himself between her and John, acting as a barrier, his gun cocked, unmoving.
"What did you see?" "I saw everything. The destruction, the dead, the empty buildings, trucks, and cars empty and burned. I saw it all."
John's voice cracked, but he did not take his hands down. His bottom lip trembled, not in fear, not for himself.
"I didn't know. I swear."
He fixed his focus first on Leah, then faced Kai head-on as he inhaled deeply. He stood, unwavering before him as an equal, owning up to his mistakes and taking full responsibility for them like a man.
"I need to get Amanda out of there before the baby is born. We have Adam. He's been placed in our care. He's safe with us for now. But I'll be honest with you, I have no idea what their intentions are for him. And there's definitely something strange happening at the compound. I'm not being kept in the loop about anything, which is unsettling, considering all that I've learned."
John looked close to breaking down.
"I need to get Amanda and the baby to safety. Why should we trust you?"
Kai's deep voice was low and unforgiving.
"What choice do you have?"
John snapped back, his odd-colored eyes seeming to flare as he spoke.
"I don't know how long you two have been out here, but if I bumped into you, someone else will too. Then how will you get to Adam?"
John's face betrayed all the emotions building up inside him.
"I was at the border. Things are changing. I don't know how much longer it is safe for any one of us here. What are you going to do to help us?"
Kai asked.
"I'll do anything to protect them."
Kai's gun lowered, and John let out a deep sigh as he dropped his arms to his sides.
"I went to the city limits. Soldiers who are not Decree have surrounded us, locking us inside. There are hundreds of them lining the perimeter of the district, not far out from the highway. There are electrical wire fences with tanks and weapons. Something is going down, and I don't know if they're here to help or worse. I trust nothing anymore. I want to see these soldiers for myself,"
Kai said, his face not revealing any signs of what he was thinking.
"You have to take us to them."
But we have to get Adam.
Leah declared. She was not going anywhere without seeing her boy first. If everything John said about the unknown soldiers at the border was true, she needed to know Adam was safe before she went anywhere.
"Okay, we'll head to the compound first. There's an area in the back where the children hang out and play." "Yes, we know where it is,"
Kai said. John looked at him, surprised, but then nodded. Of course they knew where it was.
"Amanda will take Adam out there. I will let her know as much as I can about leaving, but I don't want to tell her too much and have it used against her. When things go down, do whatever you have to, but you have to promise me You'll protect her and the baby and Hayden.
Kai nodded.
Okay then, we have a deal. I'm going to do everything in my power to get them all out, even if it kills me.
John turned his back, leaving himself open as they followed behind him to Amanda and Adam, and to the decree. Chapter 73. Ben. Ben was speechless, unable to believe what he was hearing as Malcolm's composed voice continued to lecture him. He scolded Ben for being overly concerned about the soldiers stationed at the borders of Lex. As if it were a minor inconvenience, an unknown military force was closing in on them from all sides. Was Malcolm delusional? Then again, was Ben? Why on earth had he been so easily convinced that they could get away with all that had transpired in the last several months? The crimes, the murders, a city under siege. Damn it, he thought. He had a good life before, a distinguished career, a house, a wife, a son, and any woman he wanted on the side. But Ben wanted more. He always wanted more. Why had he been so hypnotized by the lure of power? Why? Malcolm's true nature was being exposed, the crazy behind the brilliance. While Ben had seen through his facade a long time ago, Malcolm's chaotic neuroticism was becoming more and more evident, no longer able to be hidden or ignored by those around him. Ben couldn't believe he had been foolish enough to follow such a madman. He ran his hands through his hair, unaware that Tabitha had been listening in to their conversation up until moments beforehand. It didn't matter to him. She was insignificant to Ben, someone he rarely thought of until she was right in his face, annoying the hell out of him by just being there. But Malcolm? Malcolm was far from insignificant. He was intelligent, masterful, and dangerous. He held so many powerful people in the palm of his hands, waiting and willing to do Malcolm's bidding. Ben never questioned Malcolm's complete dominance over every aspect of their plan to seize control of the city of Lex. He had full conviction that those on the outside, including politicians, were still firmly ensnared in Malcolm's grasp. Why hadn't Malcolm told him that each one of his dirty little politicians over the months had suddenly gone quiet in their responses while some were not silent at all? In fact, they'd become more involved, requiring updates of all that transpired within the district of Lex. Every single thing. Fuck! Ben's head felt like it was about to explode. Malcolm continued to rattle on, causing Ben to want to strangle him. He couldn't stand there and listen to the crap coming out of Malcolm's mouth anymore. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, trying to sort through the chaos and figure out his next move. Grab the kid and run? There was nowhere to run to. Maybe head back to Leah's cabin? That was a thought. He could lie low with the boy, wait out whatever was heading towards them. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard Malcolm mention Yasmin. Why was he droning on about Yasmin when maybe, just maybe, the politicians he had in his pockets were now the informants? It made sense. Why else would unmarked soldiers be surrounding the city? They had to be aware of what was happening inside. The plan was to keep the truth hidden from the outside world by sealing it with bribes to high-ranking politicians. Clearly, they knew what was going on inside of Lex. Plans had been carefully put into motion to ward off any questions from outside connections. There was no stone left unturned. All possibilities analyzed and accounted for, leaving no room for uncertainty or surprises. To the rest of the world, an outbreak of a potential virus forced the entire district of Lex into strict isolation, with barricades and the decree guards stationed at every entrance to ensure that no one could enter or leave. For everyone's safety, of course. But the soldiers now surrounding Lex were not decree. They were something else. God, they'd been stupid, unprepared, radical. Fuck! Now Ben was inside a bubble, trapped, unable to escape. He didn't know what to do. He turned his attention to Malcolm as he droned on, repeating Yasmin's name of all things. Their entire organization was surrounded, and Malcolm was talking about Yasmin. Ben had enough. But I really feel that moving forward, Yasmin would be better off being my partner of the decree. Ben's head snapped up in shock. Was Malcolm kidding? Were his ears hearing him right? What the bloody hell was he talking about? Malcolm kept insisting that Tabitha had to either accept having a second wife or become one herself. It really wasn't any choice of hers now, was it? That was it. Ben was tired of hearing Malcolm's voice and his crazy man's antics. Yasmin is gone. For the first time in a while, Malcolm's expression turned serious and intense as he directed his gaze towards Ben. There was a stern, almost angry look, with a hint of a threat underlying it. Pardon me, Ben. Ben had reached his limit. He had dug himself into a deep hole, and now he was seething with anger. He was completely done with everyone.
You're being delusional! For crying out loud, Malcolm, she aborted your baby and threw it in your face by bringing it to you wrapped in the gift you gave her.
Ben was surprised to see Malcolm's mouth drop open, something he had never witnessed before. Malcolm was taken aback, never thinking someone would have the audacity to speak out against him. Ben?
No, I was there, remember? I was there. And I know Yasmin better than anyone. You will never see her again. She's gone for good.
Ben knew he was treading on very thin ice that would crack at any moment, plunging him into the cold water. But he didn't care. He was a survivor, and he was on the cusp of drowning anyway, so he was going to fight.
The day Malik died, I saw a teenage girl running out of the building. She was half naked, Malcolm.
Malcolm's normally calm and collected expression twisted into a mask of fury. His eyes burned with intense anger, his jaw clenched as he stared at Ben. All thoughts of Yasmin gone. Why didn't you tell me this before? Ben instantly regretted the words he'd spoken. The look in Malcolm's eyes terrified him. Malcolm was the mastermind behind a deadly cult, responsible for the deaths of hundreds under his control, all carried out at his orders. He never even had to lift a finger.
I tried, but you wouldn't listen. You already decided that Leah was responsible, and to be honest, I don't even know where you came up with that. It just makes no logical sense. Leah is weak. She does what she's told. She's not a threat to anyone.
Malcolm's eyes narrowed, suspicious. Do you know where your wife is, Ben? The accusation in Malcolm's voice was clear and hit Ben in the chest, making him feel short of breath. What in the world was he doing? What in the hell was he thinking? How is he still here, standing before Malcolm? He could destroy Ben, kill him, like the dead laying rotting in the streets of Lex.
No, I don't know where she is. I told you I'm searching for her.
Do you know what happens to those who lie to me? Ben swallowed hard, cursing himself again for his lack of control and common sense. It always got him in the end. Always.
I don't know where she is, but I can tell you one thing.
He couldn't believe he was going to say this, but he did.
She can't be far from here. I'm sure of it.
The moment Ben said the words, he regretted it. Malcolm's brows raised, intrigued, and that made Ben go cold. Really? Why? Why do you feel this way?
I have our son,
Ben said matter-of-factly, pretending to be surprised that Malcolm would even question why. Malcolm looked like he was rolling Ben's words around in his mind. Yes, that makes sense, he said more to himself than to Ben, his hands now steepled beneath his chin. We need to stick to the original plan. We will take care of the soldiers guarding the border outside of the city, after we have your wife. Ben fought the urge to roll his eyes. He had pushed too far. He wouldn't dare show disrespect now. Under Malcolm's stern gaze, he felt small and insignificant once again, overwhelmed by the man's power. Malcolm had the decree soldiers. Ben did not. Yes, he could lead them, but only under Malcolm's command. But he still had something. Chris was alive, and that was information Ben could render up in his favor. He could capture Chris like he did Adam, although it would be a little harder to drug him and drag him into the van, considering he was a fat motherfucker. Well, he used to be. He wasn't so fat anymore. Malcolm watched him. Ben felt his heart race. This could turn out good. This could really work out for him. He could bring Chris in, then take Adam and head to the cabin, disappear until things were safe to come out. Yes, this would work. Ben felt hopeful again, back in the driver's seat of his life. But first, He had to keep his shit together and not get himself killed by pissing Malcolm off. "When you find your wife, I want you to bring her to me. But there's a catch." Malcolm's words broke through Ben's thoughts of survival, snapping his head to attention. "What kind of catch?" "I want her body, Ben." Ben was confused. "Her body?" "Yes." A twisted grin spread across Malcolm's face, like the Cheshire Cat revealing its fangs. His eyes gleamed with a familiar malice, one that Ben had seen many times before. It was the same look that glimmered in Malik's eyes. "Yes, her body. Bring me your wife's body." Malcolm turned to the door of his office and opened it, gesturing for Ben to leave. Fear crept into Ben's heart as he nodded and began to leave, realizing the truth. He'd underestimated Malcolm Gobbo and the level of evil within him. "Oh, and Ben?" Malcolm's voice was icy calm, sending a crawling sensation to ripple across Ben's entire body. "Yes, Malcolm," he replied, unable to look at the man face on. "It shouldn't be too difficult to do, since taking your son from her was so easy." Chapter 74. Leah. Crouching in the bushes, Leah felt the dry grass scratch at her knees as she tried to remain hidden. She held her breath, keeping a close eye on the door, waiting for any signs of Amanda or Adam. Kai leaned himself protectively over her, his body pressed tightly against her back. His scent, masculine and earthy, enveloped her, igniting her body. Her heart pounded, feeling the comfort of Kai, and John's promise that Amanda would come with Adam. The door let out a loud creak as Amanda opened it. Her hand grasped Adam's as they stepped out together. She tried not to appear curious as she scanned the area beyond the fence. Leah broke into a million pieces.
"Adam, you can run around. You have the entire yard to yourself. You can go as far as the fence if you want,"
Amanda said, pretending to shield her eyes from the sun as she scanned the area where Kai and Leah were hiding.
"I'm not allowed near the fence,"
Adam spoke, still holding onto Amanda's hand.
"Yes, you can, buddy. Go grab some cars and play in the sand. You can build little castles. How about we go near the fence? That way you can feel like you're out in the forest. Or you can ride one of the big wheels."
Adam looked towards the trees beyond the fence, his face void of emotion. Leah stifled a gasp, trying to hold back the sounds that threatened to escape. Kai's fingers, strong yet gentle, wrapped around her shoulders in a comforting hold. His breath tickled her ear as he leaned in closer.
"Amanda's not going to let anything happen to him."
Leah nodded, knowing it was true. But it still took everything in her, from jumping up and trying to climb the fence, snatching her boy into her arms, never to let him go again. She held Kai's hand and pressed it against her aching heart. Kai embraced her, his chest pressed against her back, centering her. She leaned into him, tilting her head back so that it rested under his chin.
"He's okay. Let's just watch your boy."
Leah relaxed, feeling Kai's heartbeat pounding against her back, thumping hard, even though his voice was calm.
"You're having a hard time not being able to do anything too,"
she stated.
"Yes."
Kai's breath came in ragged behind her. Leah kept her eyes fixed on Adam, pedaling a big wheel around the courtyard with Amanda at the center of it all. She couldn't bring herself to turn around and face Kai, not yet. They stayed that way, silent, watching Adam play. Amanda approached the fence, her steps slow and relaxed, as if she were simply out for a leisurely walk. She arched her back, attempting to ease the discomfort of pregnancy. Adam trailed behind on his big wheel, imitating the sound of a motor. She leaned casually against the fence, scanning her surroundings as if it were just another ordinary day. An ordinary place for a little boy to be held prisoner in. Kai and Leah held each other close as they watched, letting themselves be enveloped by the sound of Adam's voice, carried on the wind. The wheels crackled over the gravel as Adam turned the handles, making motorcar noises to go faster. He pumped his little legs, propelling himself further from Amanda towards the opposite end of the compound. He paused, taking in the vast open space beyond the chain-link fence, then turned back with a concerned look on his face towards Amanda and, unknowingly, Leah and Kai. The door of the compound opened up, and John Wilder stood nervously in the doorway, looking out at Amanda, then over at Adam, riding down the other side of the fence.
"Time to go,"
he said, trying to sound normal, his eyes darting around. Kai and Leah sat up straight, their ears and eyes alert. Amanda called out to Adam, who turned towards her and rode back.
Wait for me,
The boy called out, his little feet pedaling faster towards Amanda, the big wheel becoming louder the closer he got to her. Amanda turned her body towards Adam, but her head shifted just off to the side where Leah and Kai crouched, alert. In a high, clear voice, she called out,
Don't worry, Lulu buddy. I'm right here.
Then she turned back to Adam and said in the same voice,
I won't go anywhere without you, Adam. I promise.
Chapter 75. Malcolm. Malcolm stood before the doors to his room that he shared with Tabby, Ben's words still fresh in his mind. Yes, these unknown soldiers were a concern. Yes, he would have to address the problem. And yes, the politicians he had on his payroll had betrayed him. He had been observing these patterns for some time. When he spoke to certain informants, he noticed their trembling voices in the barrage of unrelated questions. Something had shifted in their interactions since they last spoke months ago. The updates Malcolm received about the situation outside of Lex were lacking in substance. There was mention of a dangerous virus in Lex, and the lockdown to stop the spread outside its limits, but that was the only information. They should have provided more news about their plans, including which city they would target next and the steps they were taking. Malcolm was acutely aware of the corruption within the government and how often they suppressed information from the public. They labeled anyone who dared to speak out against them as a conspiracy theorist, dismissing and discrediting them. Nothing new. People believed what they were told, even if their eyes saw differently. Malcolm couldn't blame them. People liked to feel safe, so they ignored what they saw, and eventually forgot they ever thought of anything different. What they were told was now what they believed. But if the public really believed Lex was in strict isolation because of a virus, why were there soldiers who were not decree circling the district of Lex with weapons? If higher authorities had uncovered the politicians that Malcolm had bribed, then this could be the ultimate showdown to bring down Malcolm Gobbo and the decree organization. It was becoming clear that once again, his plan was falling through. This time, at a cost. He lost his brother, his son with Yasmin, and now it looked like he was going to lose the decree. He needed to regroup and redirect his next move. He thought of Ben and the way he spoke to him. Malcolm was losing control over his followers. How had that been allowed? It wasn't just the way Ben disrespected him. It was the downright lies he told. It was obvious Ben knew where his wife was. Did he think Malcolm was a fool? Ben was a man who wanted power and, well, Malcolm gave it to him. Had it gone to his head? Did he think he was above Malcolm? He swung the door open and stepped inside, the clean scent of lemon and pine greeting him. The room was immaculate, as it always was, every surface gleaming and free of clutter. In the center of the room sat Tabby, dressed to perfection in a simple tan sundress, just the way he liked it. Her hair was pulled back into a low ponytail, exposing the graceful curve of her neck. "Well, hello, my dear," he greeted, placing the ledger he had in his hands down onto the table, its pages filled with detailed notes and sketches of the uncharted wilderness in the district of Lex, and the city's intricate structure. Chris had given it to him, along with blueprints of hidden tunnels that still existed beneath the city's structure. But he couldn't recall where he had stashed them. It was something he needed to prioritize now that things were uncertain. Chris had been a great source of information, and he regretted having him executed. It was nice to have someone like him around, with so much information jammed inside his head. But Chris was a weak man. He would eventually have betrayed Malcolm once he discovered what the decree really was. It was a shame, really, he thought as he touched Chris's ledger, knowing it held everything he needed to escape. Well, almost all he needed. There were the tunnels, but he'd find the blueprints in due time. "What's that?" Tabby stood up, her eyes on Malcolm's fingers touching the ledger. "Some information that I think you might find interesting. Let's call it Plan C." "Plan C?" "Yes. It looks like we might have to move forward with Plan C." Tabby traced her fingers along the edges of the ledger, studying it, lost in her own thoughts.
"What's on your mind, Tabby?"
Malcolm asked, his voice calm. She lifted her fingers from the ledger and glanced over at the dresser, staring at it briefly before returning her attention to the book. Her expression remained blank, betraying no hint of her thoughts.
"I don't think it is wise to stay here anymore,"
she said, still focused on the ledger.
"I was thinking the same, my dear."
"Really?"
she said, looking surprised, although Malcolm doubted it. She was his Tabby, after all. She always was one step ahead of everyone. He admired her for it.
"I would love to hear your thoughts."
"Well,"
she said, running her fingers slowly across the surface of the table. She let them drop to her side and turned away from him, making her way back to the chair she'd been sitting on.
"I'm assuming those are the ledgers of the tunnels that Chris Unweir had talked about."
Surprising yet not, Malcolm lifted his eyes.
"Well, yes and no. It's all his notes and drawings. I have to go through other documents for additional information."
"So you want to escape through the tunnels to get outside of city limits?"
"It's one option,"
he said.
"Your thoughts?"
"I think it's an excellent idea. But we should discuss some family matters first."
She turned, giving him the eye, the one that always made him feel a little tingle inside, knowing how well their intelligence aligned, always working towards an equal outcome.
"I have an idea, and I would love for you to hear it,"
she said, her voice with just the right level of emotion that Malcolm knew she'd already practiced exactly what she was going to say.
"I'm all ears, Tabby."
"Ben's son, Adam."
"Yes. What about him?"
"I think he should be with us."
Malcolm was shocked. This was something he'd not expected to hear.
"Why would we do that?"
"Well, because we want a child."
Malcolm's eyes raised, but didn't say a word, allowing Tabby to finish.
"Hear me out,"
she said, expecting his shocked response. He suppressed a smile, threatening to expose itself, loving how prepared Tabby was with this new turn of events.
"No one will be looking for a couple with a young son. We should start again in a different city, a different country even."
She paused, waiting for a reaction from him.
"I'm listening,"
Malcolm said, his interest piquing.
"Think about it. We could start over again. This is the farthest we've ever gotten, and we've learned from this experience. Let's disappear. You and our new son, Adam. Or whatever you want to name him."
"I like the name Adam, actually. First man and all."
Malcolm steepled his fingers together under his chin, nodding his head in agreement, the deep cleft opening and closing with each movement. Delight spread across Tabby's face, and he reveled in the fact that she was excited. His little Tabby all wound up with emotions. That in itself got him aroused.
"So, how do you propose we do this? I mean, Ben is the boy's father, after all."
The audacity of Ben's behavior earlier flooded back into Malcolm's mind. He could still hear the smug tone in Ben's voice as he spoke about Malik's death and Yasmin, let alone the shameless lies about the whereabouts of his wife.
"I told him to bring his wife's body to me. I think he will do it, to be honest,"
Malcolm said, loving how events always seemed to fall into place for him. The statement caught her off guard, but she quickly regained her composure, showing no signs of being affected by Malcolm's words.
"You ordered Ben to bring his wife's body to you?"
"Yes. I wanted to see if he would do it."
"Interesting."
Tabby stood up and clasped her hands together in a prayer-like gesture under her chin, mimicking Malcolm without realizing it.
"This could benefit us."
"What should we do with Ben?"
"Ben? Leave him to be the fall guy."
Malcolm looked up. It was his turn to be surprised.
"Now this is intriguing, Tabby. Very intriguing. How do you suggest we put all the blame on Ben Hollen? My face and name has been everywhere."
"Well, the remains of the decree compound would bury your body in the rubble."
"The rubble?"
"We'll blow up the decree, or burn it down, whichever is easiest. Our bodies will disappear along with all the rest of them."
"Them?"
"Malcolm, we can't have anyone at the compound live to be able to talk about what happened here. They have to be taken care of."
She looked at Malcolm as though she were speaking to a child. It made him uncomfortable and unable to respond right away. Tabby could see his concerns, and for a moment he felt weak beneath her gaze, his control slipping away into her hands.
Don't worry, that'll be the easy part. We will have some sort of celebration and poison them all. The bodies will be burned beyond recognition once we blow up or burn down the place. Done. Problem solved.
Malcolm thought he knew Tabby inside and out, but listening to her talk so casually about killing all the members of the decree, he realized he had indeed underestimated his wife.
We'll have to find a way to blame Ben for it all. It shouldn't be difficult. It's clear he wants to overtake your position as the head of the decree. What better motive than Ben's desire for power?
Agreed, Malcolm said, surprised at how well thought out Tabby's plan was. There are still my brother's sons to think of. They'll have to come with us. Tabby turned on Malcolm, flashing him a look that nearly knocked him off his feet. He'd never seen such a look of distaste exposed so visibly on Tabby's face before.
Sarah's boys?
The way she said Sarah's sons sounded as if she was talking about something putrid and decaying. He had never witnessed this aspect of Tabby before. Malik's boys, Malcolm corrected, needing to get control of the situation again. My brother's sons. Tabby recoiled at the harshness of his tone, realizing she had exposed too much emotion. She quickly regained her composure.
Malcolm, you and I both know those boys are not Malik's. Your brother passed Sarah around to every soldier under his command like she was a game of spin the bottle.
Tabby,
you know this is true. We can't risk our future on Sarah's children. They are not our kin.
Malcolm breathed in, letting what Tabby said sink in. Of course, he was aware of Malik's antics. He knew his nephews were not his brother's sons, but they were Gobbo's. Very well. Let's keep it to the three of us, he said, dropping the subject. He didn't feel like discussing it any longer with her. She still harbored jealousy towards Sarah since their long-ago days as roommates in university. Whatever. He didn't feel the need to discuss it more with her. That said, the subject was not over for him. Sarah and her sons would not go down with the sinking ship that was the decree. Malcolm would make sure of that. As he considered the tunnels, he realized he would need more than just the journal. He would also need to locate the blueprints, but that shouldn't be too hard. He thought about starting over again, and about Adam, the boy who could be his son. Together with Tabby, they could raise him to become a future leader of a new community. It would be a fresh start for all of them. His mind raced with the idea of building again. He knew darn well Tabby was thinking about it too. The excitement of it all. It would be like the old days when he first met Tabby, but this time would be different. This time, they wouldn't be young newlyweds fresh out of university. This time, they would be a couple married for years with a young son. Adam. It surprised Malcolm how much he liked the idea of Adam being his son. He didn't even know the boy yet, but that didn't seem to bother him, which was another turn of events he hadn't expected. Malcolm had been so determined to have a son of his own blood that it never crossed his mind that he could have one already born and ready for taking, one he could raise and mold into the image of himself. Why not start a family this way? If Tabby will mother a child not biologically hers, why couldn't Malcolm do the same? I like this, Tabby. I like this plan a lot. We'd have to change our appearance, become something different from what we look like now. Tabby had a glint in her eye, already anticipating the change. He remembered what Tabby looked like all those years ago when Malcolm courted Sarah, way before Tabby knew who he was. He knew. The idea of being different versions of themselves at this next stage of their lives appealed to him, morphing into people who were more with the times, more modern, less traditional. Yes, this was a good idea. Malcolm needed to shed this old skin of his and let go of it and the life he had. That included letting go of his desire for Yasmin. This would be a hard one for him, but she was just a woman after all, and Tabby stood before him, already 10 steps ahead, creating a plan and a life, safely away from the fall of the decree. He needed to forget about it, put it in the past. He'd taken things a little too far in his desire to have Yasmin. Tabby had seen right through it all, and yet here she stood before him, saving the day. He had to show her she was his wife, and that he only wanted her. "I'm thinking we have the start of a beautiful plan," he said, his hand reaching up to touch her shoulder, pulling down the cuff of her sleeve, exposing her bare shoulder and collarbone. "A perfectly beautiful plan." Chapter 76. Leah. The horizon turned a soft orange hue as the sun descended, casting long shadows on the vast open space leading up to the border. Standing tall and authoritative, soldiers marched the gated perimeters, their guns glinting under the waning sun. Kai, Leah, and John stood at a distance, sheltered by the remnants of an old building. From this vantage point, they had an obstructed view of the border and the soldiers' ominous blockade. Leah's breaths were shallow, her blue eyes constantly scanning the crowd of soldiers, searching for gaps in the barrier. Adam consumed her thoughts. She needed to see him, hear his little voice ringing in her ears. Beside her, Kai set his eyes in determination.
"We can't rely on the outside world,"
he whispered, his gaze never leaving the soldiers.
"If they haven't acted by now, they may never."
John's tightly closed hands revealed the depth of his emotions, the lies he had believed bubbling up inside him, tearing at him from the inside.
"We have to save ourselves."
Kai nodded, looking at John.
"We have to get back to Hayden. We need more help."
Leah, her voice edged with desperation, replied.
"But we can't just leave Adam."
"We won't,"
John assured her, his deep voice resonating with conviction.
"But we need a solid plan, and more help to save him, Amanda, and the baby."
He paused, the tension in his jaw visible.
"Going back to Hayden is our best shot."
Kai looked thoughtful.
"The soldiers are too many, and the blockade is impenetrable. We need to find a way around it, both out of Lex and into the decree."
John and Kai exchanged glances.
"The question is, how the hell do we do it?"
John said.
"We need a guide, someone who knows their way around the city, inside and out."
Kai's face smiled slightly.
"I might know someone in Hayden who can help." "Oh? Who's that?"
John asked, hope flickering in his light eyes.
"My sister's boyfriend, of all people."
Kai shook his head in disbelief, chuckling at the irony of it all.
"He knows everything about the city, and he has a photographic memory."
"But first, I need to see Adam again,"
Leah said, unable to tear herself from the sight of the soldiers in the distance. For once, she didn't feel fear or panic. Nothing. All emotions seemed to seep out of her as she stood staring at the soldiers as the day turned to dusk. A cool breeze lifted the strands of hair that had fallen from her ponytail, sending a chill through her. Her mind was blank. The sight of the soldiers at the border silenced all her thoughts. John nodded.
"I need to tell Amanda everything. She needs to be on alert when we leave for Hayden."
Leah let out a deep sigh, dreading the next steps and feeling trapped by the fact that she had to leave Adam behind. It gnawed at her. Kai raised his hand on her shoulder, giving it a reassuring squeeze.
"I know this is hard, but this is how we get him back."
"Why aren't those soldiers helping us?"
Leah asked, Kai's words sounding far away.
"I don't know."
"I can't go back to Hayden without Adam,"
she blurted out, her eyes fixated on the men armed with guns.
"I won't."
Her mind was resolved. Kai simply nodded, knowing it was pointless to argue with her. How could he possibly convince a mother to leave her son? She met John's gaze, a determined look in her eyes.
"Tell Amanda that she has to take Adam outside every single day, at the same time. I need to hear him and know he's okay,"
she said, making it clear there were no questions about it. John nodded.
"Yes, and I need you to watch out for her too."
"I'm not finished."
There was a coolness in her voice. Her thoughts formed into actions as she spoke.
"Amanda needs to look for a way to get me inside the compound. I'm done waiting."
Leah's words hung in the air, her eyes determined and fierce. Kai and John were taken aback, their expressions a mix of disbelief and concern.
"No,"
Kai protested.
"That is suicide. You need to wait till we get back." "I agree. I don't want Amanda putting herself in any danger."
Leah remained resolute, unyielding in her determination to do whatever it took to rescue Adam. She refused to discuss it anymore with the two men and turned away from them, heading back towards where they'd left the car. John and Kai followed behind, trying to reason with her without drawing unwanted attention. They continued to try to persuade Leah as they drove back to the decree. She sat silent, sandwiched between the two, Kai on one side, John on the other, two pillars of strength. She felt the power between them and knew she had no choice but to put her trust in them. But she also couldn't rely on everyone else to rescue Adam. She needed to be strong too, just like Kai and John. She wasn't going back with them. No, she was staying behind, and one way or the other, she was getting inside that compound, if it was the last thing she ever did. Chapter 77. Summer. Summer sat at the edge of her bed. She placed her hand on her enormous belly, feeling the little occupant inside. The baby would grow up here, surrounded by trees and nature, thriving in it like she did. She thought she had felt alive and free when skateboarding, but that, like so many other things, was in the past. Now her life was fishing, hunting, and being outdoors, feeling the wind caressing her face and basking in the sun, baking her body warm. Despite her current silent treatment of Chris, she loved training with Kai and him, the feeling of strength that came with mastering movement and gaining control with precise commands. She didn't like being told what to do, but learning how to take orders and being trained to work as part of a team had molded her into a stronger person. And she bloomed with Lonnie, who sat across from her, enjoying folding baby clothes into neat little piles. Summer couldn't help but smile. Lonnie loved this stuff. Lonnie raised her head and placed a reassuring hand on Summer's swollen stomach.
"It won't be much longer, my girl,"
she whispered, her fingers tracing the curve of the baby bump. Summer's eyes widened with a mixture of fear and excitement as she thought about the impending labor and raising a baby on her own. Could she do it? Could she?
"What are you thinking?"
Lonnie asked. Placing her hands on either side of the bed, Summer arched her back. Being pregnant was hard. She had to get up in the middle of the night and pee all the time. Plus, everything was a struggle to do, even with the simplest of things. Lonnie said it was normal, and since Summer knew nothing about babies, she had no choice but to believe her. Lonnie continued folding up the remaining baby clothes and took them to a tiny cupboard in the wall that would be the baby's dresser. She had lined it with different shelves so that each item could be easily accessible for sleepers on the top and the onesies, socks in the middle, receiving blankets on one end and, given the situation, homemade cloth diapers on the other. Good God, how was she going to deal with diapers? Her life before seemed so long ago. At her feet, Maggie Muggs let out a little whine. She trotted over to the door, her little nails clacking on the trailer floor, and began scratching at the wall to be let out. Summer eased herself off the bed to let the dog out. Opening the door, she saw Yasmin leaving Leah's trailer, walking towards the main community area in a hurry like something was going on. Summer couldn't stand her. How had Leah been okay with Yasmin staying in Hayden, let alone living with her? To be honest, it was probably her fault that Adam was taken. It had been almost a month since Kai and Leah left, and they had not heard one bit of information about what had been going on outside of Hayden. The little dog came bounding back inside, and Summer slammed the door shut. Yasmin turned her head towards the noise, but, distracted, carried on.
"Why is she in such a hurry? Maybe we should see what's up,"
Summer said, turning to Lonnie.
"Which she are we talking about?"
Lonnie questioned, standing up to have a peek outside.
"You know the one I'm talking about."
Summer mimicked quotation marks with her fingers and uttered,
"She who does not speak."
"She'll talk when she is ready."
Lonnie stood in the doorway watching Yasmin outside. She turned her head slightly, cocking her eyebrow at Summer.
"You're gonna have to get over that hate. It's going to eat you up, girl."
"She's weird, never talking. Like, what the hell is up with that?"
Flopping down onto the couch, Summer rolled her eyes. There was a little bassinet at the other end of the couch, already clean and ready, something Lonnie had in her endless supply of baby things she'd collected over the years. Items she knew women needed and sometimes couldn't afford. Now, Summer was one of those women in need. She swallowed, thinking again about the baby and how she was going to care for it.
"What is going on in that brain of yours?"
"Do you think I can do this?" I mean, come on, I ain't got no experience in caring for a baby, let alone being a mother. Hell, I don't even know what a mother is.
Lonnie sat down beside her and placed an arm around the girl. Summer felt her body tense instantly, but forced herself to relax into Lonnie, placing her head upon her shoulder. She couldn't help it. Lonnie felt safe and her defenses were down.
I don't know if I can do it. I don't know how to be a family. I never had one.
I know.
Lonnie petted her head, smoothing back her hair from her clean face. She no longer wore the makeup from before. No black eyeliner and dark shades of eyeshadow.
You will adapt, like you always do. I know it. And you're not alone.
Against Summer's will, she felt her body betray her as emotions overtook.
But this world is crazy, and I thought it was nuts before. I don't even know what normal is. How am I supposed to protect and make my child's life normal?
Well, I don't think any of us feel normal, to be honest,
Lonnie said, continuing to stroke Summer's hair, her fingers like magic, calming Summer's nerves, allowing her to release the fears inside of her.
I'm just scared I'm going to screw the kid up.
You can tell me, you know.
Lonnie encircled Summer in her arms, like a cocoon of a mother holding a child.
I can't. I can't talk about it.
Listen,
Lonnie said, tilting Summer's head up so that their eyes looked into each other.
We all have things in our past. All of us. We all carry wounds that continue to scar. Do you understand?
Summer sniffed, trying to hold back the tears that were once again trying to fall. Who had she become? This crybaby who broke down all the time. Had to be the hormones. But yet, it wasn't. Summer felt Lonnie's lips press against the top of her head, and the dam inside her broke. All the while Lonnie held her, rocking her, allowing Summer to cleanse herself of all that was pent up from a life that no longer existed. When there was nothing left inside her anymore, Lonnie said the words that Summer did not expect to hear.
You listen here, girl, and you listen with ears that are open, okay?
Summer nodded her head against Lonnie's damp shirt.
There are a lot of things we wish we could go back and change. Choices are made resulting in bad things happening. Sometimes irrefutable facts like someone dying.
She paused, her voice quivering.
But no matter how much we want to change it, we can't. It has already happened. And what ifs are unimportant. Because you can't change what already is done. That is not how life works.
She gave Summer a little squeeze.
There are so many variables in any situation, Summer. One moment in time is like a rippling effect of waves upon waves of different lives. You and your baby are still here.
She placed her hand on Summer's stomach, cradling her tighter as Summer felt herself melting deeper into Lonnie's embrace.
You and the baby are here. The past is gone. What we have control of is the here and now.
Summer sniffed, looking up into Lonnie's face. She wiped away her tears with the pads of her thumbs, looking into her eyes with warmth and love.
You will never be alone again, as long as I live. I am here for you and for this little one for the long haul. You are my family now, and family is there for each other, thick and thin. You're my girl, and I love you.
Summer clutched onto Lonnie, unable to digest, let alone process the words that somehow instantly took away all her fears she'd felt her entire life.
I'm not letting go of you, or this precious little one coming. You're the daughter of my heart, and that brother of mine, well, you've got him too. Two of a kind, I tell you.
Summer let out a laugh and wiped her nose. Lonnie gave Summer another hug, patting her leg and kissing her on the top of her head once more.
Chris loves you too, you know.
Summer stiffened, betrayal resurfacing.
He lives with what he can't change too. He's a good man, and he would do anything for you. Forgive him, Summer.
Just then, an insistent rapping on the door broke the moment. Both looked up. Lonnie stood, telling Summer to stay put as she went to the door. Yasmin stepped in, looking frazzled and out of breath. She glanced at Summer, red-eyed, and turned to Lonnie, motioning her to come. Panic began to rise in Lonnie as she grabbed hold of Yasmin's flailing arms. "What is it? What is going on?" She stopped moving, taking a deep breath, and spoke for the first time in over a month.
Kai is back, and he's not alone.
Chapter 78. Yasmin. Lonnie and Summer burst into the room, followed by Yasmin. There stood Chris, and before him was Kai, with a man as tall as him but built like a truck. Yasmin's heart thudded in her chest, eyes wide, still in shock, seeing John Wilder with Kai.
"Yasmin!"
John exclaimed, his voice filled with a mixture of surprise and terror. And why wouldn't he be? Yasmin thought, feeling like she wanted to bolt right out of that room as fast as she could. But of course she couldn't. She owed these people too much to abandon them. When Kai arrived, he was only with John. What the hell happened to Leah?
John?
Her voice, rusty from lack of use, was barely audible as she whispered. She gazed at him in shock. John didn't realize it, but she was just as terrified seeing him. Kai took a step forward, his arms held out in a non-threatening manner, as if trying to bridge the gap between those that were Hayden and those that were Decree.
"We have a lot to talk about,"
he began.
Where is Leah?
Lonnie asked, genuine concern on her face.
"She stayed back to watch over Adam,"
Kai said in a rushed voice.
She has him?
Summer stood beside Lonnie, holding onto her arm.
"No, but..."
Kai shook his head, trying to get his thoughts together.
"I will get to it all. But first, everyone needs to hear what John and I have to say. What we've discovered."
"We're listening," Chris responded, his eyes narrowed on John. Weighed down by the gravity of the situation, Kai inhaled, preparing himself for what he had to say.
"The city remains surrounded by dozens of Decree soldiers. We are still very much trapped."
He paused.
"But there are other soldiers, or so we believe. John doesn't recognize them, and they aren't wearing Decree uniforms."
Lonnie's face paled.
What do they want?
John spoke up, his baritone voice cutting through the tense air.
"These soldiers are not Decree. They look like the military, and they're surrounding the district borders where the Decree soldiers are nowhere to be seen. In fact, they're disappearing."
Summer clenched her fists, ready to blow up into a fiery ball of rage.
And why should we trust you? You're one of them.
Kai shot her a reassuring look.
"John didn't know. They assigned him to protect the civilians inside the Decree. His wife is Leah's friend. She's with Adam at the Decree."
Yasmin's eyes darted.
Adam? He's with Amanda?
John's gaze turned somber.
"Yes, Leah's watching out for them. She wouldn't leave. She stayed to keep an eye on them both. I'm worried, though. She's determined to get inside, and if she succeeds alone, I'm afraid of the outcome. For her, Adam, and Amanda."
Lonnie's eyes softened a little at the mention of Amanda.
She's pregnant, isn't she? Leah mentioned it.
John nodded, his face a mask of worry.
"That's why I'm here with Kai. I need protection for Amanda and our baby."
Yasmin crossed her arms, eyed John with skepticism. She actually liked him as far as his personality went. She knew he didn't know all the dirty parts of the Decree, but that wasn't an excuse. He should have. As for Amanda, well, Yasmin was no hypocrite. She was no fan of Amanda Wilder.
You expect us to just accept you? After everything? You've been nothing but a blind sheep. Yeah, you should talk.
Summer snapped, glaring at Yasmin.
Why should we trust you? You who sleeps with the enemy?
Yasmin blushed, refusing to turn her head to the mouthy little brat. She would not give the kid the satisfaction of calling her out. John met Summer's gaze squarely.
"I wasn't involved with what the Decree soldiers did to the city. I know that's a hard pill to swallow, but Yasmin is right. I'm a sheep, and I will have to live with the guilt of being so blind to all that has happened. But right now, we need each other. I think the soldiers lining the borders are here to help. If not, we have even bigger troubles."
Kai stepped closer to Summer, his voice gentle.
"We need to band together. United, we might have a chance to escape all of this. We can't be sure the soldiers at the perimeter are friend or foe. All we know is they have done nothing to save those of us trapped here all these months."
There was a thick silence, each person grappling with the reality before them. Trusting John was a risk, but the stakes were too high, and what other choice did they have? After what felt like an eternity, Summer spoke.
Fine, we work together. But one false move from these two and we're done.
Yasmin tusked and rolled her eyes. Or what, she thought, annoyed by the kid. Why did she have so much to say in things? She was what, 14, 15 years old? John nodded, understanding he was at the mercy of these strangers. All but her and Chris, that is, and, well, with their track record, things weren't looking good for him.
"I have everything to lose if I don't do something, anything, to keep my family safe."
Yasmin stood silent, isolated. Together, they started the first steps towards an uneasy alliance. The fight was far from over, but they were going to at least try to rescue themselves. Chris paced back and forth, muttering to himself about the careless decision of giving Malcolm the blueprints. Yasmin stayed quiet, but she focused her attention on Chris's words. "What are you talking about?" Lonnie approached him, slipping her arm through his, trying to soothe Chris's agitation.
"The blueprints. I had them right in my hands."
He gestured as though he were holding them.
"And I just handed them over to Malcolm Gobbo, who tossed them aside."
"What blueprints?"
John asked, his brow furrowing.
"The blueprints of Lex and the underground tunnels."
Kai looked at Chris, dumbfounded.
"There are tunnels under the city?"
"Yeah, a lot of cities have them,"
Chris said offhanded.
"Some are subways, some old secret tunnels during Prohibition, others are train stations, sewer systems, entire abandoned worlds."
Kai cocked his head, stunned.
"And you didn't think this information we'd want to know about?"
Chris looked at Kai and shook his head.
"I don't have the blueprints and the maps of the city to even know where they are. You think if I knew how to get them, we wouldn't have done so the very first week when everything fell?"
He shook his head. Poor Chris, Yasmin thought. Even when he's trying to stick his neck out, it is never enough.
"You think if you had those blueprints, you could get us out of here?"
She pushed herself off the wall she'd been leaning against, her long, silent voice revving up, like an out-of-shape muscle, each word feeling like a workout.
"Yes, for sure,"
Chris said.
"It's why I gave them to Malcolm, in case, there was any kind of danger."
Kai looked at Chris, his face blank.
"What?"
Chris threw up his hands.
"And who would you have to escape from, Chris?"
Kai glared, his voice laced with accusation.
"I told you the truth, Kai. I didn't know everything Malcolm planned, but I knew the city was going to shut down temporarily."
He paused, unable to say more, each word he said burying him. No matter how he worded things, Chris didn't come out looking good. It was time to save Chris. He wasn't the bad guy, just like John wasn't. They were both just led like puppies on leashes controlled by Malcolm. They weren't anything like her. Yasmin's eyes were never closed to the reality of the decree and Malcolm Gobbo. They'd always been wide open the entire time, glued to Ben as the prize. It puzzled her how none of them had tried harder to escape. She understood that the decree soldiers were surrounding most of the borders to the highway, but someone must have got out. It hadn't been that hard for her to escape the decree. Besides, she always had plans in case things fell apart. It was in her blood to be prepared at all costs. "I'll be right back," she said, excusing herself. No one noticed as she slipped out the door and ran to Leah's trailer. She had many reasons to return to the decree after she did the thing she did not want to think of. One of them was getting her hands on the blueprints so that she could escape from this hellhole once and for all. Before leaving the decree, she'd grabbed the scrolls of blueprints Tabitha hid in her bottom drawer of her bedroom dresser. They were there in the same place she'd seen Tabitha put them in many months earlier. Forgotten, yet not. Yasmin didn't forget where they were. She only felt pissed that she didn't take them when she left the first time, allowing her emotions to overpower her. That was the last time she would let that happen. Now, things have changed again. She was going to leave on her own once she was strong enough and could pull herself back from the darkness of her bed. But after all the help Lonnie, Leah, and the rest had risked for her, Yasmin owed them. She opened the door of the trailer, her mind made up, and went for the blueprints in her journal she had hidden under the mattress, the ones of the compound and the tunnels under it, and her detailed journals that held everything. During her time at the Decree, Yasmin meticulously documented every movement and intention of Malcolm Gobbo and the organization, as if she were preparing for its eventual downfall. Because she was. She knew it would crumble, and she needed something to protect her ass, and Ben's for that matter, when the cards tumbled, which was inevitable. The group gathered around a long table. Stretched out on it were pencil-drawn maps and many pages filled with handwritten notes. Beside them lay the faded and wrinkled blueprints Yasmin stole from Tabitha, illuminated by the faint glow of lanterns. John stood back with Kai and the others, shocked by the images before them. With skilled hands, Yasmin rapidly explained the drawings of the compound and nearby surroundings, gesturing towards each area and detailing its specific use. Kai peered at one section of the blueprints of the tunnels, tracing his finger along the old sewer routes.
If we can't get through the soldiers, maybe we can go under them.
Chris nodded, his knowledge of the city's infrastructure coming to the forefront now that he had the blueprints to guide him.
There are a series of old drainage systems connecting to different parts of the city. If you remember, they exist. They're our best bet if those soldiers are not military here to rescue us.
Chris, always the strategist, pointed to a section of the map.
We'll need a diversion to draw the soldiers' attention while a team sneaks into the compound.
John leaned in, his voice low.
I have connections within the compound. Members who have no idea what's going on outside and they trust me. I might be able to get us access to these locations.
He gestured towards Yasmin's drawings.
But only if I can convince them that it's related to Decree protocol.
Yasmin's eyes flicked towards John, her trust still fragile.
And you sure they won't betray us? You know how loyal they are to Malcolm.
John met her gaze.
I don't know, but I need to try. They aren't all bad in there, Yasmin. You know that. Just misguided. Like us.
Yasmin's head bent down, her face red.
Now, John, she thought, you are wrong. Not like us.
She was not misguided at all. Not even a bit. Kai's foot tapped with impatience, signaling that the conversation was dragging on for too long.
We need to focus. Leah's risking her life at the Decree. We have to get to her, Adam, and Amanda.
He looked up, visibly troubled.
I don't want to leave her alone any longer than I have to.
Summers sighed, rubbing her temples.
We'll need weapons, supplies. If we end up in the tunnels, the journey won't be easy. Who knows what conditions they're in?
Lonnie looked up, determination clear in her eyes.
We have stash houses, places where we hid essential items before the takeover began. Back when Kai and I were setting up Hayden, we were hoping to save them for winter, but it's time to retrieve them.
The group nodded, hope taking root. For every problem they identified, a solution seemed to emerge. Kai finally spoke, his voice firm with conviction.
Tonight, we rest and gather our strength. Tomorrow, we head back.
As the group dispersed back to their trailers, Yasmin approached John. Her face softened.
This is crazy.
John nodded.
Right? Chris on Weir alive? Good thing Kai told me before we got here. I don't know how I would have reacted seeing him.
Yasmin chuckled, nodding in agreement.
Shocking, to say the least.
How on earth did you collect all that data on top of the blueprints?
I've never been a very trusting person, John, and...
She paused, having no idea why she felt like confessing to John Wilder, of all people.
Malcolm Gobbo didn't fool me.
John's brow wrinkled.
What are you saying?
I'm saying I never believed a word he said, and thought he was a psychotic maniac from the beginning.
Then why did you get involved and agree to be the chosen one?
Yasmin gave a laugh, although she didn't think any of it was funny.
Why, right? Why would I? Because I was stupidly in love with a wicked man, and he sold me to Malcolm for more power in the Decree.
John looked into Yasmin's face, and she tried to hide the hurt and pain she was learning to bury in her chest. She turned away, not able to look into those strange, piercing blue eyes he had. So contrasting, yet appealing against his dark skin. She felt a heavy hand hold onto her shoulder, and she swung around, alert and on guard.
We both have to live with the consequences of our choices. You at least prepared for the worst. All of us were floundering until you brought us your journals and the blueprints you risked taking from the decree.
Yasmin shook her head, snorting. Oh, John. She placed her hand on the side of his face and gave him a small smile. My choices are unforgivable. But don't be fooled. I am still trying to protect myself. Chapter 79. Kai. The ragged group stood together, weighed down by tents, guns, ammo, food, and blueprints. Lonnie was with Summer, who was enraged that she could not go, but also knew she was too far along in her pregnancy to be of any help. She would slow them down and, to be honest, Summer didn't want to do anything that could cause harm to the baby. It was too dangerous in her condition. But that didn't stop her from hating it. Lonnie stood trying to hold back the tears as Kai came forward, placing his hands upon her shoulders as they bent their foreheads together. Please be careful, my little ocean. Kai closed his eyes, breathing in, and nodded, their foreheads still touching. They stayed that way for a few seconds, then hugged and pulled apart, their arms still linked for a moment. He turned to Summer, who stood uncomfortably beside Lonnie, looking lost and struggling to contain her emotions. He rested his hands on Summer's shoulders, just as he had done with Lonnie, and leaned down, their foreheads meeting. Tears welled up in Summer's eyes as she struggled to compose herself, unable to pull away from him. Be safe, Kai. Please be safe, she spoke. Her voice sounded young and fragile. Lonnie needs you. She closed her eyes, her bottom lip trembling. I need you. Kai hugged her to him, cradling her head on his chest.
It's going to be okay, kid. We are going to make it to the other side of all this. We have to.
He pulled apart from her arm so he could see her face and placed his hands down on her stomach.
For this one coming.
He kissed the top of Summer's head and gave her another hug.
You have to teach him how to fish like you did me, you promise?
She said, wiping her arm across her wet nose.
Course. That's what uncles do.
Summer's eyes widened.
Uncle?
Kai smirked and gave a playful tap on the jaw with his fist.
We're family, right?
He said, as if it was the most normal thing to say. Wordless, she nodded, having a hard time looking at anyone, but her feet standing on the beaten ground. He picked up Meggie Muggs, sitting patiently between Summer and Lonnie, and held her close to him.
Keep watch over Hayden, Meggie,
he said, patting the dog's head and putting her down. Meggie Muggs barked in response, and went to stand by Lonnie's feet once more. Lonnie and Summer linked their arms, both looking fragile and sad. He pulled them into his embrace, holding them tightly against him. His family. He would do anything for them.
I'm going to bring Leah and the boy home, and then we'll go from there. All of us. Together.
He looked back at Chris, trying to be patient for his turn to say goodbye, but not doing a good job of it. Kai stood back, meaning every word he said. He stood aside as Chris stepped forward to say goodbye to Lonnie. She reached up, trying to straighten Chris's collar. He was lean now and looked more youthful. The days of being cooped up inside, pale from staring at a screen, were behind him now. His tan complexion emphasized the bright blue of his eyes shining behind his glasses. His dark hair, speckled with gray, was longer, falling in waves, making him look rugged and strong. He was Lonnie's man, and she didn't want to lose him. You come back to me, you hear? Chris placed his hands on the sides of her face and bent down, kissing her softly on the lips. I promise, he whispered, his lips still attached to hers. Say it to me again. Promise me once more. Chris peered deep into Lonnie's eyes, cradling her face in his palms. His eyes soaked her in, taking in every detail of her being. A warm sensation flushed across her face as she tilted her head, leaning her cheek into his open hand. I promise I'm coming back to you. Now that I've found you, there's no way in hell I'm letting you go, Lonnie Jackson. You are mine, Lonnie whispered, running her hands through his thick hair. You, my beautiful creature, are the fantastical dream I longed for my whole life. Chris spoke with a quiver in his voice, overflowing with love for her. Finally, here, real in my arms at the end of the world. She cupped his hands in hers, kissing each palm of his outstretched hands. Yasmin and John stood together, looking awkward. Lonnie turned towards them as if she had only just noticed their presence, and walked over to stand in front of them, placing her hand on each of theirs.
When this is over, you both come back here. You are a part of Hayden now. Part of us.
Yasmin held back tears, refusing to look weak in front of everyone, and nodded, trying to speak.
Lonnie, I don't know what I would have done without you.
She squeezed Lonnie's hand.
I owe you everything. You owe me nothing.
She leaned in and whispered words into Yasmin's ear.
Forgive yourself,
she said, squeezing her hand.
From one woman to another, forgive yourself for the things you cannot change.
She pulled back from Yasmin's startled face. Yasmin shook her head, her lips pressed tight together as she mouthed so quietly only Lonnie could hear her faint words.
I can't. You can, and with time, you will.
Kai knew what Lonnie meant when she spoke. She still didn't forgive herself for Chrissy's death. Neither did Kai, really. Until now. He finally felt it. Forgiveness for Lonnie leaving Chrissy and Iman, and all that happened after. Yasmin placed a hand to her lips, trying to get her bearings.
I owe you more than you know, but mostly I owe you for the kindness that I didn't deserve.
Chris coughed uncontrollably, placing his arm around Lonnie's shoulders. She'd done the same for him.
We're all in this together now,
Lonnie said.
Life isn't black and white. It's all shades of many colors. Sometimes we are one color, then something changes us, and we morph into different hues.
She paused for a moment, letting out a small chuckle as if she had just remembered something amusing.
As the great prophet Prince wrote, Dearly beloved, we are gathered here for this thing called life.
They erupted into laughter. The fear of what lay ahead and the tension of departing broke, if only for a short time.
You are purple, Lonnie. Vibrant purple.
Yasmin laughed and wiped away the tears that were drying on her cheeks. Kai stood back and watched them all, seeing how much his sister was the leader to all these people, not him. He was a soldier. But Lonnie? She was a leader who brought people together. It hit him then that Hayden was her place, not the community that he built from the ideas that were stuck in his head once upon a time when the world was very different. His idyllic vision involved isolating individuals from one another and the rest of society. That place was never meant to be. Hayden was made for the community. It had evolved into a place where all types of people, including the good, the bad, and the Chris, could come together under the loving embrace of his sister. Despite the danger that lay ahead, he couldn't help but smile to himself. He stood there, watching Summer standing beside Lonnie, the beautiful daughter that she'd become. Yasmin, a broken woman, abused, who made many bad choices but paid for them in unimaginable ways. Chris, who brought a light back to his sister's eye that he hadn't seen since Chrissy died. As long as he always looked at Lonnie the way he did right then, Kai would learn to let go of the past and accept Chris as his brother. Lonnie reached over and pulled Yasmin to her, hugging her with one squeeze and letting her go, not wanting to overstep into the walls Yasmin still had up.
You come back safe to us, girl.
Yasmin nodded, smoothing back her curly hair into a tight ponytail at the nape of her neck, readying herself for the journey ahead. Lonnie turned to the giant John and smiled.
I see such goodness in you. Come back with Amanda. I'll help her bring your baby into this world. Whether it is here or the next part of our journey, I'll be here for them. We are your home now.
Kai's head snapped up, uncertain if he really wanted John at Hayden. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a connection with John. Both of them shared a deep desire to protect the ones they loved. Thinking of the ones he loved, his arms ached to have Leah in them again. He longed for the smell of her hair, the touch of her soft skin, and how it tasted under his tongue. His heart beat faster, the need to leave immediately taking over his thoughts once again. He had to get to her and Adam now, before anything happened to them, and it was too late. So he wasn't going to judge John for wanting to protect his pregnant wife from the decree, because Kai felt the same about Leah and Adam. John had to protect his soulmate. Isn't that what Leah was to Kai? His soulmate? He didn't even understand his thoughts. Was he foolish to think this way? He didn't think so. Not when she fit into his arms like she was another extension of his body. He would treat John like a brother in arms and accept his family into Hayden. Lonnie's Hayden. It was time to go. Kai was getting more and more antsy the longer they stayed. Chris and Lonnie embraced one more time. Kai wrapped his arms around his sister and whispered in her ear,
"I'll bring Chris back for you."
She held on to him, tears threatening to spill from her eyes.
Bring them all back to me. Every single one of them.
Nodding, Kai turned to go, falling into step behind John and Yasmin. Chris held back, standing in front of Lonnie and Summer, not moving.
"Coming, Chris!"
Kai called out. Was Chris bailing on them? He couldn't. They needed him.
"Chris!"
He called again. John and Yasmin stopped, worry evident on their faces as they watched Chris standing there, as if rooted to the ground. Chris looked like he was going to leave, but something made him turn back. With a quick movement, he scooped Summer up into his arms. She squirmed and wriggled, trying to break free, but Chris held on tight, his arms enveloping her small frame in a protective embrace.
"I'm not leaving here without saying goodbye,"
he said as Summer protested.
"You have every right to hate me, but I can't leave without saying I'm sorry."
Weakening, Summer relaxed in Chris's embrace, surrendering to his tight hold.
"If it takes me the rest of my life, I'm going to make you trust me again. Do you hear me? I'm not going to give up until you forgive me."
Summer didn't reply. He squeezed her tight, and then, pulling away, he looked her in the eye and spoke. "I love you. No matter how you feel about me, I will always love you." And he let her go and went to Kai and the others. Summer stood, mouth opened, unable to utter a word. They left as a group, knowing that some of them may not come back. Maggie Muggs barked, standing on her back paws, her front paws together, moving up and down as though she were waving goodbye. Chapter 80. Yasmin. As the sun slowly rose, they made their way towards the cabin. The days were getting shorter and shorter as autumn approached, the dim light of dawn barely breaking through the darkness. The eerie silence was unsettling. Not even birds were chirping in the distance. It made Yasmin feel nervous and alert. She glanced over at Kai. She could see the uneasiness and uncertainty mirrored in his expression. Yasmin felt a sense of responsibility for everything that was going on, even though she knew it was irrational. Yet she did make things worse. She stopped thinking about it. There was no point. The things she'd done were over. Like Lonnie whispered to her, there was nothing she could do to change it. She was here now, ready to help. It was the best she could do. Where was Leah? It was too quiet. As the morning light grew stronger, it revealed a spectrum of red and orange hues that served as a reminder of how many days had passed and a sign of what was to come. The bitter cold, the harsh winter, and the struggle to survive if they couldn't escape. Kai put up his hand to stop them and slowly crept towards the cabin, not wanting to startle whoever might be inside, good or bad. The door swung open, and there she was, Leah, standing with the loaded gun cocked, aimed directly at them. The moment she caught sight of Kai, she dropped the gun and rushed into his embrace, entwining her arms and legs around him. She placed her hands on his firm jawline, kissing him with an intensity that felt essential for his survival. Yasmin stood breathless, completely caught off guard. She swallowed, almost embarrassed, witnessing the intimacy, raw and feral, between them. Kai held Leah in his arms, holding her tightly against his body, as if she weighed nothing. Their foreheads and noses pressed firm together, their eyes shut, soaking in each other, finally reunited. Yasmin's eyes widened with envy, realizing what she was witnessing was love. She sighed as she looked around at the others, taking in the bewildered and uneasy expressions of those around her. She shifted her weight from one foot to the other, unsure of what to do next. They were about to risk their lives and break into the Decree compound. There were soldiers everywhere, both Decree and maybe the military. And yet, here they were standing awkwardly watching two people clinging to each other like it wasn't the end of the world. Or were they embracing like lovers who hadn't been sure they'd see each other again?
I missed you.
Leah's voice was barely above a whisper. Kai nodded, their foreheads still touching.
Me too.
His deep voice was raw and ragged.
Adam?
He's fine for now, with Amanda. But there's something going on.
She looked over at the others as Kai put her down, and she reluctantly let go of him.
I'm so relieved you're back,
she whispered. Her eyes flickered for only a moment at Yasmin, the first time seeing her since Adam was kidnapped, then turned to the others.
Sorry it took us so long,
Kai said, turning to the crew, waiting awkwardly.
I was afraid you weren't coming back, that something happened.
I promised I would make it back to you,
Kai said, unable to take his eyes off her. Leah touched his jaw, smiling with a knowing look.
We've got a plan. There are tunnels underground. Chris thinks we can make it to them once we get Amanda and Adam.
How?
She glanced at the others, giving them a nod of acknowledgement as she spoke.
Yasmin and Chris.
Kai turned around, looking at them.
It's a long story, but let's just say Yasmin is a lifesaver, a mastermind of keeping track of everything. So now it's just to get inside the decree compound and get our boy and John's wife. We will head back to Hayden and take the entire community into the tunnels and out of Lex.
Yasmin couldn't help but notice Kai referring to Adam as our boy when he spoke to Leah. Laying her head on Kai's chest, Leah appeared concerned but also somewhat relieved as she drew strength from the steady beating of his heart.
I'm glad you guys are back. It's been lonely. I spent the last few days paying attention to everything going on around the compound, especially Malcolm's wife, Tabitha. She's a very strange lady. I don't trust her around Adam.
Yasmin's head perked up. If there were two things she knew a lot about, it was the ins and outs of the decree compound and Tabitha Gobbo.
I've noticed there are a lot of times where Tabitha goes out with no one knowing. I've followed her sometimes, but turning back because I don't want to be far from Adam if anything happens.
Leah paused.
Things are different at the complex. There is something going on, and I think it has something to do with the soldiers we saw on the highway before entering Lex.
Yasmin had to speak up.
What entrance is she leaving from?
Leah's eyes flicked to Yasmin, still unnerved by her presence, looking healthier than the last time Leah had seen her. Yasmin could see it in her eyes, the blame for Ben taking Adam. Yet she swallowed back her fears and looked back at Leah as an equal, and not as an enemy.
It's on the east side. There is a door that no one uses but Tabitha Gobbo. I tried to get to it to see if it was open, but I couldn't get through the fence to even see if it's locked,
Leah replied, looking Yasmin straight in the face.
I know exactly where that is. That's the door I escaped from. It's an exit section off a stairwell that no one uses anymore. Most of the members are unaware it even exists. It used to be for cleaning staff in the past, but it's abandoned. This would be the perfect spot to get in and out of the compound. But there's still the problem of getting through the fence unnoticed,
Leah said.
I tried to find a way to get through it, but couldn't. There is a way to drive into it, but it's guarded. I'm not sure that the road matters. I drove out of the compound on my own and no one questioned it, because I was the chosen...
She paused, not finishing her sentence.
They didn't find me a threat to go outside the compound, but when I went back, that was a different story. I know another way in. I've made coffee. There's not a lot here to eat, but I can scramble something together.
Relieved, they climbed the creaky stairs of the rustic cabin, dropping their gear at the entrance.
Let's gather our thoughts, eat, refuel, get some rest, and start tomorrow,
Chris declared to the group seated around the table, their voices mingling with the comforting aroma of freshly brewed coffee and jars of homemade preservatives scattered on the table.
I'm not waiting till tomorrow. Enough is enough. Too much time has already passed. Today's the day I'm getting my son back.
Leah's voice pierced through the chatter, rising above the noise, causing everyone to fall silent.
There's something going on inside. They're becoming radical. There are a lot of soldiers leaving and only a few coming back,
Leah continued.
Malcolm's wife is staying closer and closer to Adam and Amanda, and I don't like it. There's something about her. I don't trust her.
Yasmin lowered herself onto the wooden chair, her fingers wrapped around the mug of steaming coffee that Leah had set in front of her. A deep sense of numbness consumed her. The dark liquid swirled as she absent-mindedly stirred it with the spoon, her thoughts razor-focused on what Leah was revealing.
If Tabitha is following Amanda and Adam around, then she is up to something for sure.
Leah's eyes widened, her fear and apprehension confirmed by Yasmin's statement.
How is she treating Amanda?
John stood and walked over to Leah, standing by her side, listening intently to their conversation.
She's cold and dismissive, telling Amanda she doesn't watch Adam well enough and that Tabitha was going to monitor him outside from now on.
Yasmin's eyes flickered towards John before she abruptly stood up, causing her chair to nearly fall over, unable to tear her eyes away from his.
We need to go today. Now. As soon as possible.
John's jaw tightened, a look of fear crossing his face.
What do you know that we don't, Yasmin?
He asked, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Leah stood beside him, grabbing hold of his arm, her expression mirroring John's.
If Tabitha is paying attention to Adam, something far worse than we imagine is going on.
Chapter 81. Malcolm. Standing in his sister-in-law's empty rooms, Malcolm felt a cold sweat break out on his brow. Sarah and the boys were nowhere to be found. Earlier, he had asked for her and her sons to be brought to his office. After almost an hour had passed, one of the women who knew Sarah well approached with her hands fidgeting in front of her. She had searched everywhere, but Sarah and the boys were nowhere to be found. The woman quivered before Malcolm, afraid to deliver the news. He felt a mix of pleasure and irritation at her cowering form, as if she were a helpless pig awaiting slaughter, which she kind of was, considering the events planned for the evening. Dismissing the woman, he leaned back into his office chair, steepling his fingers beneath his chin. Where was she? Where was Sarah? And where were the boys? How the heck was he going to ensure their safety if he couldn't find them? This was puzzling. He decided to check Sarah's rooms, just to be sure. She was notorious for isolating herself in her rooms for days at a time, only sending the boys out for their lessons and insisting they'd be back soon after. The erratic behavior had been going on for some time now, and Malcolm chastised himself for not noticing sooner. He should have been more aware of the signs that something was wrong. Once there, he swung open the doors to Sarah's place, and the truth confronted him. At first glance, everything seemed normal. There were no visible signs of distress or disorder, but upon further inspection, he could see that things were not as they seemed. Sarah had nothing of personal value, but she had clothes for her and the boys, and those things were missing, along with some small trinkets the boys were fond of. Sarah was gone, but how? How could she have left with no one noticing, and how long had she been missing? Shouldn't someone notice the boys weren't around? Wasn't someone supposed to pick them up every single day for lessons? He had to find out who was the last person to see them, and fast. Lost in thought, he walked towards the common area and almost collided with Ben, approaching him with the look of concern on his face.
Malcolm, we need to talk,
he said, moving closer and lowering his voice as he glanced around, cautious of any nearby eavesdroppers. Ben, what is it? Why are you behaving strangely? Never mind. Don't answer. I don't have time right now. Whatever the problem, we will discuss it later. I have to find Sarah. He headed towards the common room, where the women usually were at this time of day. Ben grabbed him by his upper arm, pulling Malcolm to a stop. This is urgent. It can't wait. Ben reminded Malcolm of a fox caught in the henhouse, a sly little devil ready to attack when provoked. Was Ben a vicious little fox? It certainly seemed like it. Malcolm shot Ben a disapproving glance, a gesture he often used to keep him in check. But this time, it didn't have its usual effect on him. Very well. Let's go to my office, Malcolm replied. He'd have to deal with Sarah and the boys after. Malcolm listened intently as Ben continued talking. His voice was tense and grave as he relayed information from the front lines. He spoke of the unidentified soldiers swiftly advancing, threats of helicopters coming, and the capture of their men at the border. It was only a matter of time, if it hadn't happened already, for the interrogations to begin. It was over. They, whoever they were coming for them. The outside had finally succeeded and was penetrating into the surrounding areas. They were all out there in the woods. Ben claimed he'd barely escaped with his life.
Malcolm, are you listening to me?
Malcolm looked up, startled out of his thoughts. Ben didn't realize, but it was his words that were distracting Malcolm, causing his mind to run wild.
Yes, I'm listening. This is unsettling.
Unsettling? Do you get what is happening, Malcolm? Do you? Because those apprehended soldiers, those are your brother's soldiers. The criminals he met in prison. They know the system inside and out, and they're going to talk. They'll spill the beans about everything and get easier sentences.
Ben's appearance was a disaster. The carefully styled hair that he'd spent hours perfecting in front of a mirror was now a mess. His clothes appeared wrinkled and disheveled. He looked almost believable as a soldier, creeping through the fields to evade capture. But Ben wasn't a foot soldier. No, he was one of the faces behind the face who ordered the soldiers to war.
I realize that. What do you suggest, Benjamin?
Shocked, Ben stood frozen, his mouth open, unaccustomed to making a decision that mattered. He was a man who craved power, loved being the center of attention, believed one day he could take Malcolm's position. But Ben didn't have what it took to take action and make consequential decisions that held weight. The hard choices. Tabitha walked in, and Malcolm knew she had been listening by the door. It was time to decide whether they would silence Ben along with the others or leave him red-handed to take the fall for everything. He seemed to be more of a liability now, not a man with much substance, as Malcolm originally thought, and that was disappointing. He'd hoped Ben had some backbone, with his thirst for power and all. But here Ben was, standing before him, losing his mind, no self-control whatsoever. No, Ben was no use to him anymore. If he thought Malik's soldiers would confess everything in exchange for a lighter sentence, what would Ben do? Ben, who had never experienced imprisonment before, would raise his hands and surrender, willingly offering any and all information about the decree and Malcolm Gobbo.
Hello, Tabby, darling. Come on in.
Malcolm gestured to the chair in front of him. She strode forward with purpose, taking a seat with her back straight and her chin held high. She didn't bother glance at Ben or even give him a nod of recognition, choosing instead to focus on Malcolm before her.
So, are you aware of what's going on, my dear? With the soldiers and the men taken into custody?
Without moving her head, she shifted her gaze to Ben, and then immediately looked away, questioning if she should reveal what she knew in front of him.
Why don't you let me in on it all, Malcolm?
He did a quick recap. Tabitha didn't flinch once. Of course she didn't. They already had their plan in place. What did it matter if they were under attack? They would be long gone before the soldiers arrived, hidden far beneath them in the tunnels. Thinking of the tunnels, he cursed himself. He still hadn't found the blueprints. Mind you, he hadn't been looking hard, distracted by so many more pressing things at the moment. But as soon as he could, he planned to enlist Tabby's help in searching for them. They needed the blueprints to navigate the tunnels. Time was of the essence now.
Well, that is alarming,
Tabby said, her eyes darting to him. He wondered what she was thinking in that pretty little head of hers. She seemed a little off, like something was bothering her. He shrugged his shoulders. Too many things to think of at the moment. He still needed to find out where Sarah was. So many people were missing. He assumed picked up by the other soldiers, people like John. He'd been missing for a few days now. His wife, Amanda, was constantly asking where John was. He just disappeared, and Malcolm assumed that someone captured him, like they did with many of his people. John was a good soldier, a loyal member of the decree, and a dedicated husband. There is no way he would betray Malcolm or abandon his pregnant wife.
My suggestion is that we arm ourselves, each one of us. I have a plan for our imminent departure, and I need you to get ready for it. Don't draw any attention when you're preparing. Act as if everything is normal. We will need to bump up the time for the feast. In fact, with this turn of events, we may have to forego it altogether and have a group toast instead. A prelude, so to speak, before the feast. We need our followers silenced as soon as possible. So when we toast, we will toast to them. The feast forgotten. There is no time for these dramatics any longer.
Tabitha's words left both Malcolm and Ben speechless, but for different reasons. Ben was surprised, but her adeptness impressed Malcolm. She was a master at putting all the pieces together on their behalf. Mind explaining what the hell you're talking about? Ben said, confused, knowing exactly what Tabitha meant.
Well, you don't think we can leave them alive, do you, Ben?
Malcolm said, trying to get back control of the situation that Tabitha cleverly grabbed from him. Ben swallowed, not liking this turn of events one bit. Why can't we just leave them? Let them be.
Like we have done with your wife? Let her be? No. A woman scorned is a dangerous thing.
Sarah and the boys' disappearance came to mind. There was a gradual icy feeling that spread through his body. They'd all let her be after the death of Malik, allowing her to shut herself away inside her rooms with only her sons. How long has she been gone? And did she leave with vengeance in her mind?
We have a lot of people about to be scorned, if left alive.
Ben's head was downcast, wrestling with inner turmoil as he struggled to find the right words to say next. I think I know where she is now. He swallowed, realizing that Malcolm did not look surprised. So finally, Ben was going to reveal what Malcolm already knew. I found where she was staying. It's a few days away in a place called Hayden, he said. I'll get her, and I'm going to bring her to you. Malcolm's eyes lifted. Sure you will, Ben, he thought, knowing full well Ben planned to escape. Was he even going to bring his son with him? Malcolm felt disappointment in putting so much faith in him.
Maybe we should all go together,
he said, looking at Tabitha, knowing they would do no such thing. Although it crossed his mind for a moment, thinking of trying to find the blueprints. Ben stood up, his face pale. Malcolm was wrong. Ben was not a caged fox. He was one of the chickens trying to escape being torn into pieces. It was settled. Ben needed to be dealt with. He was too much of a liability, even more so than most of the soldiers already in custody. Should we prepare? I'll prepare, Ben said all too eagerly. His face failed to hide what he was really thinking.
I think we should dress in simple clothing, like we've been living in the woods for a while,
Malcolm said.
We'll cut your hair, Malcolm, but not too short, and I'll straighten it.
With a glimmer of a grin, Tabitha spoke directly to Malcolm. A flicker of excitement appeared at the corners of her mouth.
Of course, I will change my look too,
she declared with a mischievous glint in her eye. With a swift movement, she reached up and took down the tight bun that had been restraining her hair, allowing it to cascade down past her shoulders in silky waves. She ran her fingers through the thick strands, tossing them around playfully, causing Malcolm's heart to skip a beat as he watched his wife transform into this carefree, playful version of Tabby.
We'll need alternative names, she said.
Names like Tabby.
He smiled, knowing that only he called her that anymore.
Well, something like it. And Malcolm, you. What will you become?
He leaned back in his chair, pressing his fingers together under his chin like he always did when thinking.
It has to be simple. Similar, yet not. So it won't be hard to adapt to. Maybe something like Colin.
Ben looked at them as though they had lost their minds. Malcolm's fingers snapped, his eyes brightening as he sat up and exclaimed,
What about Colin and Tabby? No, wait. Colin and Gabby.
Tabby's hands clasped under her chin, like a small and eager child.
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Colin and Gabby Renato. It means born again. Appropriate, don't you think?
Malcolm nodded, pleased.
And the boy? What about his name?
Ben turned to Tabitha, confused, lost in the conversation that clearly he was not a part of. What boy? He asked.
Your boy, Ben. We're going to take your boy with us. Do you not want us to save your son?
Tabitha's words were like venom, seeping out with every syllable as she fired back at Ben with a sharp accusation and a bitter resentment. For the first time, Malcolm wasn't completely sure what Ben was thinking. He thought Ben didn't care about his son, had no thoughts of concern for his welfare, but the look on his face and the way he behaved made Malcolm wonder differently about his original assumptions. Where is he? Ben asked. Tabitha turned, her voice dripping with distaste.
The same place he's been for weeks now, with your wife's friend, Amanda.
The contempt in her voice evident. Malcolm was unaware of just how much she had disliked John's wife. Interesting, because she had no power whatsoever. Such a waste of emotions, and uncharacteristic of Tabby. Ben spun on her, his eyes blazing. It insulted him he had to address Tabitha at all. Trying to compose himself, he took a deep breath.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I mean, where is he right now?
Tabitha rolled her eyes.
With your wife's friend, Amanda,
she repeated, punctuating each word slowly like Ben was unable to understand English.
No need to be upset. Let's just prepare for tonight,
Malcolm interjected, feeling excited yet concerned about the whereabouts of his sister-in-law and the boys. He needed to find her. Time was running out.
How do we escape?
Ben broke into Malcolm's thoughts.
Why, in the crowd of people, logically. The survivors that have been hiding all these months. They're everywhere. We will blend into the chaos, unnoticed.
Ben rolled his eyes. Of course they would recognize Malcolm. Malcolm knew that too, but he had no plans to escape to Hayden. He was going to poison the Decree members. Yes, it was true, but he was not going anywhere with Ben. Then again, Malcolm didn't believe Ben planned to go anywhere with Malcolm either. He saw that look in Ben's eyes. The moment he walked out this door, he suspected Ben would disappear, and Malcolm wouldn't be surprised if it was with his son in tow. But how should he kill Ben? He thought about it. It seemed too much of a risk to let him live to take the fall. It would be best to be done with him once and for all. But how? Too many things to think about and decide with no time to do so.
Ben, we will prepare everything for this evening. Tabitha, go retrieve Ben's son and bring him to me immediately.
Tabitha jumped up, delighted, pulling her hair back into a ponytail at the nape of her neck. She turned on her heels, not bothering to look at Ben standing in protest, and was gone.
I can get at him,
he interjected, his sudden movement nearly causing him to lose his balance. His words hung heavy in the air, exposing himself just like Malcolm thought he would.
Nonsense. I need you here with me. Tabby is more than capable of collecting your son. Your duty is by my side.
Malcolm stood up from his desk, as though it were an ordinary day.
But,
Ben looked anxiously at the door Tabitha had just left from, shutting it behind her, sealing him inside with Malcolm. Malcolm casually picked up a few documents from the table and glanced at Ben, whose face had turned white.
Is there an issue?
Malcolm asked innocently. It was clear there was only one solution in regard to Ben Hollen, and that was for him to disappear. For good. Malcolm changed the conversation to more pressing matters at hand, as Ben stood immobilized. He couldn't do anything but comply. It was time to restart again. Chapter 82. Tabitha. Tabitha's feet couldn't move faster without looking suspicious as she scooted down the hallway, passing the idiots who were soon to be silenced forever. She didn't know how she felt about that part. It was a lot of blood on their hands. But they wouldn't be here. The Gobbo family would be gone. Somehow she needed to convince Malcolm that Ben needed to be gone. One less problem to worry about. There was no longer the luxury of waiting around. They'd have to have him be the victim of the fire, like the rest of the members of the Decree. It was a much easier solution to the growing problem of Ben Hollen. One she was starting to think was the better choice. Besides, she had enough on her plate. Months prior, Tabitha studied the blueprints of the tunnels excessively after pulling them from the trash. If they had left then, she'd have known the exact route on which to escape to the other side of the borders. Until now. Damn Yasmin for stealing them. It had to be her. Who else could it be? Now all they had were her memories of the tunnels, and that wasn't something she was sure she wanted to gamble with. The idea of taking a turn in the intricate maze of tunnels far beneath the city was not appealing. She didn't like the prospect of being lost underground. They might have to ditch the tunnel idea and find another way of leaving the district of Lex. Either way, it had to be tonight. Tonight was the night. The end of the Decree, and the life she'd lived for the past decade. She'd packed their duffel bags with supplies they would need, including enough food for several days of travel. That included all the supplies needed for Adam. Thank goodness the feast wasn't part of the plan any longer. It was what Malcolm wanted, a fond farewell, even though they were the only ones aware of the fact it was a goodbye. Such drama. The entire evening was pointless and frivolous. There was no need for it, really. The toast was enough. He just had to have the last word, that man of hers. She couldn't help but smile. Tabitha didn't get butterflies. No, that wasn't her thing, but she got some types of emotions that felt like excitement. She wouldn't really call it butterflies, though. Malcolm was a man, but he was her man because she chose him to be, and she still wanted to be by his side. They were well fitted together, a real couple, and now they would change again. This made Tabitha delighted. Whatever butterflies felt like, this feeling she had inside her, rolling anxiously in her stomach, had to be the equivalent of what would be called fluttering. So she decided now, in this dawning of a new era in her life, she would allow such things as having butterflies to exist. Today, after all, marked the last performance of the roles of Malcolm and Tabitha Gobbo. The ultimate show. Maybe Malcolm had a point with the feast after all. Their last hurrah at this stage of their lives. Well, the toast would have to do. She had a new life to plan. Getting new IDs wouldn't be an issue. She had a knack for forging documents. It was one of her many skills, the one that she particularly enjoyed. She'd learned the art of forgery with this mindset that you never know what you might need in life, and it's always been better to be prepared for any situation. Always have a plan B, and C for that matter. She thought of social insurances, birth certificates, and immunization records for the boy for schooling, and so many other things. But that was tomorrow's problem. On the other side, far from the decree, once they blended back into society, Tabitha would figure out the rest. They had money, of course. All these fools had just piled it on top of them, and Malcolm wisely removed it all from the bank a long time ago. With unmarked cash in hand, they'd be fine for a long time. They could easily adjust becoming Colin and Gabby Renato. She already loved the way it sounded when she spoke the names out loud. Who would she become under this new version of herself? The possibilities were endless. Her mind was alive with the thoughts of all the things she could do once they were free from the restraints of this old life and diving into the new. Before she knew it, she was at the door of Amanda and John Wilder. John's absence was concerning. Was it possible that Malcolm and Ben were correct in their assumption that these soldiers had taken him? It was a logical conclusion to make. Amanda seemed preoccupied and agitated, but could her distraction really be that severe? Tabitha didn't care, to be honest. She had already disconnected from this place and the people in it. All she wanted was to get the boy and Malcolm safely out of the city limits. John and Amanda would no longer be part of her life, thank goodness. She tentatively tapped her knuckles against the cold metal door, the sound thudding through the empty hallway. After receiving no response, she knocked with more force, the sharp raps resounding through the silent space. Growing impatient, she pounded on the door. "Amanda, come on," she said in her head. "Come on, you little twit, answer the door." The door swung open, and there was Amanda, obnoxiously pregnant, standing in the doorway looking tired, as if she had just woken up from sleep. Her appearance was startling. Tabitha hadn't paid attention to her that much, even though she had been around the boy constantly since deciding Adam would become her and Malcolm's son. But she didn't pay attention to Amanda because she was unimportant to her, just an object walking around. "Yes, Tabitha," Amanda sighed, her face exposing her annoyance at seeing Tabitha at the door. "Gabrielle," she said in her mind. "Gabby, for short." Oh, she liked that even more. It was already feeling familiar and right. Amanda looked impatient as she leaned into the side of the doorframe, glaring at Tabitha. The insolence, Tabitha thought. "Yes, I need the boy." She strode through the door without a word, shoving Amanda aside as if she were a coat hanging from a rack. "Hello, this is my place. You can't just come barging in here." Tabitha turned around, her arms stretched out, ready to do her big performance. "I'm Malcolm's wife, the leader of the decree. Have you forgotten?" Tired and impatient, Amanda rolled her eyes, her body grossly distended from her condition. Tabitha found herself rather revolted by Amanda's appearance. It was downright obscene how disfigured she looked. Shaking her head, she avoided looking at Amanda any longer. In a matter of hours, she'd be gone, one of the many who would join in the toast before enjoying a special meal prepared for everyone. Right there and then, Tabitha decided she did feel good about the upcoming evening's events. Which was great, since she hated indecisiveness. It went against the grain of her being. She liked her ducks in order.
Adam isn't here. He's with the other children in the center. They're in their lessons. You should know that, she said, glaring at Tabitha. Since it's your program.
Damn it, it was true. She had forgotten that this was the time when the children gathered to learn the ways of the decree. Education of children was a sure path to future members of any society. Training them, while they're young and pliable, was the way to change the course of civilization. Whatever you taught them would become the truth. By teaching a child what you wanted them to believe, you could change history, science, religion, and every aspect of life forever. The earlier the training and sculpting of the young mind, the better to mold the future into what you want it to be. And of course, reading and writing. Couldn't have dumb children, now could you? Tabitha was a big believer in education. It had proven to do her well. No matter. She headed towards the bedroom that she knew Adam was staying in.
Where are you going?
Amanda said, following behind her, each step causing her discomfort. I'm collecting things. He'll be staying with us now. Amanda's hand latched onto Tabitha's arm and pulled her around with unexpected force. Taken aback, Tabitha shot Amanda a piercing look, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. Get your hand off me now. Yanking her arm free, she turned to go to retrieve the boy's clothing.
You can't take him. I won't let you.
Amanda hobbled behind Tabitha, following her into the bedroom. Nonsense, Tabitha said, ignoring her. Amanda's hand, with surprising strength, wrapped around her wrists and spun Tabitha around.
No! You won't take him. Do you understand? You can't come in here and take that boy from me.
Tabitha stepped back, trying to regain her balance, and laughed. Getting a little ballsy now, aren't you? Somewhere high in the air outside, a distant humming sound reached their ears. They stopped abruptly, their minds trying to make sense of the distant sound. But it felt just out of their grasp, unreachable.
You're not taking him. Do you hear me? You're not.
That's where you're wrong. I am. He's coming and staying with me now. It's Malcolm's orders, Tabitha said, turning away, trying to compose herself, the anger building inside her. She didn't like the sound of the humming they'd just heard. It sounded familiar and out of place, and Amanda was behaving erratically and out of character. Tabitha didn't have time for it.
I don't care whose order it is, you're not taking that boy from me!
I most certainly am. A sharp object collided with her back, knocking her to the ground. She gazed up at Amanda, who stood over her with a small stool raised above her. Pain stung her back, but it was superficial. It lacked any actual force behind it, because Amanda wasn't a fighter. She wasn't a person who could inflict pain easily. That was Amanda's mistake. Scanning the surroundings, Tabitha quickly assessed what she could grab and began to rise. Shaking the stool above her head, Amanda's body visibly trembled with adrenaline.
Don't move! I mean it! I'll hit you! I promise you I'll hit you!
Let's talk about this, Tabitha said with a calm voice. Her eyes darted around the room to see what she could do to distract Amanda. This was an odd turn of events. She hadn't planned on Amanda being so protective of the boy. And to actually attack her? Well, Tabitha never saw that coming. She didn't think Amanda had a dinner. She'd have to log this information into her memory, a note to herself to never underestimate anyone, even someone like Amanda. Tabitha's hand shot out, grabbing a delicate vase filled with vibrant orange dahlias. With a swift movement, she swung it towards Amanda's head. The vase shattered against her temple, sending shards flying and water splashing onto her body. The stool in Amanda's hand fell to the ground as she stood frozen with shock, then stumbled to the side, collapsing. Her soaked maternity top rode up, revealing her swollen stomach as she hit the ground with a shocked, glazed expression on her face. The orange dahlias lay scattered beside her unmoving body. Tabitha didn't move. Amanda was silent. Blood pooled around her head, black and oily. She nudged Amanda's foot for any kind of reaction, but it remained limp and unresponsive, giving no indication of life. Smoothing down the wrinkles in her dress, she let go of the remaining glass clutched in her hand, surprised she had no cuts. Amanda did not look alive. Well, this was an unforeseeable problem. Or was it? Their plan involved setting the building on fire in an isolated area so it would burn with no one noticing until it was too late to stop it. This place was just as good as any other to start a fire. Kneeling down, trying to avoid touching the blood seeping from Amanda's head, Tabitha pressed her fingers below Amanda's ear, feeling for a pulse. There was nothing. No movement. Sighing, Tabitha stood up. She still needed to get Adam's things from the bedroom and was about to step over the great big mound of what was now a puddle of Amanda when she noticed movement. Her eyes locked onto the shifting parts of Amanda that moved. Her stomach. She bent and placed her hand on the rippling flesh, feeling something solid within. As it moved across her palm, kicking, wanting to get out. Amanda was dead, but the child inside her was still alive. With a sudden jolt, she sprang up from the floor and raced to the kitchen. Fluttering butterflies were alive inside of her, as she frantically opened the drawers, rummaging through them for something sharp. And then she saw them, neatly placed all in a row in a black kitchen block sitting on the counter. Large, sharp knives. She only needed one. Holding the butcher's knife at her side, she returned to the other room, where Amanda's lifeless body lay, blood seeping onto the carpet beneath her. In the distance, she could hear the whirring of helicopters. Chapter 83. John. A dark, foreboding haze enveloped the decree compound, casting a strange dimness. They cautiously made their way towards the outskirts, moving silently but with pounding hearts that seemed to echo in their ears. Every second was a torment for John, knowing Amanda was somewhere inside. The weight of the situation bore down on him, threatening to suffocate him with anxiety. Leah, her pale face with worry, mirrored his distress. Every minute that passed was another minute she was apart from Adam, just like it was for him with Amanda. John took the lead, silently signaling the others to follow him towards the parked cars and gates. The group crouched in the bushes, hidden from view, waiting for their chance to move towards the exit area used by Tabitha and Yasmin. As they strategized, they noticed that there weren't many soldiers guarding the gate. Instead, it was mostly young men who looked barely out of high school, grunts assigned to protect the vehicles. John recognized them at once. These were the same young men he had encountered weeks ago, a distant memory now as he stood amid a chaotic whirlwind of events that led up to this moment. With a deep breath and a flutter of nerves, John decided to take a calculated risk. He turned to the others, searching for the words to say, and decided to just get to the point.
I'm going in.
What do you mean you're going in? Kai said, crouched beside John, his eyes focused on the young soldiers.
Maybe they won't question my return. They might not even know I've been gone for days. Either way, I will be the distraction for you guys to get inside the gates.
He looked at each of them, not for agreement. The look on their faces told him they understood that this was the only way.
What if they catch you?
Chris asked.
You won't be able to help Amanda if you're in custody.
Standing outside these gates, I am in no position to offer any help to her. If you have a better plan, I'm all ears. But the truth is that I'm still a member of the decree, and those soldiers are under me, trained to follow my orders.
He placed a large hand on Chris's shoulder.
It's all we got, man. It's time. We didn't come to play it safe. Those days are long gone. We need to get you guys inside and save our people.
Chris's face turned pale with fear as he nodded in agreement. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, meeting John's intense eyes in a locked gaze.
If they catch you, I'll find Amanda and get her the hell out of here, no matter what. I'll take her to Lonnie,
Chris said, his voice strong with conviction. It was John's turn to nod, grateful for Chris's words. He knew that there was a possibility someone could interrogate him about his whereabouts, but he had a backup plan that he hoped would suffice. He would simply tell the truth. As a trusted member of Malcolm Gobbo's team, he would report what he had witnessed at the borders and update him on the current situation. John's loyalty to Malcolm was unquestionable, so why would he suspect anything else? He tucked his hands into his pockets and strode confidently towards the gate, trying to exude an air of casual nonchalance. The sun glinted off his sunglasses, lending him the appearance of someone carefree and unbothered. Inside, however, John's heart was pounding with anticipation and nerves as he prepared to face the questioning stares of the young men ahead of him. As he rounded the corner, John saw the men standing in front of the warehouse. As soon as they saw John, they rushed over to him with a mixture of shock and relief in their voices.
"Hey, we thought you were captured,"
one of them exclaimed.
"Yeah, something strange is happening,"
another chimed in, their eyes darting around nervously. John's eyes widened, his mind racing with questions. Do they know about the other soldiers? What strange things are happening? He fought to keep his focus on the task at hand, fighting the urge to charge blindly into the compound in search for Amanda. First, he had to divert the men's attention from the group hiding in the bushes, waiting for their chance to sneak past their watchful eyes. Time was slipping away, and every minute felt crucial. A faint hum echoed through the air from a distance, adding an ominous tension to the already charged atmosphere. Something was about to happen, and John could feel it pulsing through his veins like an electric current.
"We have a lot to talk about,"
he said, grateful he could hide his emotions behind his dark glasses. He led the men into the warehouse, turning their backs toward the open overhead doors. Inside the warehouse, John stood facing the group of men. His eyes, shielded by his sunglasses, looked past them, focused on what lay beyond. The bushes, and the others waiting anxiously in hiding, knowing John was the ticket inside, and nothing could be done until he made his move. He kept the men occupied by asking for updates on the current situation, and sharing all the information he had for Malcolm, making them feel important, being the first ones to know.
"And my wife? What is the update with her?"
he asks, attempting to hide the worry in his tone.
She's all right. Just worried where you been. Still has Holland's boy with her,"
one of the men said. John hid his relief and gave the young man a nod, mumbling, "Good to hear." He watched as the others cautiously emerged from their hiding spot in the bushes and swiftly sprinted over the grass and through the gate. Yasmin motioned to him they were heading to the back where the door that she escaped from was located. He nodded in acknowledgement and shifted his focus to the soldiers before him, keeping them occupied until the rest of the group was out of sight. Once they were, John spoke.
"Thank you for the briefing, gentlemen. I'm glad to see you all, but I need to speak with Malcolm about the information I have."
He smirked.
"And if my wife finds out I've been out here chatting with you boys before seeing her, she'll have my head."
The soldiers roared with laughter at the last part, playfully nudging John's shoulder. They made jokes about wives and how they would always have the final say. John enjoyed their banter and felt a camaraderie with them. They were good guys, just misguided like him. He felt the responsibility to warn them about the impending danger, to save their young families before the chaos unfolded and they were caught in the middle. With a quick pause, he turned to address the 4 men before heading into the compound. With their cheerful dispositions plain to see, the boys turned towards him as he spoke with genuine sincerity.
"You are all exceptional men and soldiers. If you see any indications of danger, I give you full permission to stand down and take your families deep into the woods, far from this place."
The men's faces changed, the good humor gone, now replaced with the look of discomfort and confusion.
"What's up, sir? What do you know that we don't?"
asked one of the soldiers, who seemed to always speak for the group.
"I know nothing, and that bothers me. But something is going down, and I don't want you boys lost in the crossfire. Family first. Get your women and children out of the compound. You guys are good people. Protect yourselves and your loved ones. That's an order."
John saluted the soldiers, who returned the gesture with rigid formality. Without speaking another word, John pivoted on his heels and strode away, leaving the soldiers with unanswered questions and a growing sense of unease. Yasmin. As John stood before the 4 young soldiers whose backs were now facing them, The creaking gates were ajar, inviting them to sneak inside. They scurried forward, their footsteps quick and hushed, not wanting to draw attention to themselves. With their hearts racing, they made their way towards the area where Yasmin had escaped from. She knew the door would be locked from the outside, but they would wait for John to return and open it for them. Each second felt like an eternity as they stood in the shadows, attempting to blend in and avoid being spotted. The area they were in was vacant and underdeveloped. There wasn't even a beaten path leading to the door. The surrounding forest had reclaimed most of the area, erasing any signs of a once manicured lawn. Yasmin pressed her back against the cold metal door, her chest heaving with mounting anticipation. She could feel her nerves unraveling, and it seemed like the others were feeling the same way. Leah, in particular, looked like she was about to burst at any moment.
"Come on, John, come on."
Yasmin exhaled, feeling the weight of her fear pressing down on her. She was aware of her anxiety, but all she wanted was to get inside and face whatever came next. She couldn't bear the constant buildup of dread anymore. It had been an entire year of this. If today was going to be the end of her, Yasmin was ready. She was tired of living on the edge, constantly teetering on the brink of nothingness. She needed solid ground under her feet once again, or death, whichever came first.
"I'm going to go back to see if John's gone inside,"
Kai said, watching Leah's agitation as she paced back and forth, chewing on her nails.
"Make sure he hasn't been apprehended or anything."
He couldn't just stand there and watch Leah jumping out of her skin and not do anything. He had to go and be the hero and all. Yasmin wasn't sure if she found that admiring or pathetic. All she knew was Leah's pacing was grating on the very last nerve she had left. Okay, she understood her kid was inside, she got it. But they were all there waiting and risking their lives to help get him back. Yasmin sighed as she watched Kai storm off, his head held high as he put himself at risk of being captured. For what? To see if John was inside the compound yet? What was wrong with these people? Did they not realize how dangerous the decree were? Had Hayden warped their perception of this new world? She shook her head and allowed her back to slide down the metal door and plunk down onto the grassy ground beneath her. Leah.
I can't do this anymore.
Leah paced back and forth, clasping her hands on the side of her head. Her patience had reached its limit.
I can't stand waiting around any longer.
Relax.
Yasmin rubbed her sweating brow and took a swig from the water canteen.
He'll be here.
Leah paid no attention to her and continued to walk back and forth, her face growing more flushed with each passing minute.
Where the hell did Kai go?
Rolling her eyes, Yasmin placed the cool canteen on her forehead, trying to hide her growing annoyance, but failing.
He can't handle your pacing, so he went to go check on John.
This caught Leah's attention, surprising her. She hadn't noticed him leave until now. She stood still, turning her head from where Kai had gone, and then in the other direction, towards the back of the compound and the fenced-in area for the children. With a split-second decision, she darted towards the back of the playground, her heart pounding in her chest with anticipation. She scanned the perimeter, hoping to glimpse Amanda outside, or better yet, Adam. The gravel, overgrown with yellowing grass, crunched beneath her hiking boots as she ran, the sun beating down on her skin, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. A sense of urgency drove her forward, fueled by determination. This was it. She was getting Adam back today, no matter what it took. Her mind was a flurry of ideas, all centered around escaping with Adam. Adrenaline surged through her body as she turned the corner, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The playground was eerily quiet, save for the sound of her own footsteps pounding against the pavement. The sun beat down on her back, intensifying her sense of urgency and desperation. As she neared the door at the back of the playground, she could hear the muffled sounds of children playing and laughter coming from within.
Adam,
she whispered, touching the handle of the door, knowing that she was so close, yet still far away. Her fingers gripped onto the handle, the metal cold in her hands, as she turned it, preparing to open the door.
"Leah!"
At the sound of her name, Leah spun towards the source of the male voice.
"Boo!"
Before her stood Ben, gun aimed. "Fancy meeting you here," he said, a smirk spreading across his face. Yasmin.
Leah!
Yasmin jumped up as Leah ran past her down the field toward the back of the compound.
Damn it, Leah!
Anger boiled inside of Yasmin, fueled by frustration and annoyance at Leah's reckless actions. She knew she had to go after her before it was too late. She picked up her backpack and gun, cursing the mess she'd got herself into.
Where are you going?
Chris asked, attempting to restrain her. But Yasmin was determined to reach Leah before any harm could come to her.
Leah isn't thinking clearly,
she explained, slinging her gun over her shoulder as she prepared to take action.
If I don't go after her, she'll get herself killed.
With a swift movement, she broke free from Chris's grip and was about to race towards the danger until she saw the lost look on Chris's face. In just a matter of minutes, everyone had abandoned him.
Look, John and Kai will be here any minute, okay?
She whispered to Chris.
Nothing has changed since you've been here last. The layout of the area once inside is exactly how you remember it. You have the blueprints and the brains. I'll grab Leah and we'll get her kid and meet back here.
Kai and John aren't going to like that.
Yasmin snorted, shaking her head.
Well, Kai should have thought about that before taking off to go find John. As for John, he knows his way around. He won't get lost.
For some reason, watching Chris's crestfallen face made Yasmin's bitterness leave her, seeping out of her one toxic drop at a time. She placed her hand on his arm and gave it a squeeze.
You got this, Chris. I have faith in you. We will meet again.
She squeezed his arm one more time as Chris nodded, pressing her hand back.
Tell those two galoots I have to go save their crazy-ass women.
And with that, she pivoted on her heels and sprinted after Leah. Chris watched as Yasmin disappeared around the corner of the building, wondering if he made a mistake staying back, waiting for Kai and John. The chaos of the situation had them all on edge, but Leah taking off and Yasmin following her was opening up an entire scenario that was not prepped for, leaving Chris unsure of what was happening or what they needed to do next. His and Yasmin's prepared plan was their only hope, if they could just make it inside the compound. Their destination was clear. Amanda and John's rooms, or the back area where the children played. There was no backup for any kind of divergence. One thing was for sure. Splitting up was not part of the equation. And now that's exactly what happened when Yasmin darted off towards Leah, leaving Chris feeling helpless, left to break the news to Kai and John. The door creaked, the handle turning. Startled, Chris stood back, gun raised, and fixed on the door as it opened. Relieved, John stood in the entrance, his face unable to digest, seeing only Chris standing before him, alone with the gun aimed at him. Chris lowered his gun, hearing footsteps coming from behind him, and the sound of Kai's voice.
"Where are the girls?"
he said, coming to a stop beside Chris, looking between him and John standing in the doorway.
Leah took off down there.
Chris pointed to the area Yasmin had just gone.
And Yasmin went after her.
The look on Kai's face was disbelief, and then quickly one of acceptance, like he should have known.
"We don't have time for this."
John's eyes narrowed as he scanned the area for anything alarming.
"I'm going after them,"
Kai said, taking his gun slung around his shoulder and holding it in front of him.
"Kai."
John looked at him, shaking his head, but then looked back inside the building.
"Okay, fine. I will jam the door with something to keep it open. Get inside as soon as you have them. Chris and I will head to the rooms and see if Amanda and the boy are there."
Yasmin said to meet back here,
Chris interjected, now that it felt like some kind of new action was about to happen. Kai nodded and took off, sprinting along the side of the building, following the women's path. John pushed open the door wider, his hand beckoning Chris to hurry inside. The acrid smell of smoke greeted them as they made their way through the narrow hallway, with John leading the way. It wasn't overpowering, but it lingered in the air like a warning sign.
You smell that?
Chris called out, trying to be heard over the bustling noises coming from ahead. John whipped around, his eyes wide and wild with concentration. Adrenaline surged through Chris's body as they hurried towards the source of the commotion, their feet pounding the floor with urgency. Any concern about being caught or seen vanished as they charged closer to the unknown turmoil awaiting them. As soon as they entered the bustling lobby, Chris and John were swept up in a sea of frantic bodies, people rushing back and forth, their voices raised and urgent shouts and cries. The smell of sweat and desperation hung heavy in the air, along with the stronger smell of smoke that was engulfing the building. It was difficult to know where to go or what to do amidst the chaotic confusion. Chris stopped and stood rooted to the spot. Bodies hurried past him in a blur. These were not the decree, but the people like him, blinded by the promise of a different life, one assured to be better than the one they left behind. Amidst the clamor of voices and the pungent scent of smoke, a distinct hum could be heard overhead. The rhythmic beat of helicopter blades sliced through the air, drawing closer with each passing moment. Chris thought of Lonnie, the love of his life. Summer, the girl who captured his heart and showed him the joy of loving the smart-ass kid as his own. And he thought of the baby soon to be born, and all that had yet to unfold laid out ahead. All he wanted was to be back with them, living a life they'd created together in the past months. The very future he had been dreaming of that drove him to switch off the lights, which was the source of all the shambles leading up to this moment. Chris standing in the center of it all, with people running around confused and fearful as the scent of fire permeated in the air. He had to save them. John ran ahead, unaware Chris was no longer following behind. His mind resolved, he watched as John disappeared into the sea of people, knowing John had his own mission to follow. Chris took a deep breath, spotting a sitting area in the corner. He pushed his way through the crowded room towards it. In one fluid motion, he leaped onto the bulky wooden coffee table. He felt the adrenaline rush through his body. With all his strength, he yelled out, hoping to cut through the noise and hysteria.
Stop! Everyone, stop!
Several confused people turned to him as he heard his name, laced with questioning. Encouraged, he called out again, this time with more force, determined to get through the mayhem.
Listen to me! You are all in danger! Everything you have been told is a lie!
People paused in their tracks and looked towards him, their expressions contorting with disbelief at the familiar face before them. Chris's name resounded through the crowd.
Chris, why is he here? Chris, he's here?
Chris on Weir?
Is that really Chris? He's alive?
I thought he was dead.
Hear me out, okay? I am Chris on Weir. On the first day that the city of Lex was shut down, Malcolm Gobbo ordered his brother, Malik Gobbo, to carry out my execution. Outside these walls lies a battlefield orchestrated by Malcolm Gobbo and several members of the Decree Army. I fled before Malik could carry out Malcolm's orders, and have been hiding ever since. I've witnessed firsthand the destruction ordered by Malcolm Gobbo.
Gasps and outrage spread through the crowd as more people gathered, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. A dead man speaking. And not just speaking, but saying words that were inconceivable.
I know this will be difficult to understand, but you are all in grave danger.
As if on cue, the thrumming of helicopters grew louder, drowning out all other noise. A hazy cloud of smoke seeped into the lobby, casting an eerie glow over everything it touched. Its acrid scent assaulted their senses, causing their eyes to water the unmistakable smell of burning debris. As Chris stood before the scared followers of Malcolm Gobbo, he felt a sense of certainty wash over him. He knew he was exactly where he needed to be. He straightened his posture, feeling unafraid, embracing the responsibility of these people and their safety. For months, he had been training for it without even realizing it. Standing tall and unyielding, his voice belted out with a fierce strength that had grown stronger each day since the lights went out.
I'm going to get you the hell out of here. All of you.
John darted down the dimly lit corridor. The pervading smell of smoke filled his nostrils, triggering a sense of panic within him.
Amanda!
He yelled out, struggling to see through the stinging tears in his eyes. The surrounding havoc only added to this mounting fear as people pushed past him, shouting and screaming in desperation. He needed to find her and get them both to safety, but the smoke was closing in, clouding his thoughts and making it difficult to think. Time seemed to slow down as John made his way to his place. The dense smoke and screams were overwhelming, but he couldn't stop himself from pushing through the frenzy. As he struggled through the crowded hallway, his heart pounded with anxiety for Amanda. He grabbed onto anyone he could, desperation in his voice as he asked,
Have you seen Amanda? Where is she?
Each person he approached either turned away or avoided him altogether. He could see the panic in their eyes as they hurried past him, desperate to escape whatever was causing the thick smoke to engulf the corridor. As he stumbled towards his rooms, panic clenched at his chest like a vice. Plumes of thick black smoke escaped through the cracks of the door, churning and twisting in the air like a living entity. The source of the smoke was coming from inside his place, engulfing everything he held dear. His heart raced as he fumbled for the doorknob, unable to imagine what lay inside. John slammed his shoulder against the burning door, wincing as he felt the heat sear through his skin. He coughed and choked on the thick smoke that filled the room, spotting Amanda's limp form on the ground.
Amanda!
He called out. Gritting his teeth, he charged through the burning doorway. The hair on his arms singed, and his skin stung as he fought through the flames, determined to reach his wife.
Please be alive, please be alive.
He prayed out loud, ignoring the flames licking his arms. He quickly reached Amanda. With a final burst of strength, John grabbed her lifeless body and dragged her out of the fire. As he looked down at her smoldering clothes and blackened skin, tears blurred his vision as he collapsed next to her, cradling her in his arms. The smell of charred flesh and hair confirmed his worst fear. He was too late. Amanda was gone, and their baby, savagely ripped from her body. Chapter 85. Malcolm. The dull roar of approaching helicopters filled Malcolm's ears, drowning out all other sounds. He could feel the vibrations of the propellers as they sliced through the air, jolting through his body, threatening to tear him apart. Where was Tabitha? He thought impatiently, tapping his foot, annoyed she wasn't back with Ben's son yet. Irritation gnawed at him as he waited, his mind racing with all the plausible reasons for her delay. It was time. They would have to leave immediately. They had waited too long. But first, before anything else, he had to make his way to the common area and check if Sarah and the boys were there. He realized he should have done this initially, instead of delegating tasks to subordinates. Well, it was too late to think of that now. Heading down the halls, he caught a faint whiff of smoke. He couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from. Strange, he thought, feeling a growing sense of anxiety building inside him. He really needed to leave. Moving through the growing crowd, towards the lobby, Malcolm was taken aback by the commotion and smoke up ahead in the corridor. Could it be that Tabitha had already initiated their plan? But how could she when she hadn't returned yet? And why was everyone else running around in a state of panic? There was a growing tension in the crowd as he approached a group of women, desperately asking if they had seen Sarah. They shook their heads, fear evident on their faces. He squeezed through the sea of people, berating himself for not taking action earlier. His heart raced with fear as he once again questioned where Tabitha was and, more importantly, where Sarah and the boys were. As he kept moving forward, the sound of a man's voice reached his ears from afar. It was a voice he knew, but he couldn't quite put his finger on who it belonged to. A short, middle-aged woman scurried by him, and with a firm grip, he grabbed her arm, stopping the frantic woman in her tracks.
Who is that speaking?
He demanded, pointing in the direction of the voice.
It's Chris Unweir. He's alive.
Malcolm's hand twitched towards where his gun was as he struggled to control his anger. He had the powerful urge to hit her, but refrained himself. The woman standing in front of him, with wild hair and a crazed look in her eyes, had just revealed that Chris Unweir was alive. Now that was something he hadn't expected to hear. Chris Unweir was long dead. The woman was clearly deranged. He closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. With a steady hand, he drew his gun from his holster, blocking out the nonsensical ramblings of the woman in front of him.
He says that everything we've been told is a lie, and he is here to save us.
The annoying woman wailed, clutching onto Malcolm's sleeve. He took a moment to compose himself, repeating his own name in his head. He was Malcolm Gobbo, leader of the decree, and the woman standing before him was one of his loyal followers. But the overwhelming desire to lift his gun and shove it in her face was overpowering. He needed to get away from her as far as possible and find out who this man was, behaving like he had the rights to speak to his people. Near the door of the lobby, the sound of the man's voice carried, captivating people and drawing them out to listen. Malcolm approached the window, watching the crowd outside gathering together. In the center stood a ghost, confidently guiding and reassuring everyone around him. With clear organization and leadership skills, Chris Onweir calmly directed people and led them out of the compound in an orderly manner. Malcolm was left speechless, his mouth hanging open in shock. A wave of disbelief crashed over him at the sight before his eyes. Chris was alive, standing confidently, taking control of the entire compound. Malik lied. All this time, his brother had deceived Malcolm in his claim of killing Chris. The betrayal and deceit cut deep like a knife, leaving Malcolm reeling and questioning everything he thought he knew. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Could it be possible that Chris was responsible for Malik's death? A powerful anger consumed him, unsure whether it stemmed from being deceived or the fact that Chris Onweir was alive and in control of the compound. Either way, the realization shook him to his very core. Chris undoubtedly killed his brother and managed to escape. He was the reason for the sound of approaching helicopters and soldiers at the borders. It was all becoming clear. Chris was the informant. He was the betrayer of the decree. Chris was the one who turned off the lights, and that is what he was doing to Malcolm now, turning off his lights. Malcolm had been played. Acting on instinct, he made his way to the side door, navigating through the mass of people trying to flee the burning building that had been his dream. He slipped through the crowd unnoticed, blending in with the maelstrom as he pulled out his gun and took careful aim. This time, he would shut off Chris's lights for good, and no one would even realize it was him. The sound of gunfire exploded through the air as people ducked for cover, shielding their heads from wherever the bullets were flying. Malcolm let his arms fall to his sides, still holding onto the gun in his hand. He stood, unmoving, watching with mild interest as a tall native man with flowing black hair sprinted towards Chris's motionless body on the ground. The stranger shouted Chris's name and pulled him towards himself, while Malcolm observed with curiosity. Who was this person whose voice betrayed a range of emotions and fear? How did he know Chris? The tall man's eyes shot up and landed on Malcolm. He stayed still but gripped Chris to him, staring at Malcolm with a mix of shock, anger, and hatred in his expression.
Ah, interesting. You know me, but I don't know you.
Malcolm's voice was low and drowned out by the noise swirling around him. He had had enough. He turned away and was engulfed once again in the sea of people running from the burning building. He wandered through the corridors and into the lobby, surrounded by the sounds of chaos. Amidst the commotion, he heard a child's cries and scanned the area, hoping it was one of his nephews. Huddled in a corner, he spotted Adam. In an instant, he came to terms with the fact that Sarah was gone and so were her boys. He had lost not only his brother, but also his sister-in-law and the last remaining Gobbos, all the family he had left. The boy stood alone in the corner, tears streaming down his face. He was scared, forgotten by everyone caught up in the frenzy to flee. The only person who noticed him was the approaching figure walking towards him. Malcolm would not forget him. The child stared up at him with wide, watery eyes. His nose was running, and tears streamed down his blotchy cheeks as his lower lip quivered, trying to hold back sobs.
Hello, Adam,
Malcolm greeted, crouching down to match his level. His voice was as composed as ever, and a friendly smile lit up his face. The boy began to cry, and Malcolm opened his arms, allowing the child to run into them.
I want my mama.
Tears streamed down the young boy's face as he clung to Malcolm, his small arms wrapped tightly around him. The sound of his sobs tugged at Malcolm's heartstrings, surprising him. It was a feeling he had never felt before, the desperate longing for a mother's comforting embrace. And yet, despite their unfamiliarity, Malcolm couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of protectiveness and empathy towards the child. He held him close, offering what little comfort he could to soothe the boy's pain.
There, Adam. I've got you,
he whispered, running his fingers through the child's sandy hair, feeling a strong sense of paternal bond with the boy. His little body shook as Malcolm lifted him up. Wrapping his arms around Malcolm's neck, Adam buried his face in his shirt. The young boy was upset, but his fear overpowered any other emotion as he held on to Malcolm without uttering a single word. Malcolm swiftly turned away from the lobby and headed towards the staircase. With each step, his pace quickened as he climbed carefully toward the second floor leading to his rooms. Chapter 86. Tabitha. Tabitha ran. Her heart pounded in her chest as she dashed through the tangle of leaves and twigs, weaving in and out with the wailing bundle held tightly in her arms. Amanda's baby cried louder as they ran, making it harder for Tabitha to keep a steady pace. But she couldn't slow down. It was over. Everything was over. And a new plan was taking form in her mind with each step she took farther from the decree compound.
"Hush, little one,"
she gasped, trying to catch her breath. She spun around, hoping no one was following, but couldn't see anyone. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she continued to process everything that had just happened. Everything was over. The decree was over. Malcolm's leadership was over. And she'd accidentally killed Amanda. She looked down at the infant cradled in her arms. The baby stared back at her with steely gray eyes. In that moment, her heart swelled with emotion she had never experienced before, pulsing within her chest more fiercely than she ever thought possible. Tabitha leaned down and gently kissed the baby's forehead, feeling the soft swirls of black hair beneath her lips. She extended her finger towards him. His tiny hand reached out and wrapped around it. Without thinking, Tabitha pulled the blanket closer around the infant to keep him warm and safe. Moving forward, she thought of Malcolm and felt a small pang that he was not with her. But it was unavoidable. The moment she held the squirming baby in her arms, Tabitha knew she had to leave right away. That meant leaving Malcolm and their plans behind. Back at Amanda's place, her hands shook as she frantically packed the essentials for the newborn. She grabbed a soft onesie and diapered the crying baby before wrapping him tightly in a cream-colored blanket. She stuffed a bag full of diapers, washcloths, formula, and clothes and slung it over her shoulder. With determination in her eyes, she rushed out of the room, with their precious bundle in tow, leaving behind any remnants of her previous life, and the empty body of Amanda. She pursed her lips, trying to push aside the image of Amanda lying on the floor. What was done was done. There was nothing Tabitha could have done to stop what had happened in that room. Amanda turned on her and became violent. What was Tabitha to do? She had no choice but to defend herself. Besides, she was sure deep down that Amanda would have wanted her to save the baby. Tabitha couldn't just leave him to die, could she? Of course not. She had to do what she had to do, and she refused to dwell on the ugliness of it all. That's exactly what she was doing, trudging through the dense forest. The sharp twigs scratched at her face and snagged on her clothes. She paused every so often to feed the hungry baby in her arms, using the precious formula she had packed in the hastily filled baby bag. Her mind raced with worry about what would happen when she ran out of supplies, but for now, she focused on putting as much distance between her and the decree as possible. As soon as Tabitha stepped outside the compound, she could hear the familiar sound of helicopters in the distance. The humming of the propellers continued to fill the sky above her. She realized how naive she and Malcolm had been to think they could execute their plans without getting caught. It was far too late. They had waited too long to get away. Well, together. Tabitha had no intentions of being caught, especially not now that she had someone to protect. She looked down at the peaceful baby nestled in her arms, already feeling the fierce love and responsibility of a mother towards him. She caught sight of a clearing ahead and pushed through the overgrown brush to reach it. As she emerged onto the highway, she stopped dead in her tracks. 2 military trucks and several camouflage tanks came into view as she stumbled out of the dense forest. Her heart raced as she clutched the baby close to her chest, frantically scanning the scene for any sign of safety. The soldiers, clad in their military fatigues, spun around quickly at the sound of her hurried steps and shrieks of the infant who started to cry. For a moment, all was quiet except for the wails of the child echoing through the tense air. Tabitha's heart pounded in her ears as she took deep breaths to calm herself. A A soldier with a kind, light brown face framed by short, cropped graying hair and a military cap approached Tabitha. He held out his hand in a gesture of peace.
"Ma'am,"
he said softly,
"please stay calm. We're here to help."
Tabitha pulled the baby close to her chest, feeling his tiny heartbeat against her own. Her eyes darted between the heavily armed soldiers, their boots crunching on gravel as they formed a tight circle around her and the crying baby.
"It can't end this way,"
she thought.
"It's all right, ma'am."
The older soldier with the gentle smile on his face and a patch that read United States Army on his uniform extended his hand to Tabitha's shoulder. His touch was comforting as he spoke in a calm tone.
"We've come to put an end to the chaos that has plagued Lex out here all these months."
Tabitha's head jerked up as she hid half her face in the baby's blankets.
"Americans?"
"Yep. Never imagined that our troops would deploy to Canada to save our northern brothers and sisters from a corrupt government, but here we are. Welcome to 1993, when Canada needs rescuing from a cult. Who would have guessed?"
The soldier's voice was low and filled with disbelief, his head shaking from side to side as he spoke. The other soldiers remained statuesque, but Tabitha could see their heads bobbing in silent agreement and shock.
"It was hard to believe at first, but even small cities disappearing can't go unnoticed for long. And so we find ourselves here. I understand your fear and hesitation. This madness has dragged on for far too long."
"You know what's been going on?"
"Yes, ma'am. That's why we're here. To bring down the corrupt regime that had been allowed to reign in the district of Lex for nearly a year. It is our duty to act swiftly and discreetly, as to not alarm the rest of the world of what transpired here."
Tabitha's eyes widened.
"And the survivors? Those left to suffer at the mercy of this destruction?"
She spoke into the blanket, hugging the baby inside, now sleeping content again. The soldier stood tall and spoke with authority.
"Our mission is to transport these survivors to a secure location, and to assist rebuilding their lives in the district of Lex."
Mesmerized, Tabitha gazed at the endless line of trucks snaking along the highway. She saw the gaunt and terrified faces peering out from the back trailers, survivors of the decree. There were so many of them, each one unique from the other. She'd never looked at them as real people before.
"A safe place away from the decree?"
She could barely keep the quiver out of her voice.
"There's no need to worry, ma'am. The decree won't be able to harm anyone anymore. You're safe now."
He gazed into Tabitha's doubtful eyes, a gentle smile on his face.
"You and your little one are in good hands now. I promise."
Unable to contain her excitement, Tabitha smiled broadly from behind the blanket. She leaned in to kiss the top of the baby's head, and couldn't help but let out a joyful laughter.
"Yep, bet that's the best news you heard in a long time,"
the soldier said, placing a hand on Tabitha's back.
"You don't know the half of it,"
she responded, accepting the soldier's hand as he helped her into the truck's trailer. She settled between two elderly men with gaunt faces and tattered clothing, appearing underfed and worn down.
"It's going to be all right."
The soldier smiled up at Tabitha and closed the trunk.
"Thank you."
Tabitha smiled with genuine warmth back.
"So what's your name?"
the soldier inquired, resting his hand against the side of the truck.
"We got a long journey ahead. I'll try to get some provisions for you and your little one."
"My little one,"
Tabitha thought as she snuggled the little baby's warm body closer to her. She thought of Malcolm and all that transpired to that moment, with her cuddling her sweet son in her arms. All of it was worth it.
"Gabby,"
Tabitha said, rather quickly, giving the soldier the warmest smile she could muster.
"My name is Gabby Froth."
"Nice to meet you, Gabby."
He hopped up onto the ledge of the truck and leaned in to shake Tabitha's hand.
"Thank you,"
she sheepishly replied, noticing how fit he was for his age, her demeanor coy yet grateful.
"For everything,"
she added sincerely, contemplating just how much older he was than her. 10 years? Maybe more? The soldier smiled warmly and bounced back down onto the ground.
"Boy or girl?"
he said, turning away. Tabitha, for a moment, was confused.
"Boy,"
she responded, cradling him against her chest.
"Boy, eh? Good job."
He started walking away, waving his hand behind him. Tabitha sat back against the cab of the truck and felt her body relax as the engine roared and the vehicle kicked into gear. She sighed, thinking of the baby held in her arms, then sat up abruptly, leaning over the rail.
You forgot to tell me your name,
she called out as the soldier walked away. With a quick pivot, he strode towards her with purpose. She couldn't help but notice the bare ring finger and the way he held himself with assurance. Her heart pounded with each step he took towards her.
Williams. Michael Williams.
Tabitha's mouth fell open in shock, as if she had never heard the name Michael before. The soldier gave her a strange look before she motioned towards the baby in her arms, lifting back the blanket to reveal the tiny infant inside.
You share the same name,
she replied. Michael peered into the bundle, seeing the little boy with skin just like his own. Dark hair curled to the child's head, with a small patch of white that stood out at the front. As the baby stirred, Michael couldn't help but let out a laugh. The child's piercing gray eyes staring back at him caught him off guard.
His name's Michael?
He asked, turning to face Tabitha with a glint of curiosity in his eye. A small smile played at the corners of his mouth as he waited for a response, clearly intrigued.
Micah. His name is Micah,
she replied as blood coursed through her body, seeing her new future unfold before her. Chapter 87. Leah. Leah's heart raced as she and Yasmin sprinted down the hallway, the pungent smell of smoke filling their noses. The fire was coming from Amanda's room, and in a panic, she foolishly tried to rush inside to save Adam.
He's not in there.
Leah hadn't noticed John sitting on the ground until that moment, holding on to the charred remains that could only be Amanda. Her hand paused over the burning doorway, knowing that if she opened it, whatever was inside would burst out of the doorway, engulfing the hallway in an inferno. The sight of Amanda, lifeless, with her abdomen brutally cut open, was beyond Leah's worst nightmares. Whatever had happened to her, to leave her charred and sliced on the ground like a sacrificial offering, was incomprehensible.
Who would do such a horrific thing to another person?
Yasmin's words shook with disbelief as they stood before the towering figure of John, now reduced to a trembling wreck. He clung to what remained of his wife, lost in a sorrowful trance. The lingering stench of burning flesh filled the air, choking them. Amanda was unrecognizable, reduced to an empty shell that barely resembled a human being. It was a scene straight out of hell, done with unfathomable cruelty. The sight left both of them in a state of shock. Losing her best friend devastated Leah, and it also intensified her fears for Adam's safety. If someone could harm Amanda like this, what were they capable of doing to Adam? As the smoke thickened and made it difficult to breathe, she scanned the hallway. It was mostly empty now, with distant sounds resounding from another part of the building. Where there were people, Adam had to be among them. Despite her revulsion over Amanda's death, finding Adam was the only thing on her mind. She shifted, feeling herself about to leap out of her skin. She wouldn't let the noise of people in the distance hold her back. As much as she loved Amanda, she was dead now, and Leah didn't have time to mourn. She had to go find her son.
I have to go,
Leah announced, already turning away from the bleak scene in front of her.
I'm staying with him,
Yasmin said, bending down beside John, placing a hand on his large, shaking shoulder. Leah nodded, understanding she would have to go down this path alone, knowing it was always going to be her to get Adam back, whose safety she had taken for granted. With a ragged voice and split lips, she uttered,
"Thank you."
Yasmin and John looked up, confused.
"To both of you. Thank you."
She bent down, refusing to touch the charred flesh of her best friend, knowing that this vessel was not her friend anymore. That person, who was Amanda, was gone. She felt tears well up, but she wiped them away. There would be time for tears later. But for now, she had to deal with what was happening in the moment. And that was finding Adam.
"Don't stay here any longer. Get out before it's too late. The smoke is already too dangerous to be in."
Leah got to her feet and gave a brief nod before turning and hurrying down the smoke-filled corridors towards the lobby, drawn by the voices of the last remaining people still inside the building. Covering her mouth from the choking smoke, she blended in, trying to look like she belonged, changing her demeanor to fit what she perceived was the way of the decree, acting more like Amanda than herself.
"Where is Malcolm in all this?"
Leah cried out to a woman who was holding tight to a child in her arms.
"I don't know,"
the woman sobbed, her body trembling as she hugged her infant tightly to her chest. Her eyes were red and swollen, irritated by the smoke that filled the air. As they made their way closer to the lobby, the smoke thinned, revealing the path ahead. Leah stumbled forward, her breaths coming in quick gasps as she fought against the panic rising in her chest.
Seems strange that he disappeared when we need him most.
As the smoke dissipated, the woman finally had a clear view of Leah and looked at her with a puzzled expression for the first time.
Do I know you?
I'm Sarah, Leah said, picking the first name that popped into her head.
Sarah? Sarah Gobbo?
The woman nearly stopped, but Leah grabbed the woman's arm and hurried her down the hallway, not bothering to respond, but keeping her face fixed ahead.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I apologize. I didn't recognize you.
The woman said, struggling to keep up with Leah as she pulled her along. She slowed down, allowing the woman to lead them to their destination.
I arrived after the passing of your husband.
She glanced down at the fussy baby in her arms and immediately began making soothing noises to calm it.
When you went into mourning, forgive me for not recognizing you.
Leah gave a nod, plastering on a fake smile. Sarah Gobbo? Was she related to Malcolm Gobbo? She silently prayed that whoever Sarah Gobbo was, they wouldn't bump into her.
You know Malcolm is looking for you,
she said as they rounded the corner. The sound of multiple voices grew louder, showing a larger group of people ahead. The smoke, while still present and growing thicker by the minute, was not as suffocating as it had been in the halls they'd left behind them.
He is? Why?
Leah asked, placing a comforting arm around the woman as they walked faster towards the coming noise.
My sister, who we followed here, was sent to find you. Malcolm wanted you and your boys to come into his rooms immediately. It was important. It was probably about the feast tonight, which is obviously cancelled now,
she said as she craned her neck to see over the crowd of people coming into view, searching for a familiar face. Leah kept her face down and tried to remain calm, allowing her mind to digest every word the woman was speaking. Who was this Sarah Gobbo? In all her time at the decree, searching for ways to get inside, and the countless hours spent waiting for Adam to come out into the children's playground, she hadn't seen or heard of this mysterious Sarah or her boys. Propelling the woman with the child ahead, they burst into the lobby area and were engulfed in the crowd's chaos. Amid the chaos, they could hear the shouts about helicopters and soldiers, along with hushed conversations about someone getting shot. Leah scanned the crowded room for any sign of Kai or Chris, but she didn't recognize anyone's face. She reached out and gently squeezed the arm of the woman standing next to her, giving her a warm smile.
Get you and your baby out of here,
she urged with sincerity. The woman's eyes held genuine kindness that reminded her of Amanda and John, and how happy they were here at the compound, eagerly expecting their new baby to arrive.
Whatever you do, don't tell anyone you are from here, that you're a member.
The woman's expression was a mix of shock and confusion as she stared at Leah, trying to speak, but struggling to find the right words.
Trust me. Leave this place and never mention you were a part of it to anyone,
Leah said firmly before turning and navigating through the crowd, leaving the woman with her mouth open in shock. The cry of a newborn pierced the air, and she froze in her tracks, scanning everything around and above her. There was a second-level floor with sub-halls, and she looked up, almost expecting to see someone with Amanda's baby. But there was only a man, standing at the edge, gripping the hand of a young boy next to him. The man scooped up the child and held him close. Leah's breath caught in her throat. It was Malcolm Gobbo, and he was holding Adam.
Adam!
Her eyes locked on him, her thoughts racing as she strategized how to reach him. The sound of Leah's voice, loud and urgent, cut through the chatter of the crowd. Heads turned to see who it was, their faces filled with curiosity and concern. In Malcolm's arms, Adam craned his neck to see who was shouting for him, and his eyes widened as he recognized his mother.
Mama!
He yelled, wiggling to break free from Malcolm's hold. Leah spotted the staircase that stood at the center of the room. It's a spiral path leading up to the second floor, where Malcolm and Adam were located. It was strange and out of place, looking like a vortex with no railings or bars to prevent anyone from falling, and there were spaces between each step, forcing anyone who walked on them to move slowly with caution. Leah mentally calculated how much time she had to reach the top of the stairs before Malcolm would leave, all the while making sure Adam never left her sight. The cacophony of noise surrounding her grew louder with the approaching footsteps and voices of men. But her attention was drawn to one figure only, Malcolm Gobbo, smirking down at her with her boy embraced in his arms. He leaned against the wall, his eyes fixed on her as he whispered something to Adam, nodding and waving at her.
Mama! Mama, I'm here!
She could hear the excitement and happiness in his voice as he called to her, clearly thrilled to see her.
I'm right here, baby, right here!
She hurried towards the staircase, her hands reaching out for a railing that wasn't there. Her gaze remained fixed on Adam and Malcolm, whose face held a chilling smile as he looked down at her. He shifted the boy onto his hip as if they were old acquaintances, but Adam squirmed to break free.
I want my mama!
With his small hands, Adam tried to push against Malcolm's chest, but Adam was no match for Malcolm's strength. Despite his attempts to break free, Malcolm held him in his arms and even waved at Leah with one hand while doing so.
Well, if it isn't the elusive Leah Hollen, what a pleasure to finally meet you,
he said, leaning precariously over the wall, holding on to Adam, who was squirming in his arms. Leah's heart pounded with fear as she watched Adam teeter on the edge of the wall, dangerously close to the open space below.
Put him down!
Every nerve in her body screamed for Malcolm to step back. Her foot tentatively felt its way up the winding staircase, but she knew she couldn't continue blindly without watching what she was doing. Who on earth built staircases without railings these days?
Miss Hollen, it's time for us to have a proper introduction. I've been looking forward to this moment,
Malcolm said smoothly as he turned to Adam. With ease, he lifted Adam and set him on top of the wall, giving him a bird's-eye view of the lobby below. Leah's ears filled with overlapping shouts and gasps as she watched Malcolm lift Adam onto the top of the half-wall. The boy fidgeted in his grip, hands flailing for support, as the crowd below erupted into chaos.
No!
Leah darted up the stairs, all thoughts of failing gone as she tried to reach the top of the steps in one piece. Her foot slipped and caught between two steps, causing her to stumble and hit her leg on the sharp metal edge. She let out a cry of pain and clutched at her injured leg as she looked up at Adam as he called out,
Mama!
Leah's heart clenched in her chest as she watched her son lean forward, reaching out into the open air, and began to fall forward into nothingness. She screamed in horror as Malcolm, with a swift movement, grabbed Adam by the back of his shirt and pulled him to safety, yet did not remove him from the wall.
Don't move!
One of the soldiers called up to Malcolm.
You're surrounded!
In a panic, Leah saw multiple soldiers positioned on both sides of the hallway, their guns trained on Malcolm and Adam.
Don't shoot! He has my son!
She yelled, struggling to get to her feet and climb the stairs. Her legs screamed out in pain, but she ignored it, using her hands for balance, and began crawling upwards. There was a rumble of words, and she thought she heard someone call out her name, but all she could think of was getting to Adam. With a grunt, she reached the top and stood upright, her leg throbbing and blood dripping from the wound. Adam tried to climb down from the wall, but Malcolm grabbed onto him and used him as a shield from the soldiers, pointing their guns at him. She limped towards her baby boy, paying no attention to the shouts of the soldiers and commotion from below. Her sole focus was on her child, perched on the wall with a dangerous drop to a concrete floor, and Malcolm Gobbo using her baby as a human shield against the guns aimed at him. She hobbled forward, determined to reach her son despite everything around her. She refused to wait for someone else to save him. He was her son, and she would not be idle any longer. Her steps grew closer and closer as Malcolm struggled to hold on to Adam, who wriggled and fought to get free from his grip. But Malcolm held on tight, unwilling to let go of the child in his arms.
Mama!
He called out.
Mama!
He stretched out his tiny arms, reaching for her as his body leaned forward, away from the edge. Without hesitation, she rushed towards him, not caring about the guns, or Malcolm, or the voices below urging her to stop. She ran with every ounce of strength she had. The pain in her leg was forgotten, all sounds gone, all thoughts but Adam reaching for her and the determination she would not let him down ever again. She was taking back her son, and she was taking him back now. Leah crashed into Malcolm, catching him off guard. Startled, he released his hold on Adam and stumbled backwards. The sound of gunshots cracked through the air as Leah watched as Adam fell backwards. His arms flailed wildly in a futile attempt to regain balance. Leah's blood-curdling scream pierced through the air as she reached for him, grabbing his striped t-shirt and yanking him towards her, wrapping her arms tightly around him. She grasped onto him, clinging for dear life. She kissed him fiercely, running her hands through his hair and touching every part of him, making sure he was really there and unharmed. As tears streamed down his face, she felt her own eyes well up as well. Her legs trembled beneath her as the world seemed to spin out of control. Time stood still for her as she collapsed to her knees, clutching her son, her boy, her Adam, to her. Her head tilted back, a weight lifted from her shoulders as she cried out in relief.
Leah!
Kai's face was a mix of shock and relief as he rushed towards her, bending down onto the ground, pulling both her and Adam into a tight hug. Leah couldn't help but notice the bloodstains on his clothes, but she pushed that thought away. She just wanted to bask in the moment and ignore it. The three of them were together, and that was all that mattered.
Thank God!
His voice was quivering, his body like hers, drained of the adrenaline that had been plaguing them for so long.
I have my son.
Leah looked up into Kai's face and leaned into him. He nodded, tears coming to his eyes as he kissed the top of her head and bent to kiss Adam's too, squeezing them tight to him, trying to compose himself from the overwhelming relief to have them in his embrace. Adam looked up with his large hazel eyes, and she laughed, holding her baby tight in her arms, never wanting to let go. Her heart felt tight, too big for her chest, as her lips curved into a smile, and her tears turned to laughter.
I have my son.
Chapter 88. Summer. Summer craned her neck to gaze up at the vast expanse of the night sky, dotted with countless twinkling stars. The comforting sound of the fire crackling in front of her filled the air with warmth and light. Across from her, Maggie Muggs was curled up on Lonnie's lap, content and peaceful. Despite the calm of the evening, Summer couldn't shake off the strange feelings she had all day. A sense of unease settled over her like a thick fog, casting a shadow on the otherwise peaceful morning.
"What's wrong, girl?"
Lonnie asked, petting Maggie Muggs' head.
"Just worried. Wondering if we'll ever see the others again."
She couldn't believe she said out loud the thoughts that were plaguing her, but it was true. Thoughts of Kai, Chris, and the rest of the group constantly occupied her mind, making her wonder if they were all right.
"Sheesh now, let's not talk like that. They'll be back soon enough. They will."
But Summer could tell that Lonnie was worried too. She had to think that way. The thought of losing Kai and Chris was unbearable to Lonnie, so she refused to even consider it. Chris, Summer sighed. Why did it have to be so difficult to forgive his betrayal? Why? When he left, begging for her forgiveness, she felt something inside her snap. But it wasn't the expected feeling of anger or hurt. It was like a dam had burst open, releasing all the emotions she had been holding back. She wanted to forgive him and go back to the way things were. But could she really do that? Lonnie's voice drifted through the air, always attuned to Summer's emotions, as she asked,
"What's on your mind?"
It's Chris. I don't know how to get past his betrayal, and yet I want to.
The words were out. Now she had to face them.
Wonder if I can't, and I never see him again.
"Summer, I'm going to tell you something. At times, forgiveness is the only solution, even if it is the last thing you want to do. It won't erase what has happened, but forgiveness can set a person free. And sometimes that freedom, it's not for the wrongdoer, but the one offering forgiveness."
Lonnie bowed her head and focused on stroking Maggie Muggs' fur, her thoughts seemingly consumed by an internal conversation that Summer was not informed of. She let out a heavy sigh, as if surrendering to the weight of her thoughts.
"I had a son, Christopher. When he died, Kai blamed me for his death, and himself."
You had a son?
Lonnie stood up, placing Maggie Muggs on the ground.
"I'm going to get us some hot dogs to cook over the fire. This is a story that's going to take a bit, and I think you and I need to distract ourselves from what is happening with the others."
Summer sat in stunned silence as the older woman vanished in an instant. only to reappear just as quickly with a couple of packages of wieners in her hands. Under the tranquil cloak of night, the world grew quiet around them. With the fire crackling and the smell of burning wood in the air, they skewered the hot dogs on long sticks and held them over the flames to cook. The smell of raw meat sizzled over the open fire, mixed with the scents of pine and earthy soil. Each of them took a moment to listen to the symphony of nature around them, from the gentle chirping of crickets to the rustling of the last leaves still clinging to branches. A sense of unease still lingered between them, and would until they knew the others returned safely to Hayden. But for now, in this moment, they found solace and comfort in the company of each other and the peacefulness of night. Lonnie leaned closer, her gaze fixed on the crackling flames of the fire. The wiener on the end of her stick was being slowly consumed by the hungry flames. Summer didn't move or say a word. She just waited, with a growing sense of anxiety tightening around her.
I want to share with you the story of my son, Christopher Iman Daxon. Chrissy,
Lonnie began.
All these years, Kai has blamed me and himself for what happened that night. And I blame myself too. If I had persuaded Kai to stay, if I had asked another midwife to attend the birth and chosen to stay home instead, Iman and Chrissy would be here.
A solitary tear slid down Lonnie's cheek, and she hastily brushed it away with her hand.
How were we to predict what was about to happen? Kai was a young man, barely into his 20s, and I wanted him to live his life, hang out with friends, and do all the things that young men do. Experience this world on his own, not constantly hanging out with his older sister, his little nephew, and brother-in-law. So, I let him go, and now he will never forgive me for it.
Summer's eyes watered.
I didn't know, Lonnie. I'm so sorry. How could you have known? I don't like to talk about it. Doesn't mean I don't always have him here.
She touched her hand against her chest.
Inside me, the pain of him gone never ends. I'll always mourn Iman and Chrissy, so much so that some days it is hard to get out of bed. But I'm still here, breathing, and nothing's going to change that, including wishing I could turn back time and stay home that night. One of the reasons I came to Hayden was because I needed to help Kai heal, help him understand that life has to continue. It isn't a betrayal of their memory. It's a betrayal not to continue to live.
Taking a deep, cleansing breath, Summer felt the beginnings of letting go of the guilt she had been holding on to since Josh's death. She nodded more to herself than Lonnie.
I think I understand,
she spoke, knowing her love for Josh would be eternal. But she was here, still breathing, about to have his child. Life, like Lonnie said, continued to move forward regardless. Josh would never want Summer to stop living, for her own sake and for their child's.
So, you think I should forgive Chris? Is that what you're trying to say also?
She asked, thinking of the life she'd built here at Hayden with Lonnie, Kai, and yes, Chris. They were the family she believed Josh led her to, the ones that embraced Summer and the baby as one of their own, a family who already proved to Summer they would do anything for her.
We all have stuff we regret, Summer. All of us. Chris was misguided, but you know in your heart he's a good man,
Lonnie said with a quiver just noticeable in her voice.
A good man who did a terrible thing.
Summer didn't know how to respond, knowing that her own skeleton still rattled in her closet, knife in hand.
I'm trying, Lonnie. I'm really trying, she said, her voice low. It's always one day at a time, girl. Always,
Lonnie replied. They sat in quiet contemplation, listening to the comforting crackling of the fire. It was a peaceful moment shared between just the two of them, providing a sense of comfort, even though their thoughts were scattered elsewhere. Summer rubbed her stomach, feeling the tightness stretch across her abdomen, making her feel uncomfortable and slightly queasy. A feeling of discomfort and irritation lingered within her, making her wonder if it was from one of the hot dogs she had eaten.
I'm exhausted, Lonnie,
she said as she arched her back in a stretch, the rounded bulge of her pregnant stomach protruding.
I think I will call it a night.
Everything okay?
I'm just a little worried, anxious, or all the above.
She spoke.
You want anything? Tea? I can make you something to relax you. Help you sleep.
No, I think I'm just gonna go to bed. I've been feeling off all day. I'm over it.
Lonnie's head snapped up with alarm, raising an eyebrow inquisitively towards her.
I'm just tired, Lonnie.
Summer rolled her eyes, amused, and stood up, stretching her aching back once again, her stomach bulging even larger. A sudden and intense tightening gripped her, stronger than ever before. She felt something twisting deep within, building until it reached its peak and released with a distinct pop.
Oh!
She let out a startled noise, clutching her stomach as a gush of water splashed down from between her legs and onto the dry ground. Droplets sizzled as they splattered into the flames of the fire. She looked across at Lonnie, stunned. Jumping into action, Lonnie rushed to Summer, placing an arm around her shoulder and steadying her.
Lonnie?
She timidly called out in a small, childlike voice. Her face betrayed her youth and fear of what was to come. Lonnie nodded, her serene expression radiating reassurance as she held onto Summer's arm, offering a supportive shoulder to lean on and reassurance that Summer was in capable hands. Her eyes filled with glassy tears, on the verge of spilling over as she spoke.
It's time, girl,
Lonnie said, her voice heavy with emotion.
Baby time.
Summer's eyes widened, a mix of excitement and trepidation flooding through her. She couldn't contain her nerves and let out an unexpected burst of giggles that only made her laugh even harder.
Holy fuck!
Sweat dripped down Lonnie's forehead as she wiped it away with her forearm. Her eyes fell on Summer, gasping for breath and clutching the edges of the bed, twisting the sheets in her fists.
One more push. I can see the head,
Lonnie said encouragingly, her hand clasping onto Summer's bent knee. Summer let out a tired sigh and collapsed back onto the bed, rotating her head from side to side on the pillow. It had been hours since they'd come in from the fire, and although Lonnie reassured her that everything was progressing perfectly, Summer couldn't help but feel like she was trapped in a never-ending hell of pain. She let out a deep, primal bellow as she leaned forward and grasped her legs, using all her strength to push out the building pressure inside her that needed to escape.
I can see the head, Summer. Almost there. Just one more push, girl. One more big push.
Lonnie's voice was filled with excitement as she urged her on. Summoning all her strength, Summer pushed once more. She had to. There was no other choice. She gritted her teeth and pulled her legs closer to her chest, feeling as if she was being torn apart. With one final push, she let out a guttural cry that reverberated through the room. The sensation of something slick and wet leaving her body was both relieving and terrifying at the same time. And just like that, in a rush of blood and fluid, the baby was born into the world. He was out. Lonnie worked in silence as she tended to the baby. Summer felt a wave of relief wash over her, causing her to burst into relieved laughter as she fell back onto the pillows. She swung her arm over her head, resting it on her forehead, overwhelmed at what she just did.
I did it, Josh. He's here. Our baby's here.
Summer's body ached as she sat up, overcome with the need to see the tiny being that had been growing inside her for so many months. This little stranger was a combination of her and Josh. Lonnie was still working on the baby, and it suddenly occurred to Summer that neither of them were making any noises.
Is he okay?
The room was hushed as Lonnie worked quickly, her focused hands moving with practiced precision as she suctioned fluid from the baby's mouth. All Summer could see was Lonnie rubbing a blanket against the baby's back in energetic strokes. Panic rose within Summer. She couldn't see the baby clearly with the blanket covering it, and she already felt an inherent protectiveness she never knew she had in her. Out of nowhere, a shrill cry pierced the air, the unmistakable sound of a newborn's wail. Relieved, Summer leaned back against the pillows, overcome with emotion. Lonnie handed the baby to her, his little limbs flailing. Holding him close to her chest, Lonnie gently rubbed the towel over his body as he howled in protest. He was wet and clammy, with red hair plastered to his head. Summer traced her fingers through the delicate strands as if he were an otherworldly creature. Alien. Something she'd never seen in her life before. Her lips trembled, unable to hold back the tears flowing as she gazed upon him, a mix of awe and fear washing over her. This little human wiggling on her chest was hers, and she began to cry, cradling the baby and kissing the top of his downy head.
Lonnie?
Summer looked up, overwhelmed at her baby with red, damp hair like Josh's. Bending down, Lonnie wrapped her arms around Summer, careful not to disturb the baby in her arms. She pressed her cheek against Summer's and whispered,
You did good.
The little one made a meowing sound and stuck out its pink little tongue, causing both of them to burst into chuckles.
Well, look at that hair,
Lonnie proclaimed, wiping the tears from her eyes.
That's a gift from Josh.
Summer said, stroking the baby's head. Pulling her into a tight hug, Lonnie wrapped her arms around Summer's slight frame and pressed a kiss on her cheek. Brushing away more tears, she gazed down at the child nestled in Summer's embrace. Summer's gaze fixated on the baby, her heart aching at the sight of his innocent eyes looking up at her. He let out a small cry in protest, his fiery red hair swirling around his head like a fierce dragon. She felt overwhelming love and protectiveness toward this little being who captured her soul, never to let go.
Hello, little dragon. I'm your mama. And you see this lady here? She's your Grammy. She saved us. You're gonna love her.
Lonnie's tears couldn't be held back any longer, her mouth hanging open in shock and surprise.
Grammy?
She spoke barely above a whisper.
Well, aren't you?
Summer said, kissing the top of the baby's head again, intoxicated by the very essence of him.
Damn right I am.
Lonnie crawled up into the bed right beside Summer and scooped her into her embrace so they could both look down at the perfect little human now part of their world. Out of nowhere, the music came back, flooding Summer's mind with its loud presence. A classic tune from the 70s played in her head, a wistful melody about seeing clear skies after rainy days and dark clouds that drift away. Summer started humming the tune, and Lonnie's ears perked up in recognition. She joined in singing the lyrics, and soon they both were singing together, their eyes fixed on the little baby whose eyelids fluttered, trying to stay awake.
It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day.
Summer's gaze shifted from Lonnie to the baby in her arms, then back up to Lonnie again.
His name is Sunny. You mean her name is Sunny?
Lonnie grinned and rubbed the baby's back as she let out a small yawn, resting peacefully in her mother's arms. Summer's eyes widened in surprise as she reached down to look between the baby's legs. A gasp of astonishment escaped her lips.
Her name is Sunny,
she laughed, her head falling back onto the pillow.
My little Sunny Melody.
Chapter 89. Lonnie. Lonnie stepped inside the cozy trailer to grab a warmer, thicker blanket for her precious baby Sunny. She had spent the morning enjoying the last warm days of fall with Summer and Sunny. Despite it still being slightly warm outside, Lonnie couldn't help but fuss over her little granddaughter's comfort. Her granddaughter. A swarm of butterflies erupted in her stomach. She couldn't help the rush of joy that came with hearing the word granddaughter. The sound was like an enchanting melody, just like her name, singing through her heart and bringing a smile to her face. The love she held for this coppery-haired little girl was boundless, like a never-ending ocean shimmering under the sun. All she could feel was pure love for this priceless new addition to her family. She grabbed a clean, sweet-smelling blanket from the couch, brought in after drying from the clothesline. In the distance, she could hear the sound of passing vehicles, but she didn't give it much thought.
Lonnie, come quick!
Summer's panicked voice cut through the quiet backyard. Lonnie gripped the blanket tightly as she rushed outside, her heart racing in her chest, worried something was wrong with the baby. She found Summer standing in front of the fence, holding Sunny close to her chest in a sling. The rumble of an engine sounded through the woods as a dusty pickup truck bounced over the gravel road, kicking up clouds of dust. Summer's hand gripped Lonnie's arm tightly, and their eyes met in silent understanding. Was it them? Lonnie squinted in the sunlight and shielded her eyes with their hand, trying to make out who was driving towards her trailer. The truck's brakes squealed as it came to a stop. Summer's grip on Lonnie's arm tightened and they both froze, not daring to make a move. Together, They held their breath as they waited for the truck door to open, fear and anticipation swirling in their minds. With a graceful swing, Kai's tall, lean body stepped out, his long hair falling over his shoulders. Leah followed, holding the back door open as Adam excitedly jumped out of the car and began bouncing up and down while waving eagerly at Lonnie and Summer. A gasp escaped Lonnie's lips, the sound caught between awe and disbelief at the sight of her brother. A swell of relief rose in her chest and threatened to spill over as she bounced up and down, waving at Adam. She felt the heat of Summer's body next to her, equally excited as they both bounced in unison. Summer looked around, craning her neck to find Chris.
Where is he? Why isn't Chris with him?
She held the baby closer to her chest to keep her little head from bouncing around. A faint sound of another vehicle approached, and both Lonnie and Summer let out a collective exhale of relief as they saw the other truck pull up behind Leah and Kai. They anxiously clung to each other, holding their breath as the door swung open and John emerged, his massive frame taking up most of the space. Yasmin followed behind from the passenger's side. Lonnie's voice trembled with fear as she asked, "Chris?" She felt her knees buckling as Summer, already beginning to cry, wrapped her arms around Lonnie's waist for support, the baby sandwiched between them. Everyone else had come back, but Chris. The expressions on Kai and Leah's faces crumbled as they witnessed the reactions of Lonnie and Summer. They turned to see what had caught their attention and saw Yasmin and John standing behind them, their faces filled with concern and confusion.
No, no, no!
Summer's voice trembled as she cried out.
It can't end like this!
Lonnie embraced her, holding her head against her chest, never wanting to let go. The dread creeped in as she tried to push away all thoughts that something happened to Chris, unable to allow her mind to believe that she could lose another love again. Kai's feet pounded against the ground as he sprinted towards them, his expression twisted with concern. With open arms, he pulled both of them into a tight embrace, their trembling bodies seeking comfort and reassurance in his arms. His grip was firm, and Lonnie feared she would slip away from them, into a puddle soaking into the ground, not knowing if she could recover from another loss.
"Listen to me. It's going to be okay,"
he soothed. Amidst her tears, Lonnie heard Kai trying to comfort her with gentle words, but she couldn't make out what he was saying. His embrace engulfed her, along with the sorrow that had resurfaced. A large olive-green army van drove up the road, its engine growling like a caged beast. Soldiers emerged from the vehicle, leaving Summer and Lonnie speechless. Their crisp uniforms and stoic expressions sent chills down Lonnie's spine as they stepped out of the vehicle. Their boots thudded against the compact earth. It was a scene straight out of a war movie. Lonnie couldn't believe it was happening right in her yard. "Soldiers!" Lonnie pushed Summer and the baby behind her, shielding them from the men. There was no way she was going to let anyone hurt Summer and the baby. They would have to get through her first. She had lost her husband, her son, and now Chris. She would not lose her daughter and grandbaby as well.
"Lonnie, no. It's okay. They're with us,"
Kai said, trying to quell the rising panic in Lonnie and Summer. His voice was gentle but firm, a reassuring hand on their shoulders. The soldiers paid no mind to the group as they made their way to the back of the van and disappeared from view.
"It's okay. Look. They're with us,"
Kai reassured, gesturing for them to look in the direction he was pointing. Lonnie sniffled and wiped her nose. Stepping forward, holding the baby close to her, Summer stood beside Lonnie and locked arms with her, united in their grief. From the rear of the van, 2 soldiers stepped back into view, followed by another pair who had been assisting the 5th person. The man appeared weak, yet there was a wide grin on his face as he locked eyes on Lonnie and Summer.
"I'm home,"
Chris called out with all the strength he could muster. With the support of 2 soldiers gripping his arms, he struggled to quicken his pace, his legs heavy and weak with each step. Lonnie sprinted towards him, her heart racing with more intensity than she had ever felt before. They crashed into each other in an embrace, nearly knocking Chris down. He was alive. Something bad happened to him, but he was here, alive, and she never wanted to let go of him again. Chris pressed his lips hard against hers. A jolt of electricity shot through Lonnie's body, igniting every nerve with a surge of energy. The warmth of his breath mingled with her own, his pale complexion flushed with a vibrant hue, as though the very touch of her lips were healing him. He held on to Lonnie, savoring the taste of her, lost in each other's embrace.
"Marry me?"
He kissed her again, cupping her face in his hands and looking into her eyes as if he thought he would never see her again.
"Marry me."
Lonnie's heart swelled with joy as she sobbed. She felt like she was floating, overwhelmed by happiness and relief. In that moment, nothing else mattered except for Chris being alive and home in her arms once again.
Yes! Yes!
With a fierce embrace, she declared her love for Chris as she clutched onto him, squeezing his body, loving the feel of him solid against her. Summer stood beside them, watching, processing the fact that Chris was here, still alive. Her body was shaken with overwhelming relief. With a fierce embrace, Chris and Lonnie pulled her into their arms. Chris pressed Summer's cheek against his chest as he kissed the top of her head repeatedly, trying to hold back his tears. He couldn't bear to let go of either Summer or Lonnie, but the baby's cries pulled him away. He looked down at the infant's wrinkled face, wailing loudly for attention.
"Ah, Summer,"
Chris said, his voice husky.
"This is Sunny Melody Reader McCarthy. She wants to know if she can call you Pops."
Tears streamed down Chris's face as he sobbed uncontrollably. Lonnie tried to hold back her own emotions, but how could she, when the man she loved was being forgiven by the girl who was like a daughter to them both? Chris bent down and stroked the infant's tiny fingers. The baby girl responded by grasping onto his finger with a surprisingly firm grip, refusing to let go.
"Welcome to the world, Sunny girl,"
Chris spoke, his voice breaking.
"You and me are going to be best friends."
Kai dug his feet into the warm sand, feeling it sift through his toes as he stood next to a nervous Chris. His sister, dressed in a flowing champagne-colored dress with flutter sleeves, walked towards them, carrying an array of flowers in hues of red, orange, and yellow. The colors mirrored the vibrant autumn leaves surrounding them on the beach. Leah and Summer, both dressed in flowy sundresses of earth tones of mustard yellow, stood on the other side of them. The baby, wrapped snugly in Summer's chest with a homemade sling made by Lonnie, matched Summer's yellow dress perfectly, though a shade darker than hers. The fabric of their dresses swayed gently in the breeze, creating a dreamlike aura around the two women and the baby nestled between them. Sunny's fiery hair perfectly matched the vibrant orange flowers in Leah and Lonnie's bouquets. Lonnie proclaimed Sunny was Summer's flower, and all the other wedding flowers, including the bouquets, had to match her granddaughter's radiance. Adam, wearing the same beige cargo shorts and off-white button-up dress shirt as Kai and Chris, walked barefoot, carrying Chrissy's orange truck in his hand, ahead of Lonnie. Joining Kai's side, he gave Adam a friendly pat on the shoulder. The little boy gazed up at him, his face alight with admiration and trust, something Kai promised to always maintain in Adam's eyes. Summer sang in a voice that was ethereal, something no one knew she could do. She sang Islands in the Stream, so hauntingly beautiful that it brought tears to Kai's eyes, shocking and embarrassing him how much her voice moved him. That spunky little dragon possessed so much talent inside her that bloomed, finally released from the restraints of her past, now that she was with the family who was always meant to be hers. His family. As he gazed at Leah, her blonde hair artfully styled in a low chignon with loose curls framing her face, he couldn't help but envision their future together. Deep down, he knew she was the woman he was meant to spend his life with, and Adam was the son he was destined to raise. Next to him, Chris started to blubber, staring at Lonnie, with her hair cascading down her back in loose curls, with small flowers of yellow, red, and orange intertwined throughout. The breeze played with her hair, making it dance and sway as she walked towards them, Maggie Muggs trailing behind her. Her face lit up with a smile that Kai had never seen before, one that was created out of her love for Chris.
"She's Mother Nature,"
Chris whispered, and Kai nodded, a smile spreading across his face, witnessing the undeniable love Chris had for Lonnie shining through. Kai swallowed hard as he remembered the terrifying moment when Malcolm Gobbo's gun went off. The bullet came within inches of Chris's heart, but somehow missed and instead pierced clean through his back. It was a miracle that he survived, and how close Chris came to this day never happening. It was divine intervention, and Kai refused to believe anything different. If the helicopters carrying soldiers had not arrived at the same time they did, this day would be a much different gathering. But it was over now. Malcolm was behind bars, and would never see the light of day again. Kai took a deep breath, determined to push away the darkness of the past and focus on the present moment. He gazed out at the attendees seated in rows of wooden folding chairs, creating a path for Lonnie to walk down. Among them sat Yasmin and John, their expressions strained as they tried to hide the turmoil still brewing within them, a reminder that their past was still present and alive. Kai's attention turned to his sister, gracefully walking towards her future husband and their family. It was her special day, and he was determined to keep it that way. She deserved all the happiness in the world. So he pushed any lingering thoughts aside and basked in the warmth of the sunny day, joining in on the joyful celebration as Lonnie Daxon officially tied the knot with Chris on Weir. Leah and Kai walked down hand in hand to meet John and Yasmin outside her cabin. As they walked down together to say their goodbyes, the sound of Adam's laughter from the yard interrupted the solemn atmosphere.
John?
Kai extended his hand in a gesture of goodbye. John accepted it with a grim but strong smile. He and Yasmin were about to depart from Lex, and saying goodbye to Leah and Kai was their final destination before they set off. The majority of the decree soldiers were captured and placed into custody, with the exception of a couple who managed to escape. One of them was Tabitha Gobbo, who was believed to have fled with the baby she had viciously cut out of Amanda Wilder's womb, ultimately killing her with a blunt weapon. The authorities insisted that the outside world remained ignorant of the catastrophic events occurring beneath the invisible barrier enveloping the city of Lex during a virus outbreak. It was a lie, of course, and the four standing together in the driveway of Leah's yard knew it. The only virus was Malcolm Gobbo and the decree, but they couldn't do anything about it. Those who knew the truth had signed an oath of silence regarding the extent of what occurred. They were informed that corrupt government officials had been exposed and caught. In exchange for their leniency, along with members of the decree who had also been captured, the corrupt individuals revealed all levels of governments that were involved with Malcolm Gobbo. The new reality was that during the lockdown, Malcolm Gobbo and his cult, the decree, seized control of the city and caused a dystopian domino effect. It wasn't until an imprisoned member of the decree escaped through underground tunnels and revealed the truth about what was happening inside Lex that they dispatched immediate help. The recommendation was to keep the public in the dark about the extent of corruption within the decree organization and how effortlessly they were able to control the entire city, bringing it to its downfall. Due to ongoing investigations into Malcolm Gobbo's connections, authorities deployed American troops. Many of the decree soldiers, who had prior military experience, guarded the edge of the district of Lex under Malcolm's orders to prevent any citizens from escaping. The commanding officers briefed the American soldiers on a cult that had taken control of a city, which was also under lockdown due to a virus that had run its course. Their mission was to maintain consistency in their story as they carried out their duties. The city would undertake reconstruction, and those who had endured the horrors within the district of Lex would receive financial restitution. Most people believed in the fabricated narrative that was presented to them. It was simpler than facing the harsh reality. But not Leah and the three people she stood with. They knew the truth, along with Lonnie, Chris, and Summer. The only solace they had was the fact that Malcolm would rot in jail, and so would his soldiers. After that, what else could they do?
Where do you go from here?
Leah asked, pulling her sweater closer around her. It was growing increasingly colder with the first signs of winter coming.
There's a warrant out for Tabitha Gobbo's arrest.
John let out a deep sigh as he shoved his hands into his pockets, feeling overwhelmed by the news. Yasmin noticed his distress and reached out to touch his arm.
I don't trust them to find her. It's all bullshit. All of it.
He shook his head, still unable to process all he'd lost.
I'm not leaving it all in the authorities' hands. I'm going to find my child and bring that bitch down for what she did to Amanda.
Yasmin cleared her throat with a soft cough.
And I'm going to help him. I know Tabitha better than anyone who's searching for her, including John. I know how she thinks.
Leah understood the multiple motivations behind Yasmin's willingness to assist John. Deep down, she knew Yasmin needed to make up for her past mistakes, still haunted by the consequences of her actions. Assisting John in locating his missing child was a way for her to seek redemption for the actions they'd taken that terrible day Leah wished to forget. Leah also knew that Yasmin mourned Ben, despite all the horrific things he had done to her. It had taken immeasurable strength and bravery for her to pull the trigger, all to save Leah's life. Without hesitation, she pulled Yasmin close, wrapping her arms around her in a tight embrace. The curls of Yasmin's hair brushed against her nose, tickling her.
"Thank you,"
Leah murmured, and felt Yasmin's embrace grow tighter around her. They held on to each other for a moment before reluctantly parting, Yasmin swiftly gathering her emotions and regaining her composure.
"Where will you start?"
Leah asked, rubbing the back of her hand across her eyes, hoping that the days of constant tears would soon be behind her.
"Before Tabitha, there was another woman who was meant to be Malcolm's wife. Her roommate, Sarah."
And Yasmin shared her knowledge of Sarah Gobbo, the sister-in-law of Malcolm Gobbo, with them. When Yasmin concluded the story of Sarah Gobbo, Leah gained a deeper understanding of how her help to John would be invaluable. She had an intimate knowledge of Tabitha and her ways, as well as Malcolm Gobbo and his dealings with the decree.
"Sarah kept to herself most of the time. Who would blame her, being forced into an arranged marriage with the likes of Malik? But besides me, Sarah Gobbo knows how Tabitha thinks. She lived with her, and she told me once to watch out for Tabitha. And she was a chameleon, ever changing to her environment. I heard her name when I was in the compound right before I found Adam. A woman thought I was her and said Malcolm wanted to see Sarah." "I bet he did,"
Yasmin scoffed, the sound of Malcolm's name revolting to her.
"I bet he did."
We're going to find Sarah. I don't know how, but someone has to know where she went to.
John looked at Yasmin, the gratitude clear in his startling blue-gray eyes.
And there's another trail we have on our side,
John said.
What's that?
Kai asked. John's eyebrow cocked as he clenched his jaw, determined.
The baby is my child,
he stated as though that was up for question. Leah and Kai looked confused.
My eyes,
he said, matter of fact.
It's a genetic disorder called Waardenburg syndrome. It's passed down by one parent. My mother and her mother had it, and so on. We don't know if the baby is a boy or girl, but chances are he.
He paused.
Sorry, Amanda was convinced the baby was a boy. Daniel.
He paused, visibly becoming emotional. They remained quiet, giving John the time he needed to compose himself.
John and I are going to search for children born with Waardenburg syndrome that are the age of the baby, starting from here.
Not just any baby born recently, but biracial babies with Waardenburg syndrome. It's hard to hide a black child with blue eyes like mine.
He spoke, his voice becoming stronger than ever.
The baby, could have other features too. My grandmother had a white streak in her hair and hearing loss in her right ear. My mother and I didn't, but from stories throughout the family, some did.
Was anyone born into your family who didn't have it? Kai asked. I've never heard of this condition.
All I know is my family, and they are like me. Some have one blue eye and one brown eye. Some have a white patch of hair, but most have eyes like mine. It was just a thing we shared. I didn't even know it was a syndrome until I joined the military.
John looked at Yasmin, and they nodded, knowing it was time to go. They had stayed longer than either of them had wanted. Leah held John in a tight embrace before reluctantly releasing him, missing Amanda and feeling her presence lingering on him.
You are going to find him, John. I know you will,
she said, meaning it.
I'm never going to give up on finding him. Ever. No matter how long it takes, I'll keep searching. If it's the last thing I ever do, I will find him. And justice will be served for what Tabitha did to my family.
She watched her son playing in the yard. His small figure was leaping and giggling joyfully in the bright sunlight, waving Chrissy's toy truck above his head as he played. A feeling of warmth spread outward from her chest, expanding and intensifying. John and Yasmin had left hours ago, leaving Leah alone for the first time in a very long while. She didn't have any worries on her mind, just the joy of watching Adam play and appreciating the blessing that was her son.
I love you,
she whispered, standing in the doorway as the icy wind blew across her face. She thought of Amanda's baby out there, somewhere in the hands of Tabitha Gobbo, and shivered, knowing how close she came to losing Adam. Something had changed in Leah. Something deep inside was rising, strengthening her more than she'd ever been before. A surge of determination rippled through her, starting with her toes, the blood rushing up through her body, spreading through her, making her more confident and powerful. She stepped onto the deck. The wind whipped around her, causing her hair to dance around her face. She only had eyes for Adam, his laughter ringing out like a symphony amidst the tall yellow grass. As the wind danced around him, he spun in circles, arms outstretched, and head thrown back in pure abandonment. His voice rose to the sky, singing out with joy. The sun illuminated his features, casting a warm glow upon his face that seemed to ignite every freckle and dimple, as if they were stars that sparkled even in the day. He was the epitome of childhood happiness that, once grown, is forgotten. So she watched him, her baby, her boy, her son, catching a glimpse of that carefree happiness once again. Epilogue. Adam, 2011. Sunny slipped off her brown leather Prada sandals and let them fall to the Jeep's floor, revealing the writing on the sole that said 2011, and another word that Adam couldn't quite make out. He lost interest in how carelessly Sunny tossed them aside, knowing the shoes cost a small fortune. He watched Sunny rest her slim, bare feet on the dashboard. She wiggled her painted toes while chatting on her brand-new Apple iPhone 4S. "Hi, Ma," she said, slipping her sunglasses down to cover her hazel eyes. Adam struggled to avert his attention from the way her sundress slid up her leg as she leaned against the seat in the Jeep. "Yep, we're on our way," she replied into the phone. "Next stop, Toronto." Adam could hear Summer on the other end, her voice as loud as ever, talking up a storm. "Mom says hi, boy." Sunny turned to him, lowering her glasses and giving him a knowing grin. "Hey, Summer," Adam called out, picturing his pint-sized, overly tattooed rock star aunt. Adam had known Summer for as long as he could remember, and grew up thinking of her as an aunt. But when it came to Sunny, the last thing he felt towards her was cousinly feelings, and as much as he should feel guilty about that, he didn't. Not one bit. They weren't related by blood in any shape or form, not even as much as two strangers crossing paths on a busy street. He focused his attention on the road ahead as he tried to block out the sight of Sunny's slim, pale leg, still dotted with freckles, just like when they were kids. "Mom, really? You guys broke up? What happened? You got tired of her?" "Of course you did." Sunny spoke into the phone, her voice tinged with disappointment. "Ugh, I hate when you say that. It sounds so mean." Adam scrunched up his face as he turned towards her. He could already imagine the words that had come out of Summer's mouth. "He's giving me his Adam look, Mom." She pressed the speaker on her phone so Adam could hear what Summer was saying. "It's on, Mother," she replied with a heavy dose of sarcasm, her eyes rolling behind the dark lenses of her glasses. "Go ahead, tell him what you said to me." "I'm all ears," Adam smirked, knowing full well what was about to happen. Despite the top down on the Jeep and the wind whipping around them, Summer's voice came through the phone call, loud and beautiful. "Adam, 1, 2, 3, hit it." Adam knew his part, and as soon as Summer counted to 3, he sang alongside her at full volume. Sunny pretended to be annoyed as she slammed her head back against the seat, but soon joined in as they belted out the chorus of the song her mother had been singing with them for as long as they both could remember. "And if you can't be with the one you love, honey, love the one you're with." Adam beat his hand against the steering wheel like a drum, and they all erupted into laughter. Summer's voice was the loudest of all, coming through on the other end. She really was more like a big sister to him, and it weirded him out, since he definitely didn't see Sunny as a niece. He immediately banished the thought from his mind and refocused his attention on the road ahead of him. "So, does this mean you're back into dudes again?" Adam asked, as Sunny hit his arm.
Don't encourage her, Adam.
She yelled over the wind.
What?
He laughed.
It's an honest question.
Sunny, don't beat up on the boy,
Summer's voice scolded through the phone.
To answer you, Adam, I am a free spirit. In the words of the great Donna Summer, I love to love you, baby, and right now, that baby is named David.
Ew, gross, Mom. Seriously, TMI. You're such a child.
Sunny shook her head.
I swear I'm the mother sometimes.
They could hear Summer's laughter from the other side, clearly finding her daughter's outrage hilarious.
Okay, kids, I gotta go back to practice. I've already taken care of your flights for the concert next month. Grammy, Pops, Adam's folks, and the sisters are going to meet you at the Pearson Airport. I'll give you the times, hotel rooms, backstage passes, and such when we get a bit more time. It means a lot for the whole family to be there for this one.
Wouldn't miss it for the world, Summer. The noticeable difference in her tone stirred Adam's emotions.
Are you gonna sing it, Mom?
Sunny asked, her voice sounding far away. There was a moment of silence at the other end, and neither Sunny nor Adam spoke, waiting patiently for Summer to respond.
Yes, baby girl. It'll be the debut. I am so incredibly proud of you.
Sunny struggled to speak, her love and admiration for her mother clear in her voice.
I know how much this song means to you, how deeply personal it is for you. It's my love song to him.
Summer spoke, her voice somber.
Our story. I needed to keep it just for me for a while. But I'm ready now. And where better than Madison Square Gardens to set Sunny Melody free into the world? It's a beautiful song, Mom. Dad would be proud.
It's gonna bring the house down, Summer,
Adam said, knowing it would be a hit. No singer/songwriter in recent history had risen to fame as quickly as Summer Rain. Tickets for her concert were gone in a matter of hours. Every song she wrote, every verse she sang, became an instant sensation. It was strange, having a family member who was famous. But when he thought of Summer, she was just Summer Reader to him, not the superstar Summer Rain, a smart-ass older sister with too many tattoos, rotating meaningless relationships, and a fierce love for her family.
Well, thanks, guys,
she said.
Not too shabby for a kid who grew up in the weeds.
And thrived in the trees.
Adam and Sunny sang out together. Summer chuckled, and Adam could picture her face in New York City, her thoughts lost back to the days when she fell in love with Sunny's father, the teenage boy who would ruin the chances for anyone else to take his place in Summer's heart.
Amen to that. Call me when you guys get to the university safely. Love you both.
There was a click on the other end, and she was gone. Sunny shut off her phone and tossed it into the cup holder between them. She reached down and picked up the book she'd been reading before her mother called. The story had her deeply engrossed, and she barely said a word the entire ride. It didn't bother Adam. He was used to it. They often spent hours together reading, barely speaking, as they lost themselves in the pages of a new novel. "What are you reading?" he asked. The book slipped from her hands and landed in her lap with a thud. She pushed her glasses up higher on her head, revealing the light hazel color of her eyes.
You've got to be kidding me, right?
She asked, looking at him like he was from another planet. Not a mind reader.
Oh my God, Adam.
She lifted the book, showing him the cover with the words, "The True Story of Sarah Gobbo," written in dark yellow capital letters across it. Adam turned away, wishing he hadn't asked.
Hey!
She hit his arm again.
What?
He said, annoyed. The last thing he wanted to talk about was that book.
Your mother is interviewing her.
Sunny's voice changed as she spoke, realizing the impact the book might have on him. She's my mother, I know that.
I mean, it's kind of a big deal.
Why? She's a journalist. It's her job.
Adam, you know why.
He let out a dismissive snort, not wanting to dwell on the past that was dead and gone.
I get it. We both lost our dads.
The cult killed your dad. My dad was in it.
Very different, Sunny.
Sunny stopped, her hand still resting on his arm. They knew the adults were withholding pieces of the story. Adam was a little kid during the entire event, but he remembered nothing, and that included his father. His father was a stranger he never knew, only that he was the spitting image of the man, and that was all he needed to know. Besides, he had a dad who he loved, who raised him and never treated him differently than his little sisters. Kai was his father in the true sense of the word, and even looking like Ben Hollen made Adam feel like a betrayer to Kai. "We should make it in time for that assembly you want to go to," Adam said, changing the subject.
Awesome. Can't wait. Still can't believe I'm going to the same university as you. You can show me around and help me get familiar with everything. Oh, we're going to have so much fun this year. It's going to be a blast.
Sunny pulled the elastic out of her hair, shaking her fingers through the thick mass of corkscrew curls that burst out around her face like sunbeams. Strands of sunlight danced among the spirals, casting golden highlights and shadows across her features. The tendrils were wild and untamed, perfectly matching Sunny's free spirit and carefree attitude. She let out a contented sigh as she ran her hands through her curly mane, feeling the warm breeze ruffle through it.
Oh, that feels so good,
she sighed, taking her glasses off and tossing them onto the dashboard, her feet back up again as she opened her book.
You know, you really should read this. It's such an interesting story. According to Sarah Gobbo, Malcolm Gobbo used her as a surrogate and coerced her into marrying his brother, Malik Gobbo, all because Malcolm wanted to ensure he had an heir. It's so messed up. I mean, no one knew, not even Malcolm's wife. It was a deal between their brothers because apparently Sarah was Malcolm's choice originally to marry. Anyway, his brother couldn't have marital relations with her. She mimicked the gesture of making quotation marks with her fingers as she uttered the words, marital relations. When she was pregnant he could, but never when she wasn't. Look, read it. It's just so crazy to believe. I can't wait to see the interview with your mom.
Sounds a little too handmaidish for me. Adam rolled his eyes, letting out a dramatic sigh, and switched on the radio. Immediately, sounds of Summer's latest hit boomed throughout the Jeep, and they both joined in, belting out the lyrics at the top of their lungs as they raced towards Toronto. They found themselves squeezed into the packed auditorium, just in time for the first invited speaker of the school year. Adam and Sunny had been looking forward to this event, and arrived early, eager to secure a good spot. Now they stood among the crowd, waiting for the event to kick off. The idea of attending the same school with Sunny thrilled him. Even though she was a first-year student, and he was in his third, he couldn't wait to show her around the University of Toronto. Being away from their hometown, he hoped Sunny would finally see him differently. Not as an older cousin and best friend, but maybe, finally, as something more than that. He gazed at her with adoration in his eyes, a wide grin spreading across his face. She was beaming, unable to contain her excitement. Her hair was down, and although he knew it was really long, the vibrant copper strands barely brushed against her shoulder blades, held back by the tightness of her locks. She rarely wore it down, but it was this evening. It framed her long, lean face in a diamond-shaped halo like golden rays. She really was the essence of her name, and his heart ached for her as she listened to one of the professors about to introduce the speaker they'd all come to hear. The speaker was around Sunny's age, and originally from the United States, but had grown up in England. He was causing quite a stir in the UK with a movement that was gaining momentum across all of Europe. He received an invitation, along with his parents, to speak at the University of Toronto. The crowd buzzed with excitement as they eagerly awaited the famous speaker's appearance. Not only was he well known in Europe, but he was also creating a buzz in America. Out of all the schools he could have chosen, he decided on the University of Toronto to go to school.
This is exciting,
Sunny said, bouncing up and down, her curls bouncing with her.
I feel like we're witnessing something big. The movement is all over YouTube, you know. It's all about our generation. Millennials, changing the world.
She took hold of Adam's arm, interlocking it with hers, and he gave in to the contagious energy of the crowd, joining in with their growing enthusiasm. With Sunny on his arm, and in Toronto with a full year ahead of them, away from Lex and family, this was going to be the year that things changed between them. As the crowd quieted down, all eyes were on the young man who had stepped up to the podium. Sunny stood frozen, her mouth hanging open in surprise. She couldn't bring herself to move. Adam glimpsed something in her eyes, a look that made him uneasy. They glinted with admiration and desire, sending a shiver down his spine. The speaker was tall and lanky, with a slight awkwardness to his movements. His light brown skin seemed to glow in the soft light, and his curly hair had a single white streak running through it that swirled against his dark locks. But it was his eyes that caught Adam's attention. They were an intense shade of blue, almost gray, and they stood out vividly against his dark complexion, almost unnaturally, like he belonged in a fantasy novel, not a mere mortal speaking at a university to all his peers. A loud buzzing noise filled the auditorium as he tapped the microphone, causing it to emit a high-pitched screech.
Testing, testing.
His accented voice was surprisingly deep and resonant. His appearance did not match the powerful sound that came from within him. Glancing to his right, he nodded to a couple standing off stage, who were almost certainly his parents. The father appeared to be much older than the mother, possibly even his grandfather. He had cropped short white hair. His skin resembled that of his son, but was slightly lighter. The mother had an unnaturally deep tan, as if she spent hours in a tanning bed rather than under the sun. She stood tall and slender, her posture radiating confidence and poise. Long, curly dark hair cascaded down her back. She wore a dark pencil skirt paired with a fitted dress shirt and stood confidently in platform heels, her hands clasped in front of her as she gazed upon her son with a beaming smile full of pride. Adam couldn't help but see how much she resembled a queen ruling over her kingdom. Sonny stood mesmerized, fixated on the stranger in front of her. Adam couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, a sensation that consumed him like never before. His gaze shifted to the Englishman, with his piercing blue eyes and striking white streak in his hair. He felt an instant hatred towards him. Jumping up and down in uncontrollable excitement, Sonny held on to Adam's arm with a firmer grip.
Is he really coming here this fall?
Apparently, Adam said. The crowd hushed as the young man with the startling eyes smiled a grin that sent chills through Adam. His charming smile only deepened Adam's resentment. Once again, the speaker bent down, tapping the microphone, getting the attention of the people.
Is my voice reaching everyone?
He asked with a strong English accent. His clear blue eyes appeared to make direct contact with Adam, but he knew everyone in the room was thinking the same thing. Sonny's hand tightened around Adam's arm as she listened to the man speak, her fascination growing with his charming accent. The crowd, including Sonny, gave a heartfelt yes. Adam was in awe of how the audience was reacting. They were jumping out of their seats. The speaker leaned into the microphone with an intimate presence, as if he was speaking to a lover rather than a room full of potential classmates.
Thank you everyone for coming. I would like to introduce myself formally to my fellow students. My name is Micah Williams, and I'm here to talk about our future.
About the author. Deena Thomson is the author of Fallen Poppies, the first book in the Poppy series she began writing as a teenager. Now a full-time writer, Miss Thomson resides in Ontario, Canada, with her many children and her stinky dog Augustus McCrae, or Gus. She is currently writing her newest novel.